Keep your legs extended forward and up at a 45-degree angle. Bring your hands behind your shoulders and hold on to the opposite shoulders as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a mace in Palikasana.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसार्य.
Next up is Naukasana. Now lift your legs up straight at a 45-degree angle. Keep your arms extended forward, parallel to the ground, or bring your elbows down if you need the support. Gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as a boat. Keep breathing rapidly in Bhastrika Kumbhaka in Naukasana.
उत्तानशयनं गूर्पराभ्यां भूमिमोष्टभ्य.
Next up is Rudrasana. As you bring the soles of both feet towards your chest with the support of your hands, scooping them below the feet. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra as you perform the Mula Bandha.
पगदली संपुटकरी हातस्योपक उचाजी.
Now, relax, breathe slowly as you lay down on your back with the knees raised, palms down on the ground, just touching the heels. As you push your hips up off the mat, engage the Mula Bandha and the Jalandhara Bandha. Breathe in Murcha Kumbhaka, pushing the air out as you keep Jalandhara Bandha, the throat lock, engaged, leading to a state of swooning. As you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Unmukha Pitasana too.
ऊर्ध्वे च जानुनी कृत्वा शवेत्वोर्ध्वमुखं तथा.
Now lay flat on the mat, palms by the side, facing up, outside of the hips. Perform the Shakti Chalan Mudra. Pull the Kundalini Shakti up along your spine, forcefully pull it from Muladhara to Sahasrara. Relax, unclutch from any micro movements of the body and mind. As you visualize that your body is dead and Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is liberating you in Shavasana, internally chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तोषवासनं. शवासनं श्रान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारकम्.
Now, slowly come back to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Pull your knees up towards your chest. Rock your body from side to side as you slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the first 108 asanas of the sequence, which are known as the Pratama Vinyasa Krama. We are now going to move on to the next asana of the sequence, which is Yathasana, Nishthasana. As you sit in a posture that brings ease to your physical and mental space, any posture is fine as long as it's comfortable for you. Place your hands on top of the respective knees in Bindu Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform Samana Kumbhaka, filling your stomach with prana and visualizing a flame rising up your spine. Engage Mula Bandha and internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, which is going to remain the same for the rest of the sequence as you perform Yathasana Nishthasana.
पर्यङ्कं तत्समाख्यातं यतसंस्थं यथा स्थितिः.
Next up is Samasana. Now sit in the cross-legged position, hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra as you start breathing deeply and hold your breath on the inhalation. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु.
Next up is Muktasana. Now place the left foot against the genital region. Place the right foot over top of the left. Keep your hands facing down on top of the knees as you gaze to your nose. Visualize yourself as a sage liberated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
निपीड्य सीविनीं सूक्ष्मां दक्षिणेतरगुल्पतः.
Next up is Siddhasana. Now maintain the same position. Shift your gaze to the third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
स्थानसंयमितेन्द्रियोतलदृशा पश्यन् भ्रुवोरन्तरं चैतन्मोक्षकपातभेदजनकं सिद्धासनं प्रोच्यते.
Next up is Siddhi Asana. Maintain the same position. Shift your gaze to the ground in front of you as you engage all three bandhas and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामपादके इडीजानो सीवनिमदितासुकोठानो.
Next up is Rudrasana. Keep your legs in the same position. Rotate your hands on top of the knees into Bindu Mudra as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Rudra.
वामचरण परिदक्षिण राखे एकजुगति ऐसे विधि दाखे.
Next up is Santadunasana. Maintain the same position. Switch your gaze to the nose and embody tranquility and an unshakable nature.
सन की गुणमन की चलता मीट.
Next up is Siddhasana 2. Maintain one heel on top of the other as you bring your hands to the navel, cupping one palm over the other, resembling a lotus flower. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
ऋजुकाय समासीन सिद्धासनमुदीरितम्.
Next up is Bandha Yoni Asana. Now set the sankalpa of manifesting through the womb of creation as you maintain one heel on top of the other and close all your five senses in Shanmukhi Mudra. Now close your mouth with little and ring finger, your nose with the middle finger, eyes with the index finger and the ears with the thumb.
यत्र मध्ये महादेव बन्धयोन्यासने शृणु.
Next up is Vidasana. As you place one foot on the thigh and the other foot below the opposite thigh, keep your hands in Bindu Mudra on top of the knees and embody the space and state of bravery.
एकं पादमथैकस्मिन् विन्यस्योरुणि संस्थितः.
Next up is Valmikasana. As you keep the left heel on the right side of the regenerative organs, stack the right heel over top of the left. As you keep your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra, gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Valmiki, the great poet and author of Ramayana.
डाबा पगगी पगदली पुनिएडी है जोजा.
Next up is Joni Mudrasana. As you keep the legs in the same position, switch your gaze to the nose and visualize the Yoni Mandala, the visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti herself. Rotate your hands on top of the knees, place the hands flat on the knees as you perform the Mula Bandha.
वामपादगी पगदली जाहि माहिली कोर.
The next asana is Yoni Asana. Now maintain the same position. Shift your gaze to the third eye. Keep visualizing the Yoni Mandala as you perform the Mula Bandha.
योन्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफले नीलम्.
Next up is Bhadrasana 3. Now sit and bring the soles of the feet together in front of your body, holding them with both hands. As you bring your knees down to the ground, gaze to the nose. Perform Uddiyana. Arms between the thighs and calves, interlace your fingers and lift your feet off the mat. Gaze to the tip of the nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
ध्वम्रे च येत् वायुं मृदुनिश्वास संयुतम्.
Next up is Gopi Chandasana. As you interlace your fingers around the feet with the soles together, keep the toes at the groove of your throat and the heels touching your chest. Gaze to the nose and embody the state and space of a king in Gopi Chandasana.
पूरब विधिपगा का अंगूठा कंठ को पराशे.
Next up is Uddarasana. Now sit with the soles of the feet together, insert your hands underneath the legs and hold your feet with interlocked fingers. As you bring the feet up to your chest, the head down, touching the chin to the soles, gaze to your nose and visualize your body free from any defects.
दो पगदली संपुटटाने उभय हस्तकरी वरद हिताने.
From the same position, lift your feet even higher in front of your face, with the interlocked fingers in front of your forehead. Visualize yourself excelling in everything in Vishishtasana.
दो पगदली जोड़ी संपुट करे.
Next up is Bhudrasana. From a seated position, lift both legs over top of the respective shoulders. Bring your arms underneath the legs and up, interlacing your fingers around the back of your neck. As you visualize yourself as a cobra, breathe in Rijaka Kumbhaka. Exhale deeply and hold your breath.
गिरासनं तु विज्ञेयं कक्षासनमतः परं ग्रीवासनं च परमं भुजासनमिहोच्यते.
The next asana is Kalyanasana. As you maintain a seated posture, raise your legs up and bring your elbows under the knees as you wrap your arms around the back, palms clasped, gaze to the nose, and visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess.
दो हाथ पगों नीचे आने तिनको गोड़ा नीचे ठाने.
Next asana is Sankatasana. Now place the left foot flat on the mat and sit down on the left heel. As you stack the right knee over top, bring both hands to the opposite knees. Visualize yourself as an elegant swan as you open your eyes wide, but not focus on any of the external objects. Only focus on the object within, visualizing yourself as a beautiful swan as you perform Ujjayi Pranayama, making an ocean-like sound with your mouth. Engage the Mula Bandha and don't forget to internally repeat the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्न्यस्य धरणीतले.
Next up is Dhenukasana. From Sankatasana, slide the left heel outside of the hip. Sit down on the ground as you keep your hands on top of both knees. Visualize a cow in your inner space as you perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
अनुषागीनकरपञ्चडं वृषीलिन्दकल्यम्नीम्.
Next up is Machandarasana. Now place the right foot on the left thigh and the left foot on the right knee. Bring the left hand behind the back and hold the right thigh. As you place your right hand on the left thigh, twist your body, gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामजङ्घपरिदक्षिणटाने वामहस्तभिष्टीति आने.
Now untwist your body, keep your legs in the same position, hold onto the feet and lean forward and down, placing your forehead on the ground as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha in Machandarasana too.
प्रथमजीवनो चरणजोयी वामजङ्घपरिराखे सोयी.
The next asana is Guru Asana. Maintain your feet in the same position. Interlace your fingers and place them on the top knee as you perform all three bandhas and visualize Swamiji, your Guru, in your inner space.
ऊर्मूलैतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशगुल्फं संस्थाप्य.
Now, place the right foot flat on the mat. Sit on the right heel as you stick the left knee over top. Repeat Sankatasana on the other side as you visualize yourself as an elegant swan.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्न्यस्य धरणीतले.
Now slide the right heel outside of the hip. Place the hands on top of the knee. Visualize a cow in your inner space. Perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha in Dhenukasana on the other side.
अनुषागीनकरपञ्चडं वृषीलिन्दकल्यम्नी.
Next up is Machandarasana. As you place the right foot on the left thigh, the left foot on the right thigh, and the right foot on the left knee, bring the right arm behind, twist your body, and place your hands on opposite thighs, twisting your body even further. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you repeat Machandarasana on the other side.
वामजङ्घपरिदक्षिणटाने वामहस्तभिष्टीति आने.
Now lean forward and down. As you hold onto the feet, place your forehead on the mat in Machandarasana too on the other side.
प्रथमजीवनो चरणजोयी वामजङ्घपरिराखे सोयी.
Next up is Guru Asana on the other side. As you interlock your fingers, place them on the top knee, visualize your Guru, perform Mahamudra Bandha.
ऊर्मूलैतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशगुल्फं संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Pashasana. As you sit with your feet flat on the ground, hold the opposite knees with your hands and pull them towards your chest. Keep your tongue up against the palate of the mouth in Kechari Mudra as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय जानुनिवृत्ति निधाय.
Next up is Bodhashukasana. From the same position, hold on to the opposite wrists. Bring your chin down to the knee, gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize being in an abode of bliss.
दोवु भगदली भूपरिधरे गौरमाहिलिये शेखरे.
The next asana is Kudakatasana. From the same position, bring your arms underneath the knees and hold on to opposite elbows. Gaze to the nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Kudakatasana.
दोवु हाथ भगवाहर लियावे घोड़ा नीचे ले ठहरावे.
Next up is Sumati Asana. Hold on to opposite elbows and cross your ankles as you keep the toes pointing up. Gaze to the nose, keep your tongue in Kechari Mudra as you visualize the great sage and Maharishi Sumati in Sumati Asana.
मूलद्वारी धरती पर ठाने डावा पग पर दशपद आने.
Next up is Dandasana. As you extend your feet out straight, keep your arms raised straight above your head, interlaced fingers, wrists pointing outwards. As you engage all three wonders, gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु.
Next up is Arambhasana. Now lean forward and down, hold onto the feet, big toes in Prana Mudra. As you bring your chest forward and down, head to the knees, and perform Nadi Shodhana, inhaling through one nostril, exhaling through the other, on both sides, interchangingly, without using your hands for support. Visualize Swamiji as you do so.
दो पग मिलवा पसारी पगा का अंगूठा पकड़ी लीला टगोड़ा लगावे.
Next up is Pidukasana. As you sit with your legs straight, extend your knees slightly up, keep one hand distance between the heels. As you bring your shoulders down, wrap your hands in and around the legs and hold your feet, the soles of the feet from the outside. As you gaze to your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम बैसी दो पाव पसारी कछुको उर्त को कुरडो डारे.
The next asana is Jalandhari Pavasana. As you extend both legs out with the heels together, place your chin on the heels, insert your hands below the legs, and keep the palms facing up. Gaze to the nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
दो एड़ी मिल के दीजिए हाथ पसारी.
The next asana is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. As you sit with your legs extended forward, lift one foot behind your neck if you can. Then lean forward and down and hold onto the front foot as in Paschimottanasana. If you can't bring the leg behind your neck, try to bring it over your shoulder or pull it towards your chest. Open up your hips. Visualize Swamiji as you perform the Pratyahara Kumbhaka, focusing on the prana flowing up along your body through 9 various points, which are revealed by Mahadeva himself, which are the soles of the feet, the regenerative organs, the navel, the heart center, the throat, the uvula, the eyebrows, the center between the eyebrows, the forehead, and the Brahmarandra, the crown of the head. Visualize the prana flowing up along your body as you perform the Mula Bandha.
पश्चिमतानवत् संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Next up is Anantasana. With the leg behind your neck, lean backwards and straighten your spine. Lay on your back as you gaze to the nose. Again, if you can't bring the leg behind your neck, bring it over your shoulder or pull it up towards your chest. Hold onto the foot with the opposite hand as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as being infinite, endless, eternal, Ananta in this posture.
उत्तानशयनी एकैकम्पायी ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
Next up is Ankushasana. From Anantasana, roll onto the side of the elbow, holding onto your foot. Rest on the side as you gaze to the nose and feel in complete control.
उत्तानशेत एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
The next asana is Drushasana. As you lay down on your back, bring the knees to the chest, encircle the thighs and calves with your arms, and roll your body from left to right, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
उत्तानशयनं जानुनि हृदयवष्टम्भ.
Next up is Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the other side. Now extend both legs forward, bring one behind your neck, lean forward and down. Hold onto the front foot as in Paschimottanasana as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पश्चिमतानवत्संसतिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Now repeat Anantasana on the other side as you hold the foot with the opposite hand, extending your body straight, visualizing yourself as unending.
उत्तानशयनी एकैकं पायि ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
Now repeat Ankushasana on the other side as you roll onto the side and feel in complete control.
उत्तानशेत एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
The next asana is Yoga Nidrasana. As you lay on your back, slowly lift your legs one by one up behind your head. Hold your hands behind your back and gaze to your nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कण्ठं हस्ताभ्यां पृष्ठबन्धनम्.
The next asana is Atmaramasana. While laying on your back, raise your legs towards your head, wrap your hands around the legs and interlace your fingers behind your neck. Gaze to the nose as you visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within. Focus on the prana flowing up in Pratyara Kumbhaka as you perform the Mula Bandha.
स्मराम आसन प्रथम सुधोषो वे.
The next asana is Kuchikasana. As you lay on your back with the knees to the chest, with the soles of the feet facing up, extend your arms sideways and gaze to your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
दो हाथ सीधा सा करे, तीनों सौ बेसपा करे.
Next up is the Jadhara Parivriti. This asana consists of 3 steps. We are going to perform all 3 steps and then repeat them on the other side. First, enter a neutral position where you pull both knees towards your chest, soles facing up, as you extend your arms to the side at shoulder level. Then drop one knee to the side, extending the other leg down. This is the first step. Then bring both knees bent to the side. Second step. Then extend both legs to the side and hold onto the feet with your hand as you gaze in the opposite direction. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षि भागे त्रिदाहि परिकीर्तितः.
Now return to the neutral position. Knees pulled up, arms extended to the side. As you drop the other knee to the ground in step 1. Both knees to the other side. Then both legs extended to the side, holding onto the feet and gazing away from the feet.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षि भागे त्रिदाहि परिकीर्तितः.
Next up is the Dviparapitam. Now lie on your back and bend your knees as you place your feet flat on the ground, holding onto the ankles, lifting your hips up. Gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as sturdy as a bridge as you perform Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha, breathing in Mocha Kumbhaka.
प्रतिक्रियायुतं द्वन्द्वपीठ सर्वबलप्रदम्.
Next up is Paryankasana. Now lie on your back, place your feet on the mat, bring your arms over your head and place your hands flat on the mat as well, with the fingers pointing towards your feet. Lift your entire body up off the ground as you visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture. Breathe calmly in Sahasrara Kumbhaka and perform the Mula Bandha.
उत्थानशयनं हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Next up is Shvotanasana. As you lay on your back with the knees to the chest, hands on the shoulders, move your hips in a circular motion as you visualize yourself as a dog, playfully rolling around on its back.
शवच्छरीरं संस्थाप्य जानुनि सम्मील्य नाभो वाणिज्य.
Next up is the Viparita Karani. Now lie supine, raise your hips and legs up as you bring your hands to the lower back for support, elbows and hands extended on the mat below, helping you balance your body with your legs up straight. Move your legs round and round in a circular motion as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
भूतले सशिरो दत्त्वा खेनये चरणद्वयम्.
Now stop the movement of your legs, be straight and stable in Viparita Karani too.
विपरीताख्या सर्वाधिव्याधिनाशिनी.
Next up is Langalasana. As you visualize yourself as a plow, lay on your back and lift your hips. Take the feet over your head with the toes on the ground, hands stretched on the ground behind your back. Clasp your palms in Parasha Mudra as you rest on your neck and shoulders. Visualize yourself as a plow.
नरकासने स्थित्वा नासिकाप्रदेशे भूमौ पादपृष्ठे स्थाप्य.
Next up is Shayita Paschimottanasana. Now lie on your back with your legs over the head, toes pointed on the ground, thighs to the chest. Hold onto the toes, keep your arms and legs straight. Perform Paschimottanasana while laying on your back. This is one of the 84 different asanas as revealed directly by Lord Paramashiva himself.
तानं शयित्वात् कुर्वीत शयितपश्चिमतानकम्.
The next asana is Suprakonasana. From the same position, bring your hips above the shoulder level and then open your legs wide to the side. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षिभागे त्रिधा हि परिकीर्तितः.
Next up is Chakrasana. From the same position, hold on to your ankles and roll onto your back while visualizing yourself as a chakra, a wheel. Breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka in Chakrasana.
वासनस्थद्वौ पादौ कुर्यान् मस्तकतः परौ.
The next asana is Suprapta Sarita Parangushtasana, where you lay on your back and extend your legs up at a 90-degree angle, holding on to the feet, to the big toes and Prana Mudra. As you then open your legs wide to the side, visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पादं क्रौञ्चं च भरीजिं वीरभद्रकम्.
The next asana is Supta Parangushtasana, where you join your feet together above your body and remain with your arms and legs straight. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च भरीजिं वीरभद्रकम्.
The next asana is Matsyasana. From Supta Parangushtasana, move your legs into Padmasana, lay on your back and hold on to the opposite elbows over your head. Gaze to your nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu. Gaze. Legs in Padmasana, lift your hips and legs up Support your hips with your hands, elbows on the ground. Gaze asana, where you lay on your back, one foot on the opposite thigh. Lift the other knee towards your head. Change the position of your feet. Repeat Vrishchikasana on the other side.
Prathamashena Sudhoshi Shikeshiki Sandhi Sudak.
Breathe through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka and perform the Mula Bandha.
Tanam Shainam Kritva Angulibhi Kandram Badhu. Shotanavat Samsiji Kritva Janudvayam Paryayena Karnayoho Samsprashet.
The next asana is Vrikasana. While laying on your back, place the soles of the feet flat on the ground. The next asana is Luthasana. As you lay on your back, quickly throw your legs up above your head, completely roll over, and then finish in a prone position. Repeat this movement again and again while visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
Uttanasenam Badaushira Ullangya Bhumostapayitva.
Now lay flat on your belly, with the feet extended backward, toes pointing back, hands by the shoulders. As you contract your lips, make the sound of a flute, whistling while inhaling, as you visualize yourself as a chariot carrying warriors into a battle for Dharma on your chariot back. The next asana is Dehalyulanganasana. Now push your body up into a plank position, and then jump your feet forward and back between your arms as you feel yourself go beyond the body and mind.
Hasadvayam Vadva Tanmadhya Charanadvayam Uddanaiva Bahiraniya.
Next up is Chatyasana. From a standing position, bend forward and place your hands on the mat. Walk back and forth while visualizing yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant.
Athajatyāsanam vakshe jena jati smaro bhavet.
Next up is Lolitika Karana. Stand with your knees bent, feet pointing outwards as you bend your elbows and rotate them around your body as you lean back, open up your chest and move your head in all directions. The next asana is Sarapasana. Now tie your feet with a rope if you have one available. Stand erect on the mat like a rod. Keep your arms at the side of your body with the hands touching your thighs. Visualize your Kundalini, Devi, raising and curling upward around your body. Activate the Kundalini Shakti, flowing upwards. As you perform the Mula Bandha, breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
अधसर्पासनं वक्षे वायुपाणाय केवलं शरीरं दण्डवत्तिष्ठेत् रज्जुबन्धस्तु पादयोः वायवी कुण्डली देवी कुण्डलाकारमङ्गुले.
Now move on to Ushta Sadhanasana. While standing, place all fingers on the mat and then stand on your hands, holding on to the toes from the front. As you begin to move, walk around visualizing yourself as a camel.
टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरिपादतले संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Ashvasana from the same position, holding onto the feet from the outside. Visualize yourself as a horse and walk around.
टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरिपादतले संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Kapota Nitakasana. As you stand straight with the feet together, interlace your hands behind your back and pull them down towards your calves, opening up your chest widely. Visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving as you perform the Mula Bandha.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय पृष्ठभागेन हस्तो जङ्घापर्यन्तं नीत्वा.
Next up is the Tala Pushpa Bhutam Karana. Now stand tall with the palms together in Namaskara Mudra. Gently bend the knees and keep the toes pointing outwards. As you bow down, open up your hands to each side, raising the heel and lowering the shoulder of the respective side. Visualize yourself holding a bouquet of flowers and offering it to Paramashiva. Next up is Khadgasana. Now visualize yourself as a rhinoceros, gaze to your nose, then lay down on your stomach, jump your feet up towards your hands and stand with your hands in Namaskara Mudra, forming the horn of the rhinoceros.
नुजसरतमासनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Next up is the Uttanottanam, where you sit down all the way or as low as you can to the ground. Hold on to weights if you want to intensify this asana. As you stand back up and sit back down again and again. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पुनः पुनः उत्थातव्यम् असितव्यम् इति उत्थानोत्थानं भवति.
Next up is Musalasana. Now stand up straight, raise your arms up over your head and jump repeatedly as you visualize yourself as a mace.
सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहु नजेत्.
Next up is Uchchiya Shakasana. From a standing position, pull the sole of one foot towards your chest. As you sit down and stand back up with the other leg, exchanging the legs again and again, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space as you gaze to your nose.
एकैकं पादतलं कुक्षौ निधाय तिष्ठेत् उच्छीर्षकं भवति.
Next up is Parshvajanukarana. Now stand and keep one leg slightly bent with the toes pointing to the side. Bend and lift the opposite knee towards your chest, pointing the toes downwards. Hold the knee with your hand in a fist as you place the other hand to the inner thigh with the fingers pointing inwards. Next up is Tandavasana. You can hold weights if you want to intensify this asana. As you visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva, extend one leg and both arms forward, then sit down and stand back up with the other leg.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Next up is Brahmanasana. As you place the left foot on the opposite thigh, stand erect on the mat like a rod. Keep your hands by the sides, visualizing yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
Next up is Garudasana 3. Now stand tall and wrap the left leg over and around the right knee. Tuck the left toes on the other side of the right calf as you simultaneously cross the left arm below the right and bring the palms together in Namaskara Mudra, visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda.
उत्तानगोर्मपीठं च संहस्गारुडमेव च.
Next up is Ekapadasana. As you stand straight on the right leg, keep the left foot on the opposite thigh, hand relaxed by the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
रक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
Next up is Dhuruvasana. As you stand on the right leg, lift, hold on to the big toe of the left foot and straighten it out to the side. As you visualize yourself as the North Pole star, rotate on the standing leg.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
Next up is Trivikramasana. As you stand on the right leg, lift the left foot behind your neck and stand tall. Alternate sitting and standing. Perform the 3 steps of Lord Vishnu as you visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Now repeat Parshvajanukarana on the other side. Now repeat Tandavasana on the other side. Visualize yourself fiercely dance. Next up is Ekapadasana. Bring the raised foot to the opposite hip, hands relaxed by the side, visualize Swamiji.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
Now repeat Dhruvasana, the pole star posture on the other side.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
Now repeat Trivikramasana on the other side. If you can't bring the leg behind your neck, try to bring it over your shoulder or pull it towards your chest or your belly. Then sit down and stand back up. Get the support of a solid object if you need.
पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Next up is Samanaka Karana. Stand straight with the feet close together, toes pointed slightly outwards. Keep both hands to the side of your body, fingers apart. Relax, feel the awakened Kundalini Shakti flowing through your body as we enter the final 100 asanas of the sequence. Next up is Gorak Anjali Asana. Now stand erect and then bend forward. Bring both hands underneath the knees. Make a finger lock and sit in a squatting position as you let the finger lock touch your navel. Visualize the great sage Goraknath, founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya. As you perform Jivachala Kumbhaka, inhale deeply and hold your breath, pushing the prana forcefully up and down within your body and throughout your limbs along with your mind. Next up is Kanchi Asana. Now insert your hands between the thighs and calves, then wrap them around behind your butt, interlocking them in Parusha Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Next up is Bhairo Asana. Now bring the feet together and sit in a squatting posture where your heels touch your perineum. Hold the hands behind your back in Parusha Mudra as you gaze to the nose and gaze to your navel and visualize Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time. Next up is Varahasana. Squat all the way down to the ground. Keep your feet together, toes apart. Bring your elbows up close to your head as you join your hands behind your back. Fingers pointing downwards in Anjali Mudra. Gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu. Next up is Pripitasana. With the heels touching, bring your hips to the same level as the knees. Hold onto the big toes and Prana Mudra as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Next up is Bakasana. As you place your hands on the mat, fingers wide apart, hands shoulder width apart. Visualize yourself as a crow as you perform the Jivachala Kumbhaka. Now kneel down with the head on the ground, palms spread for support. Raise your body onto your head and place your legs in Padmasana as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in Sushtanga Kapali Asana.
Asana Gogana Kapala Acho Hoi.
The next asana is Guptasana. As you keep the toes flat, with the toes touching behind, sit in between the heels, knees on the ground, hands on top of the thighs. as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself sitting in the secret seat with Paramashiva and Guru in Guptasana.
जानुर्वोरन्तरे पादौ कृत्वा पादौ च गोपयेत्.
The next asana is Vrikshasana too, another inverted posture. So get the support of a partner or prepare yourself in front of a wall if needed. Now place your hands on the ground, fingers wide, lift your body up straight into a handstand. As you should perform this asana to purify the 7 chakras. As you visualize yourself as a tree with deep roots into the ground, perform the Mula Bandha.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाय वृक्षासनविशेषकान्.
Next up is Shiva Asana. In the handstand posture, bring your hands closer together, join the feet, gaze to your third eye and visualize Tejas, energy flowing to your third eye, rejuvenating your body.
दो पग जोड़ी माही गुल्फ मिलाए.
Next up is Matsyasana too. Now bring your body into a plank position and then lower it down and push it back up again and again while visualizing yourself as a fish.
नित्यं शयनं कुर्परो पार्श्वभागायामूर्धकृत्य.
Next up is Sarvasana too. Lower your body onto your stomach, bring your hands to the hips. Visualize yourself as a snake as you lift your chest from left to right like a snake. Perform the Mula Bandha.
निब्जं शयनं कृत्वा हस्तनितम्बं संस्थाप्य.
The next asana is Niralambanasana. As you lie prone on your belly with the toes pointing backwards, bring your elbows to the mat in front and hold your face with the hands in Padma Mudra, the Lotus Mudra. Feel self-supported and completely independent.
कराभ्यां पङ्कजं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कुर्परया सुधीः.
Next up is Chatrasana. Now visualize yourself as an umbrella, protecting Guru from the sun rays. As you lay on your stomach, place your hands flat on the mat in front, straighten your arms, push your upper body up and bend your knees, bringing the feet towards your upper back. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so in Chatrasana.
अर्ध्यासनमस्थित्वा हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Next up is Vajrasana. As you sit on the knees with the tops of the feet flat on the mat, bring your butt onto the heels, stretch your arms out in front with the palms facing down. Place your forehead on the ground as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as Vajra, the weapon of Indra, symbolizing your indestructibility.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु.
With your hands flat on the mat, push your hips up into Gajrasana. As you alternate striking the ground with your hands, visualizing yourself as powerful as a ram in Meshasana.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं बाहुं भूमौ ताडयेत्.
The next asana is Ajasana. From Gajasana, lift your legs up into the air and slowly bring your forehead to the ground. Visualize yourself as unborn, existing for all eternity.
गजासन संस्थितो पादद्वयम् अन्तराले कृत्य.
Next up is Dhanantarasana. Now sit in a kneeling posture on top of the heels with the legs together. Interlace your fingers around the toes and pull the feet towards your perineum. Then place your hands on the respective knees. Keep your spine straight, gaze to the nose. Place your hands on top of the knees as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama, making an ocean-like sound with your mouth.
पूर्व विधि परिहाता की काकसीस्यो फणा शरा मोड़ी. हस्तयो अंगुलीर्बद्ध्वा हस्तयोर्मध्यात् सर्वमंगं निष्कासयित्वा.
Next up is Garudasana form. As you sit on the heels in Vajrasana, turn your feet out to the side, keep your thighs and knees resting on the ground with your spine straight, hands on the knees. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, flying Lord Vishnu and Lakshmi on his back.
लिंगोरुभ्यां पीड्य स्थिरकायो द्विजानुना.
The next asana is Ananda Mandirasana. As you sit, with your legs folded back, toes pointing backwards, the knees opened wide, the front of your buttocks on the ground, holding onto your ankles, gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself residing in the blissful space of a temple.
पक्षे वीरनाथ आनंदमंदिरासनम.
Next up is Mandukasana too. As you sit with your knees wide, feet overlapping on top of your ankles, keep your hands under the knees, gaze to the tip of the nose, press your tongue up against the palate of the mouth in Manduki Mudra, while visualizing yourself as a frog. Perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha as you do so.
पृष्ठं संपीड्य गुल्फाभ्यां जान्वंगे सवलयाकृतिः.
Next up is Narasimhasana. Now keep your toes on the mat, heels up and together. Place your perineum on the heels. Place your palms on the ground in front with the fingers spread wide, toes touching the palms and the thumbs touching in the center. As you gaze to your nose, stick out your tongue and exhale forcefully as you visualize Narasimha, one of the 10 avatars of Vishnu.
दो फणा पानी होए वैसे एड़ी मेलर गुदानी वैसे.
Next up is Pishlakasana. As you sit on the toes, place your perineum on the heels, separate your knees, place them on the ground. As you cover your mouth with the hollow of both hands, bring the thumbs between the teeth and close your mouth. As you inhale through the nose and exhale through the mouth as per your capacity, gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as Devi, victorious over any and all fears you might have.
घोड़ा दो पगांगी एड़ी जोई घोड़ा फनवान अपनी होई.
Next up is Makaldasana. Now keep the soles of the feet together, the top of the feet on the ground. Sit on your heels. Bend your elbows and bring your fingers to the armpits as you visualize yourself as a playful monkey scratching itself.
दो पगदली संपुट आने तिनिगी पिष्टि भूमि पर इठाने.
The next asana is Vajrasangadasana. As you stand on the toes with the soles of the feet together, sit on the heels, knees wide and off the floor. Hold your elbows behind your back and gaze to the nose as you embody a diamond-like strength for yourself and your Sangha, your spiritual community.
प्रथम पणा पानी होए वैसे दो एड़ी गुदानी वैसे.
Next up is Kanjanasana. As you keep the toes down, ankles crossed behind, sit on the heels, place your palms on the mat to the sides, as you gaze to the nose and visualize perfect health beyond any and all physical ailments, performing Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha as you do so.
खञ्जनासनमावक्षे यत्कृत्वा सुस्थिरो भवेत्.
The next asana is Kurmasana. With the toes flat, cross your feet, place the perineum onto the back of the heels. As you keep your knees wide on the floor, rest your hands on the knees, gaze the nose and visualize yourself as a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for centuries.
गुल्फौ च वर्षणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितौ.
Next up is Yogasana. With the toes flat, cross your feet and place the perineum onto the back of the heels. Gaze to the nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
गुदम नियम्य कुल्भाभ्याम व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः.
Next up is Vijogasana. Stand on the knees as you cross your ankles behind with the feet near the opposite knees. Hold your calves with the fingers inside and the thumbs outside. Gaze to your third eye and visualize the space of eternal oneness Advaita with your Guru.
घोड़ा वामो उभौ होई घोड़ा आड़ा राखे दो जी.
Next up is Ushtarasana 2. In a kneeling position, bend backwards, hold your ankles with your hands as you keep your arms straight, push your hips forward, tilt your head back and visualize yourself as a camel.
मेरुदंड ग्रंथि दाढ़्य संविपादयि शुभमान.
The next asana is Jatyasana 2. With your heels together, hands on the soles of the feet, slowly lean back, bring your elbows down to the mat and place the back of your head onto the mat as well. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a lotus blooming.
दो एड़ी संपुट करे सोले मूल द्वारी तरि धरे.
Next up is Viratasana. As you sit on the knees with the thighs and calves together, lean back and touch your back to the ground, then rise back up again and again. Use the support of your hands if needed as you gaze to the nose and visualize the healing and liberation of all causal, subtle forms of your body.
जंगा पृष्ठभूमो निधाय जंगोदरयोः ऊरुनि संस्थाप्य.
The next asana is Kapotasana. From Viratasana, raise your hips higher. Bring your forearms to the mat and hold the back of your heels. As you bring your head in between the feet, visualize yourself as a beautiful dove. Perform the Mula Bandha.
मेरुदंड ग्रंथि दाढ़्य संविपादयि शुभमान.
The next asana is Varasana. Stand upright on the knees with the toes tucked. Hold your arms with opposite hands as you gaze to the nose. This is the boon fulfilling posture. Receive your boon from Paramashivam. Internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham in Varasana.
जानुनि भूमौ संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां बाहु परस्परं धृत्वा.
Next up is Varahasana 2. Now keep the knees together, toes tucked, heels raised, perineum down on the heels as you lean forward and down, holding onto your head. Rest your hand on the hands and visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu in Varahasana 2.
सूर्यं चन्द्रं भेदनानि आसनानि निकथ्यते.
Next up is Mundasana. As you kneel down, place your elbows on the mat shoulder width apart. Interlace your fingers, place the crown of your head onto the mat, support your head with your hands. Walk your feet forward, raise your hips, and lift your legs off the ground, extend them straight. As you visualize yourself as a lop tree, gaze to the nose, breathe calmly in Sahajra Kumbhaka, and perform the Mula Bandha in Mundasana.
अधो मुंडासनं वक्षे सर्वेषां प्राणिनां सुखम्.
Gently lower your body down. Place your head in between the knees as you hold onto your head and place the elbows outside of the knees in Andhasana. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम पगदली समटारावे कोरमाहिली उभे मिलावे.
Next up is Viparita Shalabhasana. Hold weights if you want to intensify this asana. Lay down on your belly, arms extended, and legs and arms lifted off the ground completely. Visualize yourself as a locust as you perform the Mula Bandha.
शलभासन भेदाश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके.
Now lay on your belly and keep your arms at the side near your hips with the palms facing down. Lift your legs up completely as you place your forehead on the ground. Visualize a skull representing the mind with purified thoughts and the strong will to attain enlightenment in Kapalasana.
कपालं भूमौ निधाय ऊर्ध्वं पादौ नयेत्।
The next asana is Akasha Kapotasana. Lie on your stomach with the hands by the sides. Lift your legs up over your head and slowly place the feet onto the mat in front of you. Keep your palms flat on the mat behind as you visualize yourself as a free and open dove. Breathe calmly in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
उष्ट्रासने स्थित्वा चरणौ भूमेरुत्थाप्य।
Next up is Chatakasana. Now sit on the knees. Bring your chest down so the navel touches the knees. As you keep your hands flat on the mat, forearms on the ground. Be sturdy. Visualize yourself as a sparrow as you perform the Mula Bandha.
कूर्पर्पद्यन्तौ हस्तौ धरामोष्टभ्य।
Next up is Vrishchikasana too. Now kneel down, hands and elbows on the mat. Raise your legs up. As you bend your back to touch the feet onto your head, lift your chin, hold the position as you visualize yourself as a scorpion. Next up is Vrishasana. As you place your perineum down on the right heel, keep the left foot outside the hip, ankle to the side, toes pointing upwards, hands on the mat in front as you visualize yourself as a bull. Forcefully inhale and hold your breath for a short while, then slowly exhale through your nose in Antarangaka Kumbhaka.
याम्य गुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरम्।
Now place your hands flat in front of you and raise your knees off the mat, crossing the left toes over the right as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Lolasana.
लोलासनं सदा कुर्यात् वायुलोलापघातनात्।
From Lolasana, place your perineum right onto the opposite heels, repeating Vrishasana on the other side, visualizing yourself as a bull.
याम्य गुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरम्।
Next up is Balagunasana. Now place the left toes on the ground, left heels raised, sitting on the heel. As you keep the opposite knee towards your chest, foot flat, hands on the respective knees, visualizing Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space.
आसन गोगुण जल विकार जाजी।
Next up is Grahasana. Now squat with your feet flat, bring your elbows under the thighs and wrap your hands around the shins, holding onto the ankles from the outside. Visualize yourself as the entire planet as you perform the Mula Bandha.
पादतले भूमौ संस्थाप्य जानुमध्ये कूर्परौ स्थाप्य।
Next up is Balagunasana. As you place the right toes on the ground, sit on the right foot, on the right heel. Repeat Balagunasana on the other side.
आसन गोगुण जल विकार जाजी।
Next up is Utkatasana. You can hold weights to intensify this asana as you squat on your toes with the heels up, knees off the mat, perineum on the heels, hands on the respective knees. Keep your spine straight and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
Next
up is Vajrasangarasana too. Sit on the toes with the perineum on the heels, soles together, knees off the ground and apart. Interlace your fingers. Hold onto the opposite elbows behind your back as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम पणापाणी होय जैसे दो एड़ी गुदानी वैसे।
Next up is Anilasana. Now squat or sit with the feet hip width apart. Place your palms on the mat, fingers pointing forward and step onto the top of the hands. As you gaze to the nose, visualize you are able to consume and live off of air alone.
भूमि पर इठाने कहनी जाड़ी ना भी लगाने।
Next up is Parukasana. Now place the back of your hands onto the mat with the fingers pointing towards your body. Step onto the hands with your feet and wrap your hands around the feet like a shoe. Start walking around on the mat. Visualize yourself wearing padukas, walking across India.
हस्ततलयोः पादतले कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् गच्छेत् पादुकासनं भवति.
Next up is Kukkuttanasana. Now place your palms on the mat, raise both feet upwards into the air as you let them fall back down. Do this again and again, visualizing yourself as a rooster.
हस्ततले भूमौ कृत्वा पादतले च ऊर्ध्वमुड्डानं कृत्वा.
The next asana is Viparita Nrityasana. Now place your hands on the mat and raise your legs upwards into a handstand. Move around on the two hands dancing as you feel yourself become free of all inhibitions.
हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Next up is Kunjarasana. As you separate your feet, place one palm down on the mat with the arm straight. Bring the opposite hand to the head and be stable. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
अथ वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमम्.
Exchange the position of your hands. Repeat Kunjarasana on the other side.
अथ वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमम्.
Next up is Kadambasana. Now sit on the ground with the feet flat, heels close to your body. Hold the respective ankles and lift your feet off the ground as you visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree, a tree that promotes a long life.
पार्श्निभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य हस्तद्वयेन गुल्फौ धृत्वा.
Next up is Pavana Muktasana. As you sit with the heels at the perineum, holding onto opposite knees, pulling them close to your chest. Visualize any excess vata being released from or balanced within your system.
द्वयोस्तु पादयोः पाणिं लात्वा स्वस्वनितम्बके.
The next asana is Chakorasana. As you sit and lift one leg behind your head, place both hands on the mat and extend the opposite leg with the knee straight. If you can't, lift your leg behind your neck, pull it towards your chest or bring it over your shoulder. Then lift your entire body off the mat and gaze to your third eye, visualizing yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वदानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Next up is Dhanurasana 2. Now sit with one leg extended forward and hold on to the respective big toes in Prana Mudra. As you pull the other leg towards your ear, visualize yourself as a bow as you pull your leg back, as if you're pulling a bowstring.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
Next up is Ashtavakrasana. Now place your hands flat on the mat, shoulder width apart. Bring one leg over top of the respective shoulder. Hook the other foot over top and extend the legs out to the side, balancing on your arms as you lean forward, visualizing yourself as a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमदकौण्डिन्यमूर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
The next asana is Pranasana. Now bring one foot on top of the opposite thigh. Bring the other foot flat on the ground with the knee raised. Push the opposite knee to the ground and bring your shoulder underneath the raised knee with the hand flat on the ground. Visualize you are immortal and able to exist solely from prana as you gaze to your third eye.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्य चामरः.
Next up is Parashvamatsyendrasana. Now bring one heel to the opposite hip and step the other foot over top the knee. Twist outside of the raised knee, bring your arm underneath the knee and interlace your fingers behind your back. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Matsyendranath, the master of Hatha Yoga.
पार्श्वाभ्यां धृत्यते अस्तु पार्श्वमत्स्येन्द्रमुत्तमम्.
Now repeat Chakorasana on the other side with the other leg behind your neck or over the shoulder as you raise your entire body off the mat and extend the leg up straight, visualizing yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वदानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Repeat Dhanurasana 2 on the other side. Pull the other foot towards your ear. Hold onto the big toes. Visualize yourself as a bow.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
Now repeat Ashtavakrasana on the other side. Bring the other foot over top of the shoulder. Hook the opposite foot over top and extend the legs out to the side. Balance on your arms. Visualizing yourself as a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च.
Now repeat Pranasana on the other side. Bring the other foot over top of the opposite thigh, shoulder underneath, pressing the other knee to the mat. Visualize yourself as immortal, existing from prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्य चामरः.
Now repeat Parshvamatsendrasana on the other side. Bring the other heel towards the hip. Opposite foot stacked over top, hand underneath the knee, and fingers interlocked behind your back. Visualizing Matsyendranath.
पार्श्वाभ्यां धृतदेयास्तु पार्श्वमत्सेन्द्रमुत्तमम्.
Next up is Ardha Paschimottanasana. Now keep one leg straight and press the perineum with the other heel. Keep your chest forward and down as you hold onto the front foot with both hands. Bring your head down towards the knee as you visualize Swamiji and perform the Jivachala Kumbhaka, inhaling and forcefully moving the prana up and down and through your limbs within your body.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीवनी सम्पीड्य.
Next up is Crown Shasana. As you visualize yourself as a crane, keep one foot outside of the hip and hold onto the other foot, extending it up in front of your face. Visualize yourself as a crane as you perform the Mula Bandha.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now repeat Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीवनी सम्पीड्य.
And now repeat Crown Shasana on the other side as well.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next up is Svastikasana. Now sit with your soles between the thighs and calves. Keep your spine straight, palms resting on the knees. Embody peace, well-being, good fortune and prosperity as you visualize a swastika in your inner space.
जानुर्वोरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले उभे.
Next up is Godakshasana. As you keep your feet in the same position, cover your heels with the respective hands, tuck your chin to the chest, gaze to the tip of the nose, as you visualize Sage Godaknath, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya.
जानुर्वोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानो व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
Next up is Bhagasana 2. Now bring the left heel to the perineum and the right foot on top of the left thigh. Now visualize Swamiji, meditate on Arihanta, the enlightened one, as you gaze to your third eye and close all your five senses in Shanmukhi Mudra. Exhale. Close your eyes with the index fingers, nose with the middle fingers, mouth with ring and little fingers, and your ears with the thumbs.
वामपार्श्वमुक्तं संस्थाप्य दक्षाङ्घ्रिवामजगने.
Next up is Yogasana 2. As you place your feet on top of opposite knees, place your hands on the ground beside your body with the palms facing up. Keep your spine straight, gaze to the nose, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you roll up your tongue and inhale through the rolled up tongue while keeping the mouth in the shape of the beak of a crow. Slowly exhale through your nose in Kakachancha Kumbhaka as you perform the Mula Bandha.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा संस्थाप्य उपरि जानुनोः.
Next up is Urdhva Kukutasana. Now rotate your hands at the side of your body and push your palms into the mat, lifting your body off the mat as you visualize yourself as a rooster.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next up is Siddha Haratali Asana. From Padmasana, insert both hands through the knees and place them on the mat. Avoid lifting your body up. Stay seated on the mat as you gaze to the nose and perform the Mula Bandha.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे, हस्तुदो वो गोड़ासन धरे.
Next up is Hamsasana. Now push your body off the mat from the same position as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as an elegant swan.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा स्कन्धपर्यन्तं ऊरूनि नीत्वा.
The next asana is Karmukasana. From Padmasana, place your hands between the thighs and calves. While sitting, reach your hands behind the body. Interlace your fingers in Parusha Mudra. As you bring your forehead to the ground, gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे, घोड़ासन दिमाही करी धरे.
Next up is Kurmasana 2. From Padmasana, insert both hands through the thighs and calves. Bend your elbows to hold onto the restricted shoulders with your hands as you visualize yourself as a turtle, having a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years.
बाई जंग पर दक्षिण पावा, दाई जंग पर बाई ल्यावा.
Next up is Grandhi Vedasana. From the same position, tuck your chin to the chest, gaze to the nose, and rejoice knowing you are in Shiva's secret knot posture.
भक्षे नीलकंठ ग्रंथि भेदासनम शुभम.
The next asana is Uttana Kurmasana. With your legs in Padmasana, arms broad in between, roll onto your back and hold onto your shoulders as you embody a turtle laying on its back.
कुक्कुटासन बंधस्तम कराभ्याम धृतगंधरम.
Now sit back up into Padmasana. As you bring both hands in between the thighs and calves, place one hand flat on the mat and hold its wrist, balancing on one arm above the mat. As you push your body up, visualize yourself as a rooster in Pangu Kukkutasana.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मुनिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Place the other hand flat on the mat and hold its wrist. Push your body up. Repeat Pangu Kukkutasana on the other side.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मुनिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Next up is Gridrasana. From Padmasana, place your elbows on the toes and interlace your fingers. Rest your chins on the knuckles as you press your thumbs to the throat, visualizing you have gone beyond all greed and covetous.
तानोर्वोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानो व्यक्त संस्थितौ.
Next up is Padmasana 3. From Padmasana, hold one hand over the other with the palms facing upwards. Now, hold one hand over the other. Keep your spine straight. Gaze to the nose. Engage all Tribandhas as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानो चरणो विधाय विधिवत् शक्ति स्थितौ योगिरात्.
The next asana is Padmasana 4. From Padmasana, place your palms on top of the knees, keep your spine straight, gaze to your nose, visualize Paramashiva in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायु प्रसिद्धये शुभासनं सदा ध्यायेत् पूरयित्वा पुनः पुनः.
Next up is Karmukasana 2. From Padmasana, keep one hand on top of the respective knee and hook your hand around the other toe in Prana Mudra, rotating the throw round and round. Pull the elbow back as if you're pulling a bowstring as you visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow.
अथान्यासनमावक्ष्य योगपूरकरक्षणात् कृत्वा पद्मासनं पाद अङ्गुष्ठदङ्गजो स्थितम्.
Next up is Karmukasana 3. From Padmasana, cross your arms behind your back and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Gaze to the tip of your nose. Breathe in Kakachantra Kumbhaka as you engage all three bandhas and visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow.
कार्मुकासनमाक्षित्य उदरे पूरयेत् सुखं तदवायुर्वसो याति कालेन सूक्ष्मवायुना.
Next up is Dridhasana. Maintain Karmukasana 3. Lift your chest up and gaze to your third eye as you visualize yourself as the action of Paramashiva's third eye, destroying anything you come across. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so.
ऊरुभ्यामुपरि स्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्नतः दक्षिणं सव्यदेशे च सव्यं दक्षिणदेशके.
Next up is Nagradasana. From Karmukasana 3, with your arms behind your back, holding onto the opposite big toes, lay down on your elbows, thighs and back. Gaze to the nose, visualize yourself as a snake. Breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka as you perform the Mula Bandha.
प्रथम पद्मासन कोठाने द्वौ हाथ पाछाने आने पाद अंगूठा पकड़े आनी सोबई कोहन्या कुल्या पानी.
Now free your arms and legs. Pull your knees up towards your chest. Hold them with interlocked fingers close to your chest and tuck your chin to the knees. Squeeze your body into a ball in Kandukasana.
चित्रासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् निष्कृष्य ऊर्ध्वं नयेत्.
Next up is Urdhva Pavanasana. As you lay on your back, with the knees raised together, feet flat on the ground, interlock your fingers behind your head and gaze to the nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथमे सूधो सैन करावे घोड़ा ऊभा राशि मिलावे.
Next up is Markata Pitasana. As you lie on your back, bend your knees and keep the feet flat on the mat. Place the upturned palms under the heels. Lift your hips up. Engage Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha. Breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka with Jalandhara Bandha engaged on the exhalation as you visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape.
उत्तानशयनं पादतले उत्तानहस्तयोः स्थापयेत्.
Next up is Uttana Shikhi Pitakasana. As you lie supine, raise your hips up. Support your hips with your hands placed at the waist. Place the elbows on the ground, bearing the weight of your body. As you tuck your chin to the chest, gaze to the nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and keep breathing in Mocha Kumbhaka. Performing this asana before taking any meal will bring intense strength to your legs.
जङ्घोरुबलहीनश्चेत् उत्तानशिखिपीठकम् अप्रमत्तः प्रकुर्वीत भुक्तेः प्राग्विजितेन्द्रियः.
The next asana is Narakasana. As you lie supine, raise your hips and legs up straight. Bring your hands flat to the mat, supporting your body, balancing above the mat. As you visualize yourself blissfully traversing Narakaloka unscathed, engage Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्भ पादाग्रद्वयमूर्धमुत्त्रयेत्.
Now bring your hands to the lower back as you keep your legs vertical and then slowly angle and lower them down, keeping your core engaged. In Tiryanukasana, visualizing yourself as a boat crossing the ocean of samsara.
तावत् स्थित्वात् ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नयेत्.
The next asana is Dvajasana. As you place your hands back down to the ground, be straight as a flagpole, as you visualize yourself as the Kailasa flag, respected across all nations.
तिर्यन्नौकावते ग्रीवापृष्ठकोर्परैः भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Now gently lower your body down onto the mat, lay flat with the hands by the sides into Mritasana. Pull the Kundalini Shakti up along your spine forcefully once more, from Muladhara to Sahasrara Chakra. Relax, completely unclutch from any micro movements of the body and mind, as you visualize that your body is dead and Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is liberating you. Internally chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ सजनं तु शवासनं शवासनं श्रमहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्.
Pull the knees up towards your chest. Pull them close. Rock your body from side to side. As you slowly sit back up into a comfortable cross-legged position. Congratulations for completing the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, all 308 asanas. Today we are going to have the power manifestation next. Manifest the Shaktis of Paramashiva after invoking him and awakening your Kundalini through Nithyananda Yoga. Bold the superconscious breakthrough into your nervous system by manifesting the powers immediately. Stay tuned, as the session is going to start very soon. But for now, let us close the yoga session today with the Purna Mantra. Sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line, hands in Atmanjali Mudra in front of your heart center. Close your eyes, take a deep breath. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as we chant the Purna Mantra.
ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्तिः 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 हरिः ॐ तत्सत् सर्वं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव पादुकार्पणमस्तु ॐ नित्यानन्दम्.
Thank you all, Nithyanandam.
First thing I want to tell you, third eye can be opened. Second thing I want to tell you, for the sake of God, please open it. Third thing I want to tell you, do not believe the fellows who say it cannot be opened or it should not be opened. Third eye has a capacity to make anything you want as reality.
Taste the first breakthrough, conscious breakthrough guaranteed. It is all about opening your third eye, giving you first conscious breakthrough. Any human being can go through these initiations and have this superconscious breakthrough, manifest these possibilities and powers. It is possible for all of you.
If these words reach your ears, I am talking to you and it is for you.
I welcome, O humanity, come, it is time you experience superconscious breakthrough.
First thing I want to tell you, third eye can be opened. Second thing I want to tell you, for the sake of God, please open it. Third thing I want to tell you, do not believe the fellows who say it cannot be opened or it should not be opened. Third eye has a capacity to make anything you want as reality.
Taste the first breakthrough, conscious breakthrough guaranteed. It is all about opening your third eye, giving you first conscious breakthrough. Any human being can go through these initiations and have this superconscious breakthrough, manifest these possibilities and powers. It is possible for all of you.
If these words reach your ears, I am talking to you and it is for you.
I welcome, O humanity, come, it is time you experience superconscious breakthrough.
First thing I want to tell you, third eye can be opened. Second thing I want to tell you, for the sake of God, please open it. Third thing I want to tell you, do not believe the fellows who say it cannot be opened or it should not be opened. Third eye has a capacity to make anything you want as reality.
Taste the first breakthrough, conscious breakthrough guaranteed. It is all about opening your third eye, giving you first conscious breakthrough. Any human being can go through this initiations and have this superconscious breakthrough, manifest these possibilities and powers. It is possible for all of you.
If these words reach your ears, I am talking to you and it is for you.
I welcome, O humanity, come, it is time you experience superconscious breakthrough.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गहनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nithyanandam, I welcome all the Paramashivoham participants who are being seated here across different Zooms for the power manifestation session. Today, we are going to be manifesting the powers of Shiva, directly receiving his grace and manifesting that in our lives through this power manifestation. Today, we are going to be manifesting the power of third eye, reading and seeing with our eyes completely blindfolded. Now, requesting all the participants to please turn on your cameras and please be seated. Please be seated. Please turn on your cameras. Good to see all the participants back here right after the Nithyananda Yoga, manifesting these powers of Paramashiva from the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, the 308 asana sequence blessed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Right after those performance of the yoga, manifesting the powers directly will reach us into the higher state of consciousness. So please be seated. Please bring your eye bands and pen and paper as well. Let's give a few minutes for that. Please be seated and please turn on your cameras. Remember, please bring your eye bands. As before entering to any power manifestations which we are doing, we will be reciting the Shastra Pramana, which are the scriptural reference to manifest the power of third eye, which is reading and seeing with our eyes completely blindfolded today. The Shastra Pramana is revealed from Bhagavan Paramashivam himself, where he tells that these power manifestations are real and has benefits to all our being, raising ourselves to the superconscious breakthrough. Yes, good to see Pavan K or Raghunathan Shiranganaya just now being connected. Okay. Many other participants, please turn on your cameras as well. Now I'll be reciting the Shastra Pramana for us all to manifest the power of third eye, reading and seeing with our eyes completely blindfolded, getting to know this revelation directly by Bhagavan Paramashivam himself. Kapalantarmano nyasya tishtanmilitalochanaha kramena manaso dadyad lakshayed lakshamuttamam. The translation goes, by fixing the mind on inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having your eyes closed in succession, by that stability of the mind and inner space through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, Lakshyam, by having vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source, Paramashiva himself. So this is the verse directly revealed by Bhagavan Paramashiva from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra and the translation for that. So I hope all the participants are now ready in being seated for the power manifestation. Today we are going to do something unique than yesterday. It's going to be easier and maybe more fun for all of us to manifest the power of third eye today. So now we are going to be manifesting the round 1 of the power manifestation. Do not blindfold yourself now. I'll be just introducing what we are going to do today. Today again we are going to go ahead with the letters, but it's going to be any one of the chosen letters. I'll be choosing from the slide. As you can see beside of me, there will be a slide getting projected of those 6 different letters. It's letter A, letter C, letter E, letter G, letter L and the letter J. So from these 6 letters I'll be choosing and pointing out, like choosing any one of these letters and projecting it to all the participants once we are blindfolded. So hope all the participants are able to hear and get the instruction of the first round of the power manifestation. Again I am repeating, it's going to be any one of these 6 letters. I'll be choosing any one of these 6 letters, letter A, letter C, letter E, letter G, letter L and letter J, any one of these letters, and projecting it to all of you once we are blindfolded. Do not blindfold yourself now. Please give your intense listening, and then once I tell you to blindfold, and then we can blindfold ourselves. If all the participants are able to hear, you can give a thumbs up on your video camera, then we can go ahead. Okay, good. Now requesting all the participants to please close your eyes. Put on your eye bands. Please close your eyes. Please blindfold yourself. Visualize Paramashiva onto our inner space. Please close your eyes. Visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, in our being. Any form, any one of the darshans which you feel that you are connected to, take few seconds for that. Remember that form onto your mind or onto your inner space or onto your third eye. Start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Please keep your eyes closed. Just remember, Swamiji, whatever is getting revealed to you through your third eye, just be yourself as a receptive mode and keep seeing. Again, for all the participants who are joining us maybe for this round 1, it's going to be any one of the 6 letters I'll be choosing and projecting. From the letter A, C, E and the letter G, L and J. Hope all the participants are able to hear and understand. And the round 1 of the power manifestation has been started. Please close your eyes. Whatever is being revealed to you, just keep seeing. Do not open your eyes. Just see what is happening in your very being. Paramashiva flowing through you. Just be in a receptive mode in the space of oneness. Keep your eyes closed. Keep chanting the Mahavakya. We have a few more seconds left. Keep your eyes closed. Yes, now requesting all the participants, we can relax, you can take off your eye bands, please open your eyes. Please open your eyes. You can remove your eye bands, take off your eye bands. Yes, good. Now let's take few minutes of our time to type out our answers on the Zoom chat, telling what was getting revealed to you through your third eye. What was the answer? What was the letter which was revealed to you through your third eye? Please type out that. Yes, I can see the participant named as Srinivas C has put a message. The letter C you are able to see. Good, Aya. James Hull L. Okay, that's wonderful. Please leave the message in the Zoom chat. What was revealed to you through your third eye? Raghunathanaya C. Okay, that's great to see you that you have manifested C. Okay, let's see what's going to be the round. Philip Andreas Lopez has put D. Pavan K. You're able to see J and C. Okay, good. Alex Dosish, please leave the message what you are able to see. Let's give a few minutes of our time. Please leave the message. Okay, you are telling you are not able to see anything. Okay, you're putting a thumbs down. Okay, it's okay, yeah. We have a next round of the power manifestation. You can participate in this as well. We have a few more seconds for all the participants here to leave the message. Okay. Okay, I can see a participant named as Julian Nando has put a message. I have not the sadhana asana practice so irrelevant, though I saw L reverse. Okay, for all the participants who are seeing the vision in a different way, or thinking that how it is appearing, it doesn't matter at all. The way how you are seeing Swamiji is very, for every participant here, how it is manifesting for all of us is very unique. It can be you're seeing darkness, or it just comes as a flash and goes. For some of the participants, it just, you are able to just see maybe a letter A for a moment and then it just vanishes. It doesn't matter. Only thing is just being in the space of oneness and just seeing what is appearing in front of you. So looks like all the participants have put their message. Okay, let's move on to the next step of actually seeing what is the letter was chosen for all of us. Yes, now all the participants can see the letter was chosen was the letter C. So I think three of the participants have manifested. Srinivasaya, Raghunathanaya and Pavan K. So 3 of the participants have manifested this. You got the letter C correct. That's good. Now we'll move on to the next round of the power manifestation. Please keep your eyes closed. Blindfold yourself now. We are going on to the round 2 of the power manifestation. Please keep your eyes closed. Put on your eye bands. It's going to be same any one of those 6 letters. If some of the participants are not able to remember, I'm going to repeat again from the letter A, C, E and the letter G, L and J. From any one of these 6 letters I'll be choosing again and projecting it to all of you once we are blindfolded. Yes, able to see everybody is blindfolded now. So now visualize Swamiji onto our inner space and start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Please keep your eyes closed. We have 3 minutes for this round of power manifestation.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
We have few more seconds left. Keep your eyes closed. Whatever is getting revealed to you, just be an observer, seeing what is being revealed to you through your third eye. Do not jump into the conclusions whether you're going to get it correct, whether you're going to manifest or no. Just see, when you are manifesting, you are Paramashiva. The first powerful cognitions that all of us are holding is we are a Paramashiva. It doesn't matter from wherever we are from. We are Paramashiva sitting now as Paramashiva and manifesting these powers. Please keep your eyes closed. We have a few more seconds. Yes, now requesting all the participants, we can take off our eye bands. The round 2 of the power manifestation has been done. You can please open your eyes. Please open your eyes. Now let's take few minutes of our time again and type out your answers on the Zoom chat, telling what was the answer or what was the letter, whatever was revealed to you through your third eye. Please type out that on the Zoom chat for the round 2 of the power manifestation. Okay, Srinivasaya, you're able to see E. Okay, that's great. Let's give few seconds for that of leaving the message in the Zoom chat. Pavanaya K, Pavanaya A. Okay, Raghunathan Srirangan L. Okay, Philip Andreas A. James Hull A. Okay. Looks like all the participants have left the message. Zudo Wang, oh, it's good that you are back for the second round of the power manifestation. It's good to see you. You got A as well. Okay. Okay, Julian has put the message again E. Okay, the letter was chosen for all of us was the letter L. So I think Raghunathan, you have got both rounds correct. The first round C and the second round L as well. So both rounds you have manifested this time. So you got a breakthrough for yourself. Chalaya, you put A. Okay, but the letter was chosen for all of us was the letter L. So the first round was the letter C and the second round was the letter L for chosen for all of us for this round 2 of the power manifestation. Now as we are coming to the conclusion of the 21st minute of the power manifestation, the intense 21 minutes. Hope all the participants have enjoyed these sessions, manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. Now, let us take few minutes of our time of going ahead onto our social media and posting our experiences, maybe as pictures, videos, and post your experience. Remember, while posting your experience, please post with the hashtag Paramashivoham, Kailasa, Nithyananda, and Power Manifestation. Alex Dosage has put a message, don't see but old impact on my head start to appear and get healed. It's fine, Aya. More and more you manifest these powers, it's going to help you and get you healed absolutely, for sure. That's 100% guaranteed. Okay, Julian Nado has put a message. You saw a flash as L as well. Okay, then you have put that message. Philip Andreas Lopez Rogers has put a message. Thanks for the experience. Okay, good. Raghunathanaya, I think so this is the first time for you to manifest these powers for the both rounds. Looks like that you have manifested. Maybe you can put a message as well, whether this is the first time for you telling that whether you have manifested this power or not. Both round you got it exactly correct in the first go. If any other participants have any doubts or any clarifications regarding this power of third eye awakening, you can leave the message in the Zoom chat as well. Okay, yes. Raghunathan Aya has put a message, yes, for both. Good, Aya. And it's going to be taking us closer to Paramashiva himself. And the final thing, for the as all of us are going to receive Swamiji at the end of the day, receiving the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, seeing his darshans, that is going to make us even more closer to the power manifestation. Okay, Alex Dosage, you have not manifested any one of the round. You can please leave the message as well, whether you are able to see any one of those round or anything which will appear. You put a message, don't see, but have an old impact on my head, start to appear and getting healed. Okay, but did you see? Are you able to see anything which was appearing to you? You can leave the message of that. Before concluding the power manifestation, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism very beautifully tells there are very few techniques, or I can't call it as techniques, but methods to all of us to manifest the power more easily. Is when we connect, take few minutes of our time of our day. We have 24 hours. In that 24 hours, seeing 21 minutes, taking 21 minutes of our time sitting and being in the space of unclutching. Either you are getting connected to Swamiji by seeing his oneness capsules, or you see his darshans, either with the photographs or even through these power manifestations. When we are raising our consciousness to the superconscious breakthrough, it is easy for all of us to manifest these powers. When we have 21 minutes of our time, it's easier for us to all to manifest. Okay, Alex Dosage is putting a message. Difficult to see in most of it. I feel the things exactly. In the first place, when you are manifesting, you won't be able to see completely. It will be like you'll be able to feel something. For all the participants, maybe specifically for Alex Dosage, I can tell. If I am choosing the picture water, you won't be able to see exactly the whole water itself. Maybe you will feel something is going on. Maybe you can feel the water, or you're able to hear the sound of a water. For many of the participants, you may be able to see in those kind of experiences. So the first say, you don't need to be exactly looking into that, oh, you want to see something. Even though you're able to feel, that's great. So that's the first step of the power manifestation. You're able to feel something is happening around you when you're keeping your eyes closed. So that's good to put up the question as well. Alex Dosakchaya, thanks for that. So as I was explaining, that when you manifest more and more power and dedicate your 21 minutes every day for the power manifestation, sitting, closing our eyes and experiencing the Paramashiva, the space of Paramashiva inside our being, that will help us reach the superconscious breakthrough.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्याधिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nithyanandam, we welcome every one of you for the 8th day of Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham level 3. We welcome every one of you, Nithyanandam. All the participants, Nithyanandam, Magita Devi, Nithyanandam, to everyone that is sitting here with us. How are you all doing? Yes, Nithyanandam, Ma Yiligzu, Ma Anasha, okay, Ma Yoga Malar, Ma Elena, Ma Navamani, all of you are like with a wide smile, fresh, ready to start. Ma Johanna Nithyanandam and Nithyanandam, Ma Ratna Prabha, Ma Dahanananda, Ma Sita Narayan, Ma Navamani, Ma Elena, Ma Nishabin Patel, Liang Shuma Nithyanandam, Ma Anasha Nithyanandam. Lovely to have all of you here. Today is a very, very, very special day. We are going to be entering into one of the very sensitive subjects. And we are all going to be learning that, like delving deep into that and doing a very, very, very important process today. We are going to be going into the depths of ourselves. Today, if you have any kid, make sure, like, especially like in the teenage or youth, make sure you get them, because this sessions would really empower them as they are entering into new relationships in their life. Today is like a alchemy, conscious alchemy to your whole being, literally to your whole being itself. And the way you're going to be having all the experiences today, it's a conscious alchemy. See, throughout our life, right? We have so many people in our lives we meet with. We meet our, our parents, our relatives, our spouses or our children. So many relationships we carry. We are constantly facing the society. And one thing that comes along with it is all the tags and labels that we attach to ourselves. I am beautiful, I am ugly, I am good, I am bad, I am tall, short, thin, I am beautiful, I am not beautiful. And the definition of beauty is extremely subjective. It keeps changing. In one country, if something is considered beautiful, in another country, that same thing is considered ugly. And take an example of this. If you see, mostly in the eastern countries, we feel that a very fair skin is beauty. And then you come to the western side countries, we start feeling that, having a tan is good. So it's very subjective, but unfortunately, all of us suffocate ourselves with these standards. And not just that, we become uncomfortable with the way we are. Why do you think a child is able to be so happy? But we struggle, feel suffocated with whether it's our looks. We always feel, right? Oh, let just the small alteration, I'll look good. We all carry like such strict rulers with us and keep on suffocating, putting ourselves down. And this is not just limited to our physical look alone, but also seeps into our physiology. What does physiology mean? It means even in the way you feel about yourself and how you feel in your physiological level, including the gender identity.
nowadays, the modern day problems, one of the most problematic things that humanity is facing as every individual is gender identity, gender confusion. People go through a lot of suffocation and suffering with this gender confusion. Even those who feel that, no, I'm very clear, I'm just a girl, I'm very clear, I'm just a boy. Even the people who feel like that, we are stopping many of our own dimensions from expressing. Like, I've seen so many people, if you're a male especially, you stop yourself from being very expressive. Your creativity, your expressions, you stop that flow of your consciousness. And women start believing that, no, I am weak. I'm not saying, now I know it's changing a lot, but if we see inside us, deep inside us, these kind of ideologies that we were brought up with are still inside us. It's time that we break free from this. Today, we are going to be entering into this very important subject. I request you all to take a few minutes now and look around you. Check in the Zooms that you are logged in. Make sure that your friends and people that you have invited for today are also logged in. If they are not logged in, you can send them the join link.
And most importantly, today, every one of you that are sitting here with us, every one of you, let us take this responsibility. It's been 8 days. We all have enjoyed these amazing revelations from Swamiji, but now it is time that we reach out to our loved ones and make sure that they are not missing today's program. Because today, with everyone in today's society, it's becoming more and more increasingly difficult, and for people to be able to interact with the society without being having attached to these labels, these tags, everything that they add. And there's so much of pressure from everywhere. There's so much of pressure constantly as to how they're going to do it, how they're going to live, how they're going to, looks, whether their appearances. That is why today so many, whether it is plastic surgery or whether it is the whole cosmetic industry, the whole cosmetic industry nexus, everything literally earns money based on our fears, based on how we do things, based on our judgments, and all the fear, insecurities we have, they make a business out of it. That is why today, if you see in more Asian side, they all go behind fairness creams, and all the cosmetic industry is making their business on that. Similarly, on the Western side, right? The whole thing is about, tanning, making them their skin more tanned. Like this, everything is extremely the pharmaceutical nexus, the whole cosmetics industry, everything makes a business out of these tags. Today, Swami is going to help us unwind that most core, the most important part of us, the consciousness in us. How do we relate with ourselves? How do we treat ourselves? How do we understand our body, our appearance, not just physical body? Yesterday, we all understood about the physical body, but today it is more deeper. It is something more subtler. It is the physical, psychological, physiological, and the conscious layers that we are going to be working on. How many of you are going to take responsibility? It becomes our responsibility to inform the others so that they don't miss such a precious offering that Swamiji is giving. How many of you here are going to take responsibility to reach out to your loved ones, to invite them for today's program? Could you all please put yes in the chat? So also the link to the program for you to invite people is being posted in the chat. You all can send that to the family members and everyone
See.
that you're inviting.
I see Ma Stephanie's message. She says, I don't know anyone who has any gender identity problems. The people that are having issues with their own body, meaning actually this is society uses this to keep us as its slaves, setting some beauty standards, setting some, excuse me, really society sets some really sometimes even toxic beauty standards. But all of these make us feel low about ourselves, as if something is wrong within us. I'm not saying we should not be healthy, but there's a clear borderline between when you are looking to only be healthy versus when it's you start being toxic with your own self, meaning you start being self-negative, self-sabotage in multiple levels. Today, this is going to be helping everyone to first start being comfortable with themselves and complete with your gender identity, sexual identity, and how you feel at the core of you about you. Multiple layers and layers and layers. We are stopping ourselves, multiple dimension of us, because of these incompletions that are sitting, the past wounds that are still sitting in so many layers. So take a few minutes. Make sure that all of your friends, relatives are all logging in now, because every session is going to be very important. If you need, you can send the join link. They'll be able to immediately join. And make sure that you share this and make sure that everyone is getting it.
Let us get ready to consciously delve into understanding and knowing about these sciences and healing ourselves. And Ma, see, you don't need to know someone suffering with it to give this. This is the greatest boon you can give to anyone. But we are just saying in specific, if you know such people, share it with them. But it is not only for them. Anyone and everyone, all of us have relationships in life. Every one of us navigate through different relationships. We all live with our body. We all consume the content. Today, even before a kid understands about themselves, they start consuming the content about sex, sexual identity, everything through the internet, unfortunately. And many times this messes up their internal system, their cognitions, everything. And it becomes our responsibility as people who know that there is a science, there's a solution for this. It becomes our responsibility to take care and make sure we reach out to those people. So please reach out, and the links have been posted. And today, the first session we are going to be learning is understanding about one of the most important aspects, the Savikalpa Samadhi. How we exist, the space in which we exist. What is Savikalpa Samadhi? How do you manifest that experience in space? So let us now listen to Swamiji's revelations on Savikalpa Samadhi.
Mind is not linear like this, so that you can just put a barricade, stop it, you are a yogi. No. Mind let me exactly present the visualization what Patanjali taught when he used the word yogaha chitta vritti nirodhaha. Understand this example, this visualization. There is an ocean. Few fishes are jumping randomly, spontaneously, for no reason. Those few fishes are the random thoughts you continuously get. Unfortunately, you cannot look at the scene as it is. You want to make meaning out of everything. If you see a rose, you want to make a meaning out of it. If you see a moon, you want to make meaning out of it. If you see a light, you want to make a meaning out of it. Please understand, when you see a rose, you just don't directly enjoy or perceive it. You start thinking, oh, it's beautiful. It's a rose. Then all the roses you received in your life or you gifted in your life, the memories comes. Then the mood associated with receiving or giving the rose. Then the reactions of receiving or giving the rose. By the time you are out of rose. Same way with the moon. With anything, you do not perceive as it is. This is the plan of the mind. Means from the top view of the mind I am trying to present. Then I will give you the front view and side view. Top view of the mind. Ocean. One fish just jumps here. One fish jumps from here. One fish jumps from here. One fish jumps from here. These are the random thoughts. You can look into your mind. If you just sit 5 minutes with your mind and pen down whatever is happening, you will see it is a random, spontaneous, unconnected, illogical, independent thoughts happening. Suddenly you will see, wow, cold evening, hot bhaji will be really nice. No, I should go to Madurai and see my parents. It will be really nice if I stay in the ashram. No, the family needs to be taken care. If you just look inside, the thought which is happening continuously has no logical connection. Just 5 minutes, if you do this experiment, whatever comes inside, pen down as it is, but never show it to others. People will be frightened. Just pen down as it is. You will see it is completely illogical, independent, irrelevant, irresponsible, unconnected, and unclutched from each other by its nature. By its very nature, thoughts are not connected because they are happening randomly. There is no logic between why this fish is jumping, why this fish is jumping, what height this fish is jumping, why it immediately went back into the water. But we don't feel comfortable looking at anything as it is happening. As we are not established in pure awareness, we somehow want to make meaning out of this. Then we start creating a rectangle. Trying to create the rectangle between the different spontaneous random movements of the fish is what I call mind. Please understand, mind is not the movements of the fish, random movements of the fish. Mind is you trying to connect something and make something out of it. When you try to make something out of random movements happening inside you, you create mind. It is the second layer illusion. Please understand. The first layer illusion is this fishes jumping. The second layer illusion is trying to make something concrete out of this random spontaneous movement. Anybody who understands from the second layer illusion and relaxes himself, he is called udasi, liberated, taking things simply. It's okay. Please understand. As long as you trust these diagrams which you make out of these fish movements and make strategy planning, every day you will be making new strategy planning and invariably failing. Nobody can win making any strategy out of this rectangle or diagram you try to make. What you do? Oh, it almost looks like rectangle. Why not move this fish point from here to here so that it will become perfect rectangle? That is what is your strategy planning. But you don't understand the funny thing. You are doing all your strategy planning in second layer illusion. First, you dream. In your dream, in a night, you dream, you have a huge house and huge property and lot of workers, an obedient wife, which you can see only in the dream. And you start now doing the strategy planning, how to maintain that house beautifully. Understand? Suddenly, in a moment, you wake up. What will happen to your whole strategy planning? The strategy planning happens in the second layer illusion, not even in first layer illusion. If you are making a strategy planning, how to have a dream of very pleasing, pleasant, wealthy, you are working with the first level illusion, first layer illusion. But you have the first layer illusion and doing a strategy planning for the second layer illusion. It is illusion on illusion. That is why we miserably fail. The side view will be, this is the ocean. One fish jumps here, one fish jumps here, one fish jumps here, one fish jumps here. And you try to create a rectangle out of it. This is the way you try to create the thought. See, these are all independent movements. Fortunately, the fishes do not have any group mating, team coordination, when you will jump, when I should jump, how much height we should jump and when we should land back. No. It is a random, spontaneous movement. But the mind, the ego, cannot operate on spontaneity. It has a basic necessity to create a kind of an understanding, create a kind of a boxing, dowholing. See, whatever information comes to you, you try to dowhole. In the post office, they say, when thousands of letters are in front of them, they say, oh, Bangalore, Chennai, Kolkata, Mumbai. How they dowhole the letters in the box, pigeonholing the letters. Same way, anything happens randomly, spontaneously in your inner space, you try to pigeonhole it. The pigeonholing happens by creating or feeling this illusory connection. All you need to do to become a yogi is just avoid the second layer illusion. Means trying to create this square or rectangle and make it as a perfect geometric figure. That's all you need. Just stop connecting these random spontaneous thoughts and trying to create meaning out of it. Understand? The ocean is an ocean. Fish is a fish. They are all completely free beings and they jump as they want. They fall into the ocean as they want. They live as they want. They dance as they want. Do not try to create the points and make lines. After making lines, oh, if this corner is little adjusted, it will become a perfect geometric diagram. Don't waste your energy in the second layer illusion of creating perfect geometry or diagrams out of the spontaneous random fish jumping. That is what I call yogaha chitta vritti nirodhaha. The moment you stop making these diagrams, taking these fish points as an important points and making this diagram, the moment you stop, suddenly you will see you are in samadhi. You are in samadhi. This making of the diagram is chitta vritti. Trying to constantly make diagrams out of the spontaneous random things happening in your mind. The first level illusion is thinking that fishes are jumping after a clear strategy planning meeting. As a team, they are working. That's the first illusion. Second illusion, trying to create a logical diagram out of those jumping points. Third level illusion is analyzing the diagram and trying to make it logical, geometric, get out of it. It's a very deep but strong truth. Just by understanding can liberate. Just this understanding can liberate you. Just by understanding, liberation is possible. Because the moment you understand, all the thoughts happening in you are irrelevant, independent, illogical, unconnected, irresponsible, and unclutched. You will not bother too much to respond to those fish jumpings. You will not try to create a diagram first. Then you will not try to geometrically alter it. You will not try to fit it with what you call as a perfect figure. You will not be wasting your time and energy in the second level or third layer illusions. Almost like giving you the clear-cut guidance, GPS. Patanjali is the GPS for the inner world. Let's enter into today's sutra. Avidya, asmita, raga, dvesha, abhiniveshaha, kleshaha. How Vivekananda translates the sutra, let's see. The pain-bearing obstructions are ignorance, egoity, attachment, aversion, and clinging to life. Swami Prabhavananda translates as, these obstacles, the causes of man's sufferings, are ignorance, egoism, attachment, aversion, and the desire to cling to life. Again, Swami Sachidananda translates as ignorance, egoism, attachment, hatred,
and clinging to life are the 5 obstacles. Many times people tell me, everybody knows about obstacles. What is there, Swamiji? You give directly solution. I say, no. If you know about obstacles, that is solution. Knowing about the obstacles is solution. If you need something called solution independently, be very clear you do not know about the obstacle. Because when you have intelligence about any obstacle, see, the intelligence about the obstacle includes the way in which you need to go through the obstacle. It is not just information. Here, when Patanjali is describing all the different obstacles, the very description, the very understanding, the very clarity equips you with all the tools and weapons, what I call Shastra Shastras, the knowledge weapons. So naturally, you will be able to handle it, live through when it happens in you. First, Patanjali starts with the word avidya, ignorance. The word ignorance is too small for avidya. Avidya means trusting things which are not permanent in your life as permanent solid support to divert yourself from the constant insecurity reminder happens in your system. Understand? All of us by nature built with the constant reminder of insecurity system. Like if you don't put the seat belt, how the light goes on in the car, continuously reminding you, or some special sound. Same way, till you become enlightened, there is a constant reminder in you that insecurity. I tell you, you are inbuilt with that insecurity. When you try to divert yourself from that constant reminder, using something which is very impermanent. Sometimes people are so foolish, knowing it is impermanent, they use those diversions because the fear of fear, when that insecurity haunts, it feels too much and they don't know what to do or they don't want to do the real solution, like alcohol, for few hours, nothing else. They know in that few hours the problem is not going to be solved. It may become a little more. Many times, these people come and tell me, oh, sitting in meditation, is it not like trying to forget all the problems, escaping from the problems? No. Not sitting in meditation is what is trying to escape from the problems. Trying to divert yourself through other things. Any entertainment except you facing you directly is escaping from that insecurity. Is escaping from that red signal, that constant reminder. Avidya means trying to divert yourself from that constant insecurity using something which is impermanent. I tell you, if you have the capacity to sit with you with closed eyes, just 40 minutes a day, nothing else, 40 minutes a day. Every day, whatever may be your outer world situation, Whatever may be your mood swing, whatever may be, if you are able to sit 40 minutes with closed eyes, you don't need to meditate or get into samadhi, or I am not telling about all those things. I am not giving you any big technique or method or nothing. Just 40 minutes you are able to sit with closed eyes. I tell you, you will not have any problem. You don't need to escape from any problem, because 40 minutes, all your insecurity will come up and haunt you. And the great, beautiful thing about your insecurity is, if you just sit with it directly, it will give you solution and go away. It will just give you solution. You will come to terms with it. Either the strategy to work will happen in you, or you will just come to terms with it. See, if that insecurity, the situation has to be handled in the outer world, means some other person is also involved and responsible for that insecurity. You will have the right strategy to handle that person. And if nobody is involved, you are alone creating like a ghost, then you will simply come to terms with it. You will come to terms, you will face it. I tell you, nothing, just sitting with yourself, nothing else. 40 minutes with closed eyes, just sitting. Whatever comes. You will see in 2 months. All the things which you need to face, you would have faced already. The biggest asset for any human being is ability to sit with himself. Actually, when you use the will and stop the breath, at the most what will happen? After a limit, automatically your will lose its power and body will start breathing. That's it. Again, when you remember, stop. Means, when your logic is able to control the body, stop. It's a very powerful technique. It can lead you to manonasha, cessation of mind. Nasa is not a perfect word. No other way. Let us use it. In Sanskrit, nasa means complete destruction. But you don't need to have the destruction of mind. You need to have cessation of mind. Cessation and destruction are totally different. End of mind, please understand. Mind vibrates in certain frequency. So it should end being vibrating in that frequency and just shift to a different frequency. That's all we want. That's what I call cessation of mind. Cease to exist in that frequency. Not destruction. Nasa is not the right word. Your mind needs to cease to exist in the frequency in which it is existing now. For that, this is the technique. Whenever you remember, whenever you can, any time you can do, whatever may be the breathing, except the thought, you are breathing. You see, you are breathing. That breathing movement will create a certain thought. I am breathing, going in, coming out. Those thoughts are allowed. Other than that, any thought, stop the breathing. This is what I call surrendering to prana. Surrendering to the energy. Pranic energy. Except the thought of prana, everything else is surrendered to prana. The surrendering to prana straight away leads to Savikalpa Samadhi. And naturally from Savikalpa Samadhi, you will melt down into Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Please understand, it's a technique. I don't want to add more and more words because you will miss the technique. You will miss the technique if you add more and more words. I have seen people go to some functions, festivals, marriages. They see all the decoration and finally miss seeing the bride and bridegroom. Really, it happens. They'll remember all the decorations, everything around. They'll just miss seeing bride and bridegroom, eat and come back. It's like you go to hospital and see everything and see the doctor also, but forget to discuss about your disease with the doctor and come away. Because of the glory of the structure. With lawyers also the same thing happens. People go to lawyers and forget the topic they need to discuss and come back. Because lawyers are very intelligent. They talk only what they want to talk. And they are very intelligent. They can twist all your topic, subject, everything. And the conversation will go somewhere. After you come back only you will realize, oh, you went for discussing this subject and you completely forgot. I don't want to use more and more words. I'll give you the exact technique. Whatever may be the time or space, whatever may be the action of breathing, whether going in or staying in or coming out or staying out, whatever may be, the moment breathing creates thought in you, stop it. After a few moments, automatically it will be released. When you remember again stop it. I can say, this is one of the most sacred secret to achieve enlightenment. This is a technique for instant enlightenment. Instant Kundalini awakening. If you work on this technique sincerely, 2-3 hours enough, it can awaken your Kundalini. When I say I mean 2-3 hours, when I say I mean chronological 2-3 hours. What you understand as 2-3 hours, the calendar and the calculating mechanism or the clock which you use. I am not talking from my space. Somebody goes to temple and prays to God. God, what it is, $1 million for you. God says what? It's 1 paise. What it is, 1,000 years for you. He says what? It is just 1 second. Then this fellow says, oh God, then why don't you give me $1 million? God said, wait for 2 seconds. So I am not talking from that language. No. I am talking from your language. Just few hours, even 2-3 hours, if you work on this technique sincerely, it's not impossible, it is possible.
Swamiji so beautifully explained about Savikalpa Samadhi. Understanding what is illusion, what is reality. That space, that state is Savikalpa Samadhi. Now, it is very important for us to understand that one important aspect that Swamiji revealed. Your ability to retain yourself, come back to the space of unclutching again and again. Whenever you know that there's an up or a down and there's a imbalance, your ability to come back to that space in which you exist is Savikalpa Samadhi. Swamiji had so beautifully explained with that example of that fish. How?
Think that mind is something that we can control. How many of you think like, yes, I know I have thoughts like this. Definitely I can control. I'm going to change my habits. I'm going to change the way I function. How many times you have had thoughts like this? Just wave your hands. All right. But how many times you have seen multiple times that even though you try it in one way, but mind is jumping and slipping and changing in a different way. Let's give you a simple example. You just thought that you want to be very strict with your diet. You thought, I can do it. And you said to yourself, you would definitely do it. But then somehow something happens and then your mind, you in a different aspect of your life. Maybe in your behavior, maybe in the way you carry yourself. Because fundamentally, we need to understand that our mind is like, it's not linear. It is not like a straight line, like a linear that you can put some barricade and control it. It's like a pond where the thoughts are like random fishes jumping here and there, where you can't even predict where it will come from, where it will start and where it will go. You can't predict it. That's why you're not able to put a barricade on it. You're not able to put a barricade and say, no. Savikalpa means that last moment, like a nightmare. It is that last dream because of which you wake up. We need to understand that mind is not like a linear line like this, where you can just put a barricade and stop it. No. Mind is a pond where there are few fishes jumping everywhere. It's completely random. It's random, it's spontaneous and illogical. It's an illogical process, like where it's just randomized, spontaneous, illogical, independent thoughts happening.
Fish jumping in the pond. It is random. It is unconnected, irrelevant. Like, for example, if you just see how your mind functions, let's say you're walking in the road and you see a dog. You see a dog barking at you, and suddenly you remember the dog, and then you remember, oh, correct. My friend also had a dog like this. Then suddenly from there, you'll remember the school. From there, something you'll remember randomly. And then suddenly you'll remember about some movie. Suddenly you'll remember about some food that you love. Suddenly you'll remember about what you need to do tomorrow. It will be completely randomized and it happens so continuously. Like, actually, the best example you can understand this with is, right? Fan. Have you all noticed when the fan rotates, right? It looks like almost it's in a continuous circle. It looks like there's no gap. But though there are only 3 or 4 wings maximum, and there's a lot of gap in between, when it is continuously like rotating so fast, you will not be able to see it. You will just lose the track of the gaps. It'll look like a seamless circle that's continuously rotating. That is exactly what happens to our thoughts. It is so continuous, like every second, it happens so much. We think it's all connected. That's why Swamiji tells the pain that you got now The pain you got 5 minutes before, the pain you got 5 hours before, 5 days before, or 5 weeks before, or 5 months before, or 5 years before are all irrelevant, not connected. We pick up the pain we got 5 years before, 5 months before, 5 weeks before, 5 days before, 5 hours before, 5 minutes before. We make we stitch it all of them together and we make them as like one shaft. We say, I have been suffering with pain. That is how all of us make a delusory layer. Actually, the thoughts you have are not connected to each other. Your mind is just randomly, spontaneously generating thoughts. That's all.
A very quick exercise. Take a few minutes. Let's take about 5 minutes or 10 minutes and write down, transcribe your mind. Please start. Just start writing whatever is coming. Even if a thought is coming saying, I don't have thought, write that down. Please start penning down. Your time starts now. Start transcribing your mind. Whatever is coming in your mind, please start writing it down. Piece of paper, just don't need to put it in chat and all. Only put it in your notebook. Just write it down. Start transcribing all your thoughts, whatever it is coming. Remembering your kitchen, write it down. Then you're remembering your office, write it down. Whatever thoughts are coming, start writing it down.
Now, how many of you notice that when you're writing down, your thoughts are completely irrelevant? How many of you notice that?
It's whatever you read, whatever you've written. How many of you are able to see that actually it's completely disconnected? See, you might draw a connection with the way how you were thinking, but actually read it, you'll see they're just random thoughts. How many of you are able to see that? It's just random thoughts. Masneha Patel is saying not connected at all. Exactly. These are just random thoughts. Ma Yoga Malar, Ma Devi Karani, Ma Geeta Devi. Yes.
Unconscious about our thinking, we are not in awareness, our thoughts are so random. You see a dog, you remember suddenly your school friend who had a similar pet dog, and then from there suddenly you'll remember your school, and then you'll remember a math teacher who used to be all the time grumpy. Now, what is the connection between the dog and the math teacher? Nothing at all. You just randomly create a whole stream. From there, you'll go off to your old memories, from there to some other memories, and then you'll sulk. Like this, we just create some random thoughts, and constantly we feel like, so many things are running in my head, I'm not able to handle. If we just practice Savikalpa Samadhi, what Swamiji explained, unclutching. If we just practice unclutching, you will see that all these things that you create for yourself is not required.
Ma Johanna has posted. It's literally like paying attention to one fish jumping and then another and another. See, we first need to understand. Does the order in which the fishes are jumping affect the pond? Or where the fishes are jumping affect the pond? No. But what we do, we see one fish and we think that that fish, oh, look, it's jumping like here. Then you wait for it to jump again. Then you see it is jumping there. And then you draw a connection between this point and that point. And then draw another connection between another fish jumping. And you form, let's say there are 4 random fishes jumping. You suddenly see a square over there. You suddenly put a rectangle over there. Understand? You will see that you are connecting it. And then we give a label. Oh, today is a sad day. Today is a very hectic day. It was very, very hectic. My whole life is so painful. I have so much of suffering. No one would have suffered as much as I have suffered. These kind of thoughts start coming in us by us drawing. It's like you're trying to create shapes or patterns connecting to unconnected fishes. And then you think you put a shaft, like how Swamiji is explaining. We draw that shaft. We create a pain shaft, then a joy shaft. And then we feel that usually we most of the times, you minus out all the joy shaft and create a pain shaft and think, my whole life is so painful. My childhood was such an amazing childhood. Oh, when I was young, it was so nice. Actually, if you go remember that days, which you think is very nice, you will remember even at that time, you were thinking about another past of yours and thinking that, oh, now it's so sad. But look, that date was so good. It's like when you now you'll be feeling that your college days were the best. And then just go remember back when your college time was there, you'll think school days were the best. And in your school, you'll be actually thinking about your summer holidays. Understand, we go on creating a non-existent shaft and believe our whole life is like that. How many of you are able to relate to this? How many of you are able to see this, that this is what you're doing in your life? But whether you connect to fishes or don't connect it, they are random. They are. The pond is not getting affected by their jumping. Same way, your inner space is having these randomized thoughts jumping. First and foremost thing, the quality of your consciousness is not getting pure or impure by these thoughts. You first need to unclutch from these thoughts. and experience how that pure space is.
All actually do that. Understand, when you sit in that space of Savikalpa Samadhi and when you are unclutching from all the thoughts, you will just experience that space completely unclutched, and you will not constantly have so many different things running in your head. And the way you will interact with life, it will be realistic. Swamiji will say it will not be complicated, it will not be infused based on your fast thoughts, your assumptions. You will have a realistic view of life, not pessimistic or optimistic. You'll have a realistic view of life. So now, let us all take a few minutes. I request every one of you to just sit and unclutch. Do not create a thought. Do not sustain a thought. Do not destroy a thought. Just sit and unclutch. Please sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Have your eyes closed. I request everyone to sit straight. Please close your eyes. Just sit and unclutch. Do not entertain any thoughts. Do not try to create any thoughts. Just be in that space of unclutching. Just witness. Don't cherish anything. Just witness it. Whatever is happening, don't clutch onto anything. See them as random fishes are just jumping in the ocean. You just witness those thoughts. If a thought is created already, don't worry. Just unclutch, witness it. Don't create a thought. Do not sustain a thought. Do not destroy a thought. Just unclutch and just witness the thoughts. Continue to unclutch. Just witness it. Do not try to create. Do not try to destroy. Do not try to rejuvenate. Do not try to sustain. Now, as you unclutch, it is from this space of unclutching that power manifestation happens. Whenever you manifest powers, right? If you always notice, it is from the space of unclutching you'll be able to manifest powers. Today, all of us are going to be manifesting a very, very beautiful power. The power of being able to see using the alchemy products, Kristashila, mirror, or the Jnananjana. Okay? As you unclutch now, you will experience a space of like complete completion. It's very serene, calm, undisturbed state. Just in that space, if you choose any place that you want to, you will be able to manifest the power of being able to see those places just by your will. Actually, there's a very beautiful happening in the Hindu Purana, right? This Mahabharata. It shows clearly how power manifestation science was so commonly available to people. There's this one charioteer called Sanjay, who's just, after all, a charioteer, like a taxi driver of today's world, just to compare, right? Like just a normal common citizen. Means he's not a great yogi, he's not a great tapasvi, he didn't do meditation for years. Just like if I have to give a contrast, today's normal world, people who go to 9 to 5 jobs and who are just normally living their lives, who are not great seekers, etc. But even Sanjaya was able to, a charioteer, he was able to see what was happening in the war. So it so happens that there's a blind king called Dhritarashtra who's not able to see, and the war is happening elsewhere, right? So this person, this charioteer called Sanjaya, he uses his third eye and he listens to what is happening in the war field and describes it to Dhritarashtra. That is what we all have as Bhagavad Gita today. This shows how commonly, easily accessible these sciences are for us. There's a very beautiful line from our Shastras which exactly describes this process. Here it is from Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, and the exact technique Paramashiva reveals. He tells, Vyomakaram swamatmanam dhyaye digbhiranavritam nirashraya chitishakti swarupam darshaye tada. He tells, Paramashiva beautifully reveals how, see, the exact technique is you have to cognize yourself as the vast universe, right? In the form of vast etheric space, which is limitless in any direction. Like you are going to visualize yourself as a sky, right? Which is not limited to any direction. And cognizing yourself as that formless space, when you establish yourself in that, Paramashiva tells you'll be able to see anything you want, any information you want. So you just need to cognize yourself as that vast etheric space. And from that space, you'll be able to identify anything that you want in any point of time. Now, we are all going to be manifesting this exact power. Okay. Can I request every one of you here to partner up? Can you all please pair up with one person? You all will be able to see each other. The focus mode is being removed. So yes, you all will be able to see each other. Come on. Shall we all start? Can I request every one of you to pair up? See, it's a very, very simple, easy power. And as much as possible, pair up with someone whom you do not know. Like Ma Sneha, you can pair up with Ma Sonia. You can just pair up with someone whom you do not know of. Like random, like you don't know their house, you don't know their choices or tastes. Come on, everyone connect to a partner. The technique is very, very simple. Okay. You are going to be seeing through the third eye and you're going to be describing what exactly is there in their particular place. Like for example, let's say I'm going to scan Ma Rishudeng. Okay. So when I'm scanning Ma Rishudeng, I will be scanning her house, how exactly her house is. As soon as I enter, what I see. Don't be generic. Don't say there's a kitchen, there's a cupboard, there's a this thing, that thing. No. Be as precise as possible. Scan all the details that you can. We will be projecting the parameters for you. You all can see number of bedrooms, number of bathrooms, the layout, wall, the color, type of furnitures, the layout of the kitchen, the wall material of the kitchen. You're all going to be scanning all of these details to your partner. Okay, shall we all get started? Can I request every one of you? Come on, let's do it very simple. Okay, I'm going to give it all 7 minutes. you all are going to be connecting, you can describe all the details. So, Ma Chingho, you can scan, identify like any kind of details from another person's house. Like, for example, I'll just give you an example. Like, I see a bookshelf behind you. When you scan a person, you'll be able to see it as clearly as you can see the room around you. You're understanding, Ma? Let us start.
For Paramashiva in me, for Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Mahavagya, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva, for Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now, as you're doing the manifestation, continue doing the same unclutching that you were doing previously. Power manifestation always happens from the space of unclutching only. Now, what exactly power manifestation is? Swamiji says that all power manifestation that happens with his initiation, even Sanjaya, when he was scanning, he got the initiation from the Guru, from Bhagavan Vedavyasa, and he was doing the power manifestation. When you do the power manifestation with Swamiji's initiation, what you're doing is, you're nothing but connecting to the space component of you, which is what you can understand as the most ultimate. You have your length, breadth, your time component, and the space component. Now, your time component is related with the air of your body. So each of the elements in your body is connected to one dimension of you. Like the length is the earth, the breadth is the water, the depth is fire, air is time, time is air, and space is the akasha, the ether that we understand. Now, when you are in that air dimension, Swamiji has revealed what is the air component of your body. It is your inner chatter, the thoughts that are constantly going on within you. How does time get created? This is the same as the time component of you. How does it get created? Only when your length, breadth, and depth are hitting against the space. When they collide, the dust created is time, is what Swamiji says. So that dust is only the thoughts you have. Now, when you pull your length, breadth, and depth away from the space, meaning what? All your thoughts that you're projecting, when you unclutch from those thoughts, that is when you are able to access the space dimension. How many of you are understanding this clear science? It's a very clear thing where when you pull your length, breadth, and depth, your visualization, verbalization, and decisions, your declarations away from your manifestation, that is when you let the space flow through you. You let Paramashiva come through you to make the manifestation happen. That's why now for the manifestation, you're just going to do unclutching. In Bhagavad Gita, when Arjuna asks Krishna, Krishna tells him that you have to stop the thoughts, you have to unclutch from your thoughts. And Arjuna says that I think it is the mind is so strong and so wild, it's as hard as controlling the wind it is to control the mind. It's more difficult than controlling the wind to control the mind. That time Krishna very beautifully says, Asamshayam mahabaho manudurnigraham chalam abhyasena tu kaunteya vairagyena cha grihyate. Krishna says, without doubt, it does seem difficult to control the mind. But by practice and by vairagya, which is being beyond the attachment, detaching from it, meaning what? When you unclutch that vairagya, where you're not associating any emotions, any feelings, any happenings in your life to the thought that's coming up. That vairagya happens with your thought. You remove any attachment you have with your thought. That's when the mind really comes under your control. Swamiji says, if you try to control the mind, if you try to stop your thoughts, you will find it impossible. You will feel that it's not possible. You will find more thoughts coming up. But if you unclutch from the thoughts, start witnessing the thoughts instead of leading your thoughts in some certain direction or taking it towards something, attaching other past experiences with it, then you open the time layer. You remove that dust called thoughts, and the space can directly flow through you, and you can see your reality exactly as you want it to be. Now, when we enter into the power manifestation, you have connected with your partner. Just in that pure space which you have emptied now, without clutching onto any of the thoughts will come. It's like bubbles in a fish tank, Swamiji says. They seem like a continuous stream, but they're actually all independent. When you start recognizing the gap will expand. In that gap, you drop the question, whatever it is you want to scan. Swamiji, Paramashiva, tell me the details now of this house, this person's house. Just do that. Then unclutch. See, don't constantly be seeing, oh, is it coming? I'm not seeing anything. What is Paramashiva showing me? No. Now you are letting him flow. So the answers will automatically start appearing. Literally like a 3D vision you will have, like as if you have put augmented reality, you will start seeing the whole house, the way the house is, all the details, the door frame, the colors, the shapes, pictures, everything. And based on the parameters, based on each thing, you can do it even like this. Sometimes for me, what works is when I close my eyes and I say, okay, first what it says, find the color of the out wall of the house, of the living room, let's say. Then I close my eyes, I unclutch. I say, Paramashiva, now I am you. You're going to now show me what is the color of this person's living room wall. Then you start the unclutching process. Don't go back to the same thought again. Then Paramashiva will reveal it to you and you can just share it like that to your partner. You can say, Paramashiva has shown me this, and just tell it to the partner. Are we all understanding? So let's start. Chant Mahavakya, that is a frequency, the sound. Even your DNA is held together with sound. So that sound which comes raises your frequency beyond all the lower frequency of your thoughts. Let's start. When you're doing the manifestation, whether it's something you see or something your partner is telling you. Look how it is connected. How are you able to see it in your life? Do not do it as a guess. Understand it's a vision you're having. It's more real. What you're seeing through your third eye is more real than what you see through your two eyes. Remember that. And even if your two eyes are not telling you the same thing, actually your third eye is right. When you have that confidence, like we learned a couple of days ago, the creating the coherence between our my world and the thee world. If you go into the thee world, you will only find depression. But when you go through the my world and then create that as a coherence with create that a connect between your my world and the thee world, that is when it happens. From that understanding, when you're doing the third eye, what comes in your third eye is right. Keep that as a very clear base. Then find the coherence between the world and my world. The more and more you do this, the more and more you do between what your third eye is saying and what seems like the reality, then you start trusting the manifestation and more manifestation happens.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
when you're doing the power manifestation, go into the details of it. For example, let's say I'm scanning and I say that, okay, I see, as soon as you enter the house, the door is towards the left of the house, the leftmost side, and then you enter. There's a small room in which the TV is, and then I go further in, I see a huge living room. It's very big and it's rectangular in shape. There is a window of on the opposite side. There is there is a couch which is pushed against the wall towards my left when I enter the house. And then I see a TV in front of that. There's a red carpet. The flooring is dark brown wood, like this, in that way of detail. When you say, then you go further in behind the couch, there's a wall, and behind the wall there is a staircase to go upstairs. The opposite end of the house, towards the right side of the house, there is a kitchen, and the kitchen is open. It's not a separate room. It's like an island kitchen, and I'm able to see that you have hung a curtain in front of the window near the kitchen. The curtain is green in color, and the wall is very rough finish with like a peach gray color rough finish. In this way, describe it in as much detail as you can. Further, the more details you scan, you can take each parameter, the number of rooms. So I'm seeing there are 4 rooms in the house with 3 connected bathrooms and 1 separate. Like that, you can tell all the details. I'm able to see colors, the colors you're seeing, the shapes you're seeing, some unique features that appear, that something which is not common to all houses. Actually, when we started doing the manifestation, it literally used to be like that. The Balasins, when we started, we would say, I'm able to see you have a bedroom in your house. I'm able to see you have a kitchen in your house. But you're able to see it. That is the main point. Then you can go into the details of it. Once you have seen the kitchen, you tell Ma, the kitchen I'm able to see. And in the kitchen, I'm able to see these kinds of pots and pans, a red color big pan. The stove has 4 things on it, and I'm able to see a microwave towards the side. Like this, just describe it exactly as a whatever is appearing in your third eye. Ma Dahana, I saw your manifestation. You had manifested literally everything right for Ma Hangli Wang that you were scanning. So awesome, Ma. Enjoy, celebrate your manifestation, and go to Facebook and also post. You can post how it appeared for you. How are you able to see it, Ma? How are you getting the feeling, you can share that also. Then other people will also get inspiration from it, and you'll also, the more and more you share it, the more and more you see people relating with it, you'll believe it more that you have really manifested. It was not just a guess. Now we're entering into a very beautiful session. The whole day today is such breakthrough revelations that Swamiji has given directly from Hinduism. We're understanding about who is Bhagavan Ardhanarishwara, which is the deity that Swamiji is going to be manifesting for us today. Who is Ardhanarishwara and how that is the ultimate gender? Let's now hear about this from Swamiji.
It has about the other gender, the kind of incompletion it suffers and craves for.
The ultimate gender is transcendental gender, where the level of completion, the depth of completion reaches to your very biomemory. Please understand. The level of completion gets into your very level of biomemory, your very muscle memory and biomemory. Where you don't hold pride of being a male or female, where the fulfillment of womanhood or manhood happens in you. Your manhood or womanhood both reaches its peak and experiences completion. Your body radiating the completion to the level of biomemory is what I call transcendental gender. Transcendental gender.
The social concepts and definitions of gender, gender related issues, if you take it as a joke, great. But if you seriously record them in your muscle memory and biomemory and keep them inside your cognition, it can be dangerous. Please listen. It can be dangerous. When a male body made to believe certain concepts of masculine, certain concepts of being a male by the society, the kind of a tension that muscle memory, biomemory goes through, the kind of a suppression it goes through, the kind of expectation it has about the other gender, the kind of incompletion it suffers and craves for the suppressed part, is hell. Such punishment for whole life. And the worst thing is, whatever you suppressed in you, declaring yourself as the male and avoiding anything other than so-called male, you will be searching for it in some other muscles which you will never find. Which you will never find. And this seeking goes on, tortures the person who is living with you, who has committed their life to you. It is like you torture the other person. The other person, she has her own suppressions. She is also product of the society, unenlightened resources. She has suppressed tons of things in the name of she being a female. So all that she is searching in your muscles. It's like in Indian villages, this early morning hen will come out with chicken and start searching all the dustbins for food. Searching. Searching in others for the suppressed component in your muscle. Searching in others for the suppressed component in your muscle. Is the most frustrating thing that can happen to anybody in life. Even if you are a potato couch, because you did trial and error on yourself, it's easy to get you out of it. But the patterns you pick up from others, believe it as your muscle memory, install it in your biomemory, takes such long completion, requires strong completion process for you to get out. Again and again it triggers violence, dissatisfaction, incompletion, resistance, a wrong principles of sex. Understand this word, wrong principles of sex. Earlier in India, men used to wear only the dhoti and maybe one small angavastram. Slowly, the exposed upper body started getting associated with the idea of sex. Then they will have to cover. Then now even the exposed shoulders gets associated with the idea of sex. I don't know when the exposed eyes and the nose are going to get associated with the idea of sex. And then you have to wear complete covering. Understand various parts of body triggering various ideas, concepts, patterns in your system shows how the society is going lower and lower level, and our common agreements are sinking deeper and deeper and stinking. Our common understandings do matter. Our common understandings do matter because knowingly or unknowingly, even if you understand the higher principles, in your day-to-day life you are forced to live the common understandings. Ardhanarishwara is the ultimate symbol of the completion of the gender identity. liberation from gender crisis. It's a beautiful form Paramashiva takes to show the completion of the gender identity. Each manifestation of Paramashiva is one of the dimension which includes whole Paramashiva. Listen, Ardhanarishwara does not mean he is only Ardhanarishwara. Ardhanarishwara is the manifestation of complete Paramashiva. You should know that even if you achieve any one manifestation, you achieve Paramashiva. If you achieve Nataraja, you achieve Paramashiva. If you achieve Lingarupa, you achieve Paramashiva. You achieve Kalabhairava, you achieve Paramashiva. You achieve Hariharamurti, you achieve Paramashiva. You achieve any one form of the 64 manifestation, you achieve Paramashiva. So, many sampradayas of the Saivite tradition center themselves on one manifestation of Paramashiva. For example, Aghoris center themselves on Mahakala Bhairava. Veerashaivites center themselves on Lingarupa and Veerabhadra. Each sampradaya centers themselves on one form of Paramashiva. Tantra sampradaya centers itself on Ardhanarishwara. So understand, when I give these basic principles, the foundation principles of Tantra Sampradaya, and when you start living it, manifesting it, you achieve Ardhanarishwara directly, and Ardhanarishwara is Paramashiva himself. The word Tantra simply means technique, methodology. In Sanatana Hindu Dharma, all methodology for manifesting the state, space, powers and being of Paramashiva is called Tantra. That's it. Please understand. State, space, powers and being of Paramashiva, manifesting that is called Tantra. Any methodology adopted for that purpose is called Tantra. In course of time, it got associated with multiple traditions like Shakta, Bauddha, Samana. In multiple sampradayas, orders, traditions of Hinduism, it got identified, associated, started having different connotations, and then comes the anti-Hindu narratives, anti-Hindu forces, Hindu-phobic forces contains this word and boxes it inside gory sexual activities and orgies. Without any understandings and reality, I tell you, Tantra is the most anti-sex practice. In real tantric practice, whether you do it with your own being or you do it with some beings outside, It just liberates you from everything felt as a need or urge. Understand? Food is not wrong, but urge pushing you to eat is wrong. Sex is not wrong, but the urge making you lose your balance and your integrity and pushing you to do the act is wrong. Understand? Anything which breaks your integrity is wrong, not the act. Last few days satsang I was insisting on cutting down the solid food intake. Bring it to 10% of the calorie which you are consuming usually. Just 10%. If you used to consume 2000 calorie, bring it to 200 calorie. If you are used to consume 1000 calorie, bring it to 100 calorie. It's almost like I'm asking you to do fasting. Just increase the liquid and balance your routine. Understand? If you have started practicing, you will realize not having solid food, so much of irritation, anger, all the non-integrity emotions manifesting in you. Tiredness will disappear, boredom will disappear, but suddenly you will feel too much energy and you don't know what to do. I tell you, eating is not wrong, but the urge pushing you to eat is wrong. And sex is not wrong. The urge which makes you lose your integrity for sex is wrong. Tantra works on completion, making you manifest the state, space, powers and being of Paramashiva. Listen carefully. Multiple various techniques to experience the state of Paramashiva, like unclutching, completion, to experience the space of Paramashiva, like integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, to experience the powers of Paramashiva, oneness, initiation, aushada, mani, mantra, aushada, to manifest the being of Paramashiva, deeksha, ultimate initiation, communion, oneness with Guru, who is embodiment of Paramashiva, makes you manifest the being of Paramashiva. All these various levels, multiple techniques are adopted, methodologies are adopted. All of them are basically called as Tantra. Understand, Tantra is the most anti-sex, most anti-sex tradition. If you believe, if you are told Tantra is the sexual tradition, you are cheated. Be very clear, you are cheated. The kind of the feeling grounded you need to have, never to have tears in your eyes, can happen only by Tantra. When you are grounded, complete with all the emotions of body shaming, good, bad, right, wrong, everything need to be cleansed. All the toxic ideas inserted into your system, shame, guilt about your body and how you look and how you feel and the ideas of sex, gender, everything, all the faltu ideas society has inserted into you need to be removed. You need to be detoxified from all that stupid ideas. That's only way. That's only way you will get grounded and become a real Rudraganya. Every man should become a Rudra and every woman should become Rudraganya. That is Tantra. Every man should become Paramashiva, every woman should become Parashakti. That is Tantra. Paramashivoham will give you precise understandings about Tantra. Deep understandings about Tantra constantly. You demanding yourself and behaving even with yourself as Paramashiva and manifesting the qualities and state, space, powers and being of Paramashiva continuously in your actions, in your life, in your thinking, in your emotions, everything. That is Tantra. That's all is Tantra. Understand? Life in all its possibility manifesting is Tantra. The Paramashiva in you and Parashakti in you becoming one, the communion and experiencing oneness is Tantra. The next principle I wanted to explain. Tantra is an intense tapas-centric tradition. For example, let me first describe what the word tapas. Tapas means burning away all the obstructions to manifest Paramashiva. Tapas means in Sanskrit burning away. Burning away all the obstructions you have to manifest Paramashiva is tapas. For some people, their attachment to the taste will be stopping them, making them addicted to certain food, destroying the quality of their attention, memory, quality of consciousness, the quality of the mind, the mental health, physical health. Here, tapas means making that person taste, enjoy everything as he wants in a controlled condition so that the patterns of the addiction, food addiction, taste addiction, greed for the taste gets burnt away. That controlled condition is what is the Guru's presence. Guru knows where he is stuck. He will be allowed to enjoy it, enjoy that addiction where he is stuck to the extreme till the patterns are burnt once and for all and he is free from that conditionings, from that patterns, from that karma, from that curse, from that suffering, pain. Whether you are addicted to certain taste, food, you are addicted to certain kind of the music, sound, you are addicted to certain kind of a visuals, like a porn addiction. Whether you are addicted to certain kind of a touch, not just sexual activity, even the other than sexual activity, the addiction to the touch, anything of course, including sexual activity, for anything you are addicted and not letting your Paramashiva manifest in you. Not letting the unclutching intensely seep through your being. Then in controlled conditions, that means under the presence and guidance of the Guru, you are made to go through certain actions which liberates you once and for all. That is what is exactly by the word tapas in Tantra.
So beautifully, Swamiji revealed it to us about how Tantra is the most anti-sex practice, and Swamiji revealed to us about why Ardhanarishwara is the ultimate gender. How many of you had some of the most breakthrough clicks and revelations today, just in this one session? Please, can you all take a few minutes and post it in the chat? Felt like, oh my God, this is just so amazing. Like, I never ever thought of it in this angle. I request all of you, come on, share, post it in the chat. How many of you felt like this were like such phenomenal breakthrough revelations? And also share with us what was the best breakthrough cognition you got. Now let's understand about this a little more deeply. See, the ultimate gender, the transcendental gender. Swamiji reveals a very important truth here. When the depth of completion with all the ideas that you carry about gender reaches till your very biomemory level, you transcend all the gender. Right now, from the young age, if you see, constantly society feeds us with so many ideas of gender, right? What is this gender? How this gender is supposed to be? How that gender is supposed to be, etc., etc. So many ideas are fed into us. When your completion with gender reaches at your very biomemory level, it brings that ultimate completion in you and makes you transcend the gender. There's a very beautiful verse in Shiva Sutras. Paramashiva says, Icha Shakte Ruma Kumari, means his will is energy of Paramashiva and it is called Uma, the independent willpower of Paramashiva, and it is called Kumari, the cosmic energy that plays. The nature of Ardhanarishwara, as described by Adi Shankaracharya, is, he tells beautifully, Prapancha Shrishtyum Sayakayi Samatsya Samharaka Tandavaya Jagat Jananyai Jagatika Pitre Namah Shivaya Cha Namah Shivaya. He sings, my salutation to both Parvati and Paramashiva, to her whose dance marks the creation of the world, to him whose dance destroys everything, to her who's the mother of the universe, to him who's the father of the universe. Ardhanarishwara is that ultimate manifestation of Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti, through which
he represents that cosmic union, the divine cosmic union. Actually, here is a very interesting thing. Do you all see the picture here in front of you all? This is Krinashini Devi, and this is the Kula Devata of the Surangi Samrajyam, the Surangi kingdom of which Swamiji is a current emperor, in which Sri Ramachandra ruled. Here we can see the Surangi royal palace and the Surangi family. Here we can see the lineage of the emperors. And here Kirti Chandra Dio Harishchandra Jagadev, who was the king, the previous, the third, who was the king of the Surangi Samrajyam. And then the next picture is a daughter of Kirti Chandra Dio, who is Rani Sana Jama Manjula Manjari Devi, Mrs. Manjula Puja Shroff. And then we can see the current emperor, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, so our beloved Swamiji. Actually, the Ardhanarishwara form, right? This form represents the ultimate divine union of Devi, Paramashiva Shakti and Paramashiva. Understand, today, all of you are going to be understanding some of the most important revelations about gender. See, continuously from young age, what do we all learn? We learn about, okay, how a girl is supposed to be, how a boy is supposed to be, this is it, this is that. There's so many confines around gender. It's not just today, even feminism, the concept of feminism is extremely it's not heading in the real empowerment. It's becoming almost like a fight about cerebral opportunities. But beyond that, there's an important aspect of us, our consciousness, our being. And we need to attend to that. We need to come to completion with who we are, what we are comfortable with. That is the key. And today, that is what we are all going to be learning about. Now, let us all enter into the power manifestation session, where we are going to be continuing to manifest the power of remote vision. And this time, it's going to be a little different. This time, it is going to be you all scanning us, the Acharyas. All of you will be manifesting with us. Let us get ready.
Okay, now in this round, as Nithyananda had said, all of you are going to be scanning a place that I will be giving you, and post your answers in the chat or in the Facebook page. And from there, I'll read it out and I'll verify each person's answers, whatever you saw from the particular place that I'm going to be saying now. So I'll give you a place and you scan exactly through your third eye how you're able to see that place. Okay? Are we all ready for this power manifestation session? Let's see, remember that the whole thing in life, every manifestation is a cognition shift. As Swamiji was saying, it's the cognition you build about you when you are young, which causes all the problems that you have. It literally makes your life hell. What is living life as hell? Living life in matter. That's all. It's very simple. As long as you think matter is real, it will only be hell. Because you think you have to do so much work to make anything happen. You have to move something. That's what happens when you think that the world is a matter. But when you shift your cognition, when you have that understanding that life is not matter, it is an independent intelligence, it is energy. Then energy influencing energy becomes very simple for you. Any manifestation in life, you can apply this cognition. Whether you're trying to do some fasting, you're trying to manifest wealth, you're trying to go beyond some pattern, anything you want to manifest, you can apply this cognition. The cognition shift that life is not matter, but life is energy. That's all. It's very simple. Now, let's take the example of food. If you take food and you say that life is matter, so I am a matter being and I do not have the energy to run myself, this food has the energy, so this food as matter, I put into this matter and it gives me the energy. But when you look at it as energy, you are vibrating energy, you are space. And that food in front of you is the energy. Whether you add energy to energy or take off energy to energy, does it make a difference? When you add space to space or remove space from space, does it make a difference? No. Then when this becomes your cognition, when you internalize it, logically prove it to yourself. After that, fasting will never be a problem for you. Now, the same way with power manifestation, when you're doing the power manifestation process, remember that you are not matter trying to see a far off place as matter. You are energy connecting in the energy to another energy and revealing it. Okay? When you're doing the power manifestation like this, it's very simple because energy has no limits. It does not have a boundary. It can reach as far as you want, everywhere. So let's now enter into the power manifestation. The place I'm going to give you to scan is, when I had gone on the world tour program in November of 2017, I had gone for doing a demo in a aerial yoga studio. Okay, it's a certain place in Santa Cruz, LA. It's a certain aerial yoga studio. All of you scan that place, exactly how that place looked. It's in Santa Cruz in California. It's a place that I had gone to. Just scan and tell me whatever you're able to see. See, you can use the same parameters. The colors that you're able to see, how many floors are there, how many rooms are there, how many bathrooms are there, what's the coloring of the walls, the coloring of the flooring, what type of flooring is there, and any other features that you're able to see. Now, don't think, oh, aerial yoga means it might be like this, there'll be yoga mats, it's a yoga studio. No. Don't bring the mind. Just whatever the third eye shows you, as it is, you reveal it. Understand now again, I'm reminding you, you are not matter trying to see a far off place as matter. You are energy, and as energy, you are already part of the energy of the cosmos, and you can tap into that point and get the information. Let's start. You can sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. If you have any questions about the various cognitions Swamiji reveals, you can always put it. The acharyas are there ready to answer, ready to help you take your cognition to the next level. So start. You're going to be scanning a certain aerial yoga studio that I had gone to in Santa Cruz, California. I had gone to this place in 2017 end of the year. Now, just drop it in your inner space and let Paramashiva show you the answer. Okay? Energy is going to interact with energy and understand energy. That's all. When you replace every thought that comes in your mind with that unclutching space that we learned today morning, every time something comes up, replace it with that unclutching. Paramashiva, Paramashiva. No, no association with this thought. So let's start. You can start the manifestation. Post in the chat and on the Facebook page whatever you're able to see. If you post it on the Facebook page, we'll not miss any messages, because if you post it in the Zoom chat, there is a chance that it gets buried and we may miss the messages. So for this round of manifestation, go to the Facebook group, which is facebook.com/groups/Mahaparamashivoham. The name of the group is Mahaparamashivoham. Please go to that group and post whatever is appearing in your third eye. Chant the Mahavakya as you do the whole manifestation process. What's the difference as of now that we understand between matter and energy? The only difference is the frequency at which it vibrates. That's what we understand a little bit through modern physics as E equals mc square, which Swamiji said they both are not actually separate. It's just the level of frequency. When something vibrates at a much lower frequency, we see it as matter. When something vibrates at a much higher frequency, we perceive it as energy. That same understanding. When you chant the Mahavakya, that sound, that vibration which is produced, automatically increases your frequency, makes you experience that energy. See, Swamiji gives us so many ways to do everything. He gives us how we can work on our body, how we can work on our mind, how we can create that cognition within us, and even gives us the mantra, the vibration that will raise our frequency. Ma Priyesha, you have so beautifully posted how Swamiji gave you spot on revelations when you asked him and you were scanning. This is so beautiful, Ma. You've actually drawn it. I see. That's awesome. Let's do it as detailed as we can when we do the manifestation. Now scan the certain place in Santa Cruz, a aerial yoga studio. You're all scanning me now. You don't need to connect with another partner. All of you are scanning this particular place that I've just given. And then I will immediately verify your answers. You can go to the Facebook group and post it. just I request all the participants go to the Facebook group and post it, because the messages, the answers might get missed in the chat. So if all of you are able to go to the Facebook group, the link is facebook.com/groups/Mahaparamashivoham. The name of the group is actually Mahaparamashivoham. If you just go to Facebook and search it and put a filter as groups, you'll get the exact group. And if you can post your answers in the group, then we will not miss any messages that you have posted, and we can verify each and every person's answer. Scan it in full detail, whatever you're able to see. The more detailed you go, the more you will get it. You'll be able to understand that it's a manifestation happening. See, when you give very generic things, then you're not able to see the manifestation, because you feel that, oh, every house might have this. But when you give the specific details, you believe, yes, I'm able to see such small details, it must be a manifestation. I see some people are posting their answers in the chat. Can I request you to just go to the Facebook group and post your answers over there, so that everyone's can be verified at the end of the round? Let's now verify. If whatever you've scanned, you can post in the chat now. Give you a couple of minutes to put your answers, and then I will tell you what the place is which I had been to in 2017, the Aerial Yoga Studio in Santa Cruz, California. You can go to the Mahaparamashivoham Facebook group and post your answers over there. Yes, Ma Dahana, Ma Hongli Wang, all of you can go to the Facebook group and post whatever you saw through your third eye. Yes, okay. Ma Geeta Devi has posted. I saw near that place mountains, entrances with the glasses, 2 floors, inside steps, ceramic color on walls, upper 4 rooms, downstairs small hall. Ma, the what you said about 2 floors, that's exactly right. There were 2 floors to the building. It was kind of a really large studio. It was, and I'll describe it and then I'll verify individual responses also. When you enter the whole hall, actually, if it's like you enter through the first floor or the ground floor, whatever you call the first floor or ground floor, and it has glass doors, and the whole front place is completely glass. So the entire front area is glass, and only like it's a huge place, and only half, the front half of the whole studio has a second floor. The back half has a very high ceiling. Only the front half has a second floor. And when you enter, there's a lobby. If you go behind the lobby, there are stairs to take you to the second floor, and the second floor has the Aerial Yoga Studio, which has gray carpet completely, and very different colors like red, green, blue cloth hanging from the ceiling. So it's an Aerial Yoga Studio where people use this cloth and do yoga while hanging from the ceiling, almost like a rope yoga, but a little different. And in the back part, which has a tall ceiling, there are various gym equipment kept over there, and people working in the gym equipment over there. And towards the side of the whole thing, towards the, I would say from the entrance, the right side, there's a small room where you can like rest or sit over there, and like just a regular room over there. I'm not so sure if there were mountains over there, but I do remember that that area, the whole area, had some small hills running through it. Okay, Ma Sonira has posted white walls, polished wood floors, spacious big windows. White walls is correct, Ma. There were white walls over there. It was a very spacious place. The whole entire place was really, really spacious. Wooden floors, yes, there were wooden floors in some parts of the whole place. A lot of the places were carpeted, and very thin carpet, not very thick plush carpet, but a kind of thin carpet, gray color. And there were light brown wooden flooring in many places also. That's very beautiful. Ma Sonira, Ma Geeta Devi, both of you have manifested. We're now going to be entering into the next session, the next jnana. Now we understood that we have been taught a very, very wrong idea about what we understand as life, right? What we understand as our gender, what we have till today diagnosed ourselves as, is such a limiting idea, we can say. Now, in the next session, Swamiji is going to give us the higher truths, cognitions on how to diagnose your gender. What exactly are you? When you define yourself, when you understand who you are, then you understand how to move towards what you want to achieve in life. Okay, let's now hear about these revelations on diagnosing your gender from Swamiji.
Some of the most powerful sacred secrets and powerful cognitions you need to know from Paramashiva about the 11 genders. 1. Gender is the totality of your identification with physical body, psychological layer, physiological existence, and your will about you. Listen. Your physical existence, your physiological existence, your psychological existence, and your identification, aham, will. In all 4 levels, how you feel, the totality of all these 4 put together is your gender. And unfortunately, society does not have this elaborate true understanding because this knowledge was kept with elite. Society has only the very rough middle class mentality, mediocre understanding of 2 gender. And now they are coming up slowly only to the level of 3rd gender. But actually 11 genders exist. The various permutation combinations of your gender identification in the physical level, physiological level, psychological level, and will, aham, the individual conscious level. So understand, when Hinduism, Vedas and Agamas asks you to be a celibate till the age of 21, the purpose is for you to realize in physical level what is the gender with which you feel comfortable. In psychological level, what is the gender with which you are comfortable. In physiological level, what is the gender identity with which you are comfortable. And your conscious, self-conscious level, what is the gender with which you are comfortable. Exploring it, understand, one of the biggest problem is till 21, if you allow somebody to explore you, or if you explore somebody, you collapse into the wrong identification due to powerless cognitions, and you build a wrong gender identity. Understand? Whether you feel oversexed or undersexed, womanizer or suppressed, any powerlessness or complication in the level of sex and sexual fulfillment or sexual desires, sexual guilt, and any problem you go through with the sex fundamentally starts with gender identification. I tell you, when your gender is properly identified, all the sexual problems just melt down. 3,000 problems sexologists have created can just melt down if you just diagnose your gender. That's all, nothing else. Please understand, multiple disorders related to eating can be cured completely. Multiple disorders related to drug addictions can be cured completely just by gender identification. Do not, first thing, just say no to society and society labeling you in any gender. If you are below 21, decide not to allow anybody to physically explore you and never explore another physical body. Wait. Understand, gender identity is like a mercury. It cannot be kept even in golden pot. It can be only kept in stone vessel. Only after 21, your system becomes a stone vessel. If you are below 21, decide no question of exploring another body or letting another body to explore you. And if you are already above 21 and you feel you have allowed people to explore you or you explored other bodies, don't fall into guilt, but sit and go through every incident and go for completing it. I am telling you, you need to cognize your will, the aham, tries to play with your multiple possibility, multiple permutation combination. Sometimes it tries to be physically male and physiologically female and psychologically gay. Sometimes it tries to be psychologically male, physiologically female and physically gay. It just tries multiple permutation combinations, explores itself during those periods. You just need to be with yourself. 3 worst things are done to you by society. First, trying to push you into 3 or 4 genders they are recognizing, like pushing you into either male or female or lesbian or gay. That's one of the biggest crime done to you. Second, not letting you understand that they don't have the ultimate solution. They are ignorant, but trying to push their off, unverified, not time-tested, non-foolproof understandings, ideas, concepts, cognitions being pushed into you, forced to digest basic truths about life. Your gender identification, your will, when it is trying, doing all the trial and error of the gender identification, it should be given freedom. Freedom to be celibate. Understand? society is so abusive only if it hooks you into the greed of sexual need. I call it grid of sex. You can continue to be exploited. The first 21 years till you find your identification and your beautiful alignment of the gender, which is the true integrity with which your physical, physiological, psychological existences feel complete. In these 11 genders, one permutation combination gives you a complete completion. Wow! The heaven experience in your body. Your 6 feet body feels heaven. That experience to happen in you, you need to explore what is the gender you are really, in which one you feel, I know me. To come to that experience, that is what I call the state of Ardhanarishwara, Paramashiva. The state of Ardhanarishwara. Listen. If the integrity between physical, physiological, psychological components of you is not achieved about your gender identification, whether you are oversexed or undersexed, you will be constantly struggling. If you are undersexed, you will have so much of struggle in your dreams. If you are oversexed, you will have so much of trouble in your psychology space. Understand? Whether you are aggressive or passive, if your psychology is also prepared and integrated to physiology and physical component, along with the hormonal pressure, you will build tremendous love and responsibility, care for the other person. End of the act will not be falling down, it will be falling into the intimacy. Every level, your gender identification matters. Understand? Whether you are a womanizer or nymphomaniac, it doesn't matter. Whether you are a sannyasi or sannyasini, it doesn't matter. What matters is, do you feel inside your body, your integrity, your physical, physiological, psychological components, do they feel integrated about your gender identification? Understand? Your physical identification, that needs just a simple medical examination, nothing else. Physical examination, nothing else. But physiological identification, you need to look in. Whenever you feel excited, are you more in kama or moha? Understand, both of them are different. In kama, you just want to manifest the reality of you and the other person or persons involved in your life. In moha, you just want to exploit everyone for your pleasure. There are two different things. In kama, You are very sure you want the completion for everyone involved. In moha, it is all about you feeling complete. I should not even use the word complete. You feeling relieved. Listen carefully. Whenever your physiology is pressured, if your psychology feels calm, it is integrity. You will be such a beautiful being. Whenever your physiology feels pressured and your psychology feels moha, you will just be exploitative. It will be more or less like a masturbation with another body or a rape. That's it. Understand? The reflection of Paramashiva in you, Pratyagatma Chaitanya, the individual consciousness, as a freedom to align your gender identification in the level of psychology and physiology and physical, all three. I wanted to make a statement. By your willpower, you can change your gender completely, even physically. All you need is aligning. And when I say aligning, I don't want to say in physical, physiological, psychological, you need to feel the same gender identity. No. You just need to identify what you feel. That's all. If you identify, you will know why you are feeling what you are feeling, why you are behaving the way you are behaving. Understand? Realizing blind spot is curing blind spot. Nothing else. Realizing why you are behaving the way you are behaving, why you are doing the way you are doing, why you are saying what you are saying, liberates you.
See, when the Kundalini, your Kundalini is awakened, fundamentally, first thing will happen is your identity about you for the purpose for which you took the body will become clear to you. It will become clear to you. Then you are given a freedom to alter and align your body as you want. Understand? Swatantra, ability to handle yourself first, then the number of choices second. In Hindu tradition, Swatantra first, choices next. If the Swatantra does not grow first, directly choices are given. Depression is life. And I wanted you guys to know, all the fellows who talk about the so-called freedom in the modern way of thinking, the modern lifestyle, I tell you, it is absolute false. Where all you don't need freedom, you are given freedom. Where all you need freedom, you are not given freedom. It is like the cow has been put inside a cage, only the face is allowed to move, and you go, hey, see, the face can go up, down, right, left, center, 360 degree, it can rotate. What amount of freedom! That is modern society. And the cow grazes freely in wild forests. That is Hindu tradition. And that cow is given the intelligence what to eat and what not to eat, and even if it eats poison, it will not get into its system. Please understand, Swatantra is much, much higher than the freedom based on choices. Freedom defined by the choices. Freedom defined as choices is too low than the Swatantra defined by the Hindu tradition. Recently, I was conducting sessions for a group of people on Brahmacharya. You will be surprised. In that class question answer, almost 90% of the people say they don't feel the gender they are supposed to be feeling as their body. 90% of the people, not a joke, understand. 90% of them are saying we are not feeling the gender we are supposed to feel as per the society, the body in which we are. I think it's little more than 90. Fortunately, they are having understanding about Brahmacharya as per Sadashiva's instruction. The first instruction, as I said, 9 months. No physical sexual activity. And practicing completion means the power manifestation. Second instruction, every morning have neem juice, every night a black betel leaf with a little pachakarpuram, the raw camphor, a pinch of raw camphor. These two herb, if it can be programmed by the master and given, that is great. Even if that is not possible, offer it to Sadashiva's deity or Sadashiva Mandala and take. These two instruction can do so much of healing, I tell you. All the toxins gets accumulated in your system because of sexual abusal. Pornography means sexual abusal done to you by you, sexual abusal done to you by others. Both accumulates toxins in your system that can be cleansed. The detoxification can happen by these two. Morning neem juice, night black betel leaf with a pinch of camphor. This can detoxify your body and reveal your original gender to you. Understand? This is what the story, Meenakshi's story says. When she saw Sadashiva, the third thus disappeared and she realized her original gender. She realized her original gender, her original identity. Till we get that, we will not know who we are. When she had the darshan of Sadashiva, the third breast disappeared and she realized her original gender. Understand? These two instructions can bring tremendous healing and realization of your original gender. Can happen in you. That can solve almost 90% of your problems.
Center your gender identity on consciousness rather than your body or mind, then you will understand the science of engaging with life and relationships without getting into sexual act, the signs of entering into relationship with the whole universe without engaging physical or sexual act is pure power manifestation. Listen. Listen. I'll repeat. Do not take your consciousness, life for granted. Center your consciousness on Paramashiva. Center even your gender identity. Understand, the science I am teaching you now is the most powerful, beautiful power manifestation science. Center even your gender identity on consciousness instead of your body. Listen, when you look in, even before you remember your gender as a male or female, center your core existence on your consciousness. Remember your consciousness, your pure consciousness. On that understanding, cognition, your pure consciousness. If you build your existence, understand, the more and more you remember your consciousness, more and more you engage yourself with the understanding your consciousness, more and more the nectar based chemicals and hormones will happen in your system. Listen. The everyday living process of your body, your inhaling, exhaling, breathing, digestion, all this can be either amritatva, nectaric, or they can be aging, growing old. Listen carefully. You need to understand the functioning of your body is centered on the ideas you cherish about you. The more you cherish you are based on your body, the more you will engage with gender identities, then that leads to more and more of bondages, needs, greeds, fears. More and more you center yourself as consciousness, more and more your taste for life gets mature. Understand, when you start remembering your consciousness more and more, your identity will not be based on gender. Cognizing yourself consciously, from that cognition, your consciousness when you approach your physiology, it engages itself in the space of Paramashiva, means immortality, nectar, amritatva, all the life processes like a breathing, inhaling, exhaling, eating, digestion, all engagement with life, whatever your body goes through, everything starts happening towards immortality, being filled with amrita, nectar. Understand? When you remember your consciousness, even your gender identity is built such a way you do not seek to engage with a sexual relationship with every being you see or everything you see. Please understand. Gender identity built based on consciousness knows how to engage with every person and everything without sexual relationship, sexual activity, but able to engage. That is what I call power manifestation. Listen. If you engage between two bodies, it is sexual act. Even you possessing a gold jewelry, a gold, is sexual act. A matter working with matter always is sexual act. When you establish yourself as consciousness and being conscious, you build your identity and engage with life, everything becomes power manifestation. I'll tell you, signs of having relationship with the whole universe without engaging into sexual act is power manifestation. Understand? Without consciousness getting matured, you getting aged is the worst curse. Consciousness getting matured more than your age is the greatest blessing.
understanding about gender identification. This is such a powerful and a unique thing that Swamiji just revealed to all of us. The way Swamiji explained about how we understand gender and how each of us experience the confines of gender from the society. Please understand, Swamiji gave one of the most important revelations. We all carry so many cognitions and ideas about gender in us. Physiologically, psychologically, we all carry so many different ideas of gender. Today, if you see the kind of things that society feeds into us, even before a person gets to understand themselves, there's already like so many labels. The moment a child is born, we tell the child as they're growing up, oh, if you're a boy, play with a car. If you're a girl, play with Barbie doll. Isn't it? It starts with this. It is like every child that is born, so many conditionings, so many things. Right from the moment that they are born, we start feeding them. We say, okay, you're a boy, behave like this. You are that. Continuously, we feed all the different ideas and concepts about gender within the child. By the time the child grows up, as soon as a child is born, first labeling starts. This is what you are supposed to do. Dress up. If it is a girl, what do? We give it a makeup kit. We give it a Barbie doll. If it is a boy, we give that child a car. We give that child a bike to play with. Spider-Man dolls. And as they continuously, society attaches labels to them. When they go to school, when they watch movies, how they're supposed to be. Typically in Indian household, they'll say, oh, if you're a boy, you should not cry. If you're a girl, you should be not too strong like a boy. Constantly, each of us have these kind of things running in us continuously. Society keeps feeding us. What did each of you understand about the 11 genders? What did each of you understand about gender identification? Can I request everyone to share?
Yeah, I just wanted to also address Ma Geeta Devi, Ma Kella Berosat, and Ma Vaidegi. All of you are asking about camphor. This camphor that Swamiji was specifically mentioning about is called as the Pachai Karpuram, and it is slightly different from the one that we use for uh, Arati, everything. It is not the same one. This camphor also burns, but it's called as a Pachai Karpuram. I think it's slightly of a different variety. And you get it in many Ayurvedic shops. You get this, and it's edible also. So that's what Swamiji was mentioning about. Drinking neem juice in the morning and having betel leaf and camphor in the night.
So we just need to be careful. It's called the Pachai Karpura mentioned. Right? So please understand this gender, right? Um, Gurukul education system, till the age of 20, it's taught to only follow the lifestyle. Today, by the time a child is years old, they start having relationships. Our body goes through so many changes, logically, psychologically, based on make so many conclusions about ourselves, downs. But they put so much of pressure, kids start getting into relationships. Weird when a kid is just 15 or 16-year old, they get into relationships in life and they already come to conclusions in life. Nithyanandam, is audio better now to all the participants? Nithyanandam, are you all able to hear us clearly now? If you're all able to hear us better, if the audio is not breaking for you all anymore, please could you all confirm? Great. Okay, I apologize for the inconvenience previously. All right. Okay, see, this is a very, very important session. We want to make sure none of you are missing this session. Can I request everyone to bring a paper and pen and please settle down in front of the cameras? Can I request
For the next 1 hour, 1 to 2 hours, make sure that no one is disturbing you. You're not getting disturbed, distracted by anything. Be completely focused here. We're going to enter into a very, very, very important process. May I request everyone to please come and settle down in front of the camera? This is a very important exercise that we're going to be entering into. All of you need to be like listening. So whatever you're doing, can I request you all to pause whatever you're doing and sit down here. Turn on your cameras and here. Please sit down.
I request everyone to come on the camera. See, this session is very, very important. Even if any of you are busy with something else, take your time till you finish this session, because this one session is crucial for you establishing the right cognitions, understandings, and based on that, building the experiences in you. So I request every one of you to settle down.
Stephanie Lally, I think your camera is, you're not visible on your camera, ma. There seems to be some error. Request if you can check that. All of you, please come on camera. Ma Naina Patel, Ma Anasha, Ma Sneha, Ma Nisha Ben Patel, Ma Sarita, Carol Liu. Can I request you all also? Please come on camera. Ma Priyatmananda, Ma Meena Mohandas, Eugene Kin, Yu Shen, Ma Han Shuhi, Zijiang. Please come on camera. And during this session, anyone else? Anyone else you want to invite or be here? Please make sure you invite all of them. Make sure they're logged in. They're also sitting in the camera. Who all are here for the very first time and you're hearing all these concepts for the very, very first time? Please let us know. Ma Bhavani Viraya, Ma Sylvia. Please quickly come on camera. Settle down. We're going to be entering into a very, very, very powerful exercise right now. We are going to session. All of us are going to be first cognizing and entering deeply into first understanding our gender identity and completing with all the misidentification that have been caused, whether by us exploring our own body before the age of 21 or letting someone else explore our body before the age of 21. So this is a very, very, very important exercise, and we all need to do it very sincerely.
And Nirmala Vajrakumar, and also Ma Sneha Patil, if you are there, and if you can also call Ma Chetana, all of you please come in the camera and settle down for this exercise, because it is very important that all of us are understanding this and doing it correctly. So can I request everyone to come on camera, please? Can I request all the participants to please have your camera on? Malata, Ma Ishan Mia, Ma Joyce, Ma Sneha, Ma Sarita. Everyone, please have the camera on. Okay. Now, please understand. First truth. The society has dumped upon us all the various ideas, misconceptions, everything about gender. We are constantly confined to just stick to one gender, and that is the greatest, the biggest crime that is done against us. Please understand, society has only understanding of two genders, but actually, like Swamiji said, 11 genders exist. There is no such thing as straight. All the genders are just a clothing to the body, like how we wear different clothes. When you like, you wear a skirt. When you like, you wear a frock. When you like, you have all of these different things that you wear, correct? Gender is also just a clothing. Understand, your individual consciousness has the freedom to align to a particular gender. Just by your willpower, you can make changes to your gender completely. Like Swamiji explained, right? The third breast of Devi Meenakshi disappearing when she meets Sundareshwara Paramashiva is a real example of how that whole process happens. Your individual consciousness has the ability, the power to make change and heal your gender completely. And understand, if you are confused about gender identity, please know you have a good news about it. If you are confused about gender identity, that means good. You have not fallen into the trap of the society. What matters is your innermost gender identity. What core of you believes inside you, that is what is important. Today, if you see anyone, constantly what do we see? Society defines gender, correct? How many of you have had this? Where from a young age, they would have told you, you're a girl. So if you're a girl, don't talk loudly, don't walk around too much, don't be too loud in your voice, don't be too much, be very gentle, be very girl-like. How many of you have heard these kind of conditionings? Similarly, if you're a boy, don't cry, don't be strong, you can't be sensitive if you're a boy, you can't be overly sensitive, you can't react to things a certain way. Continuously, society forces us, and especially if you are identifying yourself as someone who is a lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, then literally society outcasts you. That is why in Hinduism, if you see, we had no concept of women empowerment or some other gender, because for us, every gender was equal. All the genders were unique. We were not trying to compare one another. In Hinduism, that whole principle does not exist. That is why we have all the 11 genders. We have a temple which worships the transgenders. There's a god. Actually, all transgenders are called as Aravanis, means the descendants of Aravan. And Aravan is a god. As per Mahabharata, he gets liberated and blessed by Krishna, and he is eternally blessed to be a god. He is beyond male or female gender. So please understand, in Hinduism, we have no limitations, restriction that this should be your gender, this should be your gender, this should be your gender. But constantly, what do? We buy the ideas of gender relationships from the films. We buy the ideas from the society. We buy it from the internet. A girl is supposed to be like this, like this. This is how it should be. Let me ask you all a question. How many of you, honestly tell me, for how many of you, when you go in front of the mirror and when you see yourself, many times you have felt bad, oh, I'm a girl, but look, I don't look beautiful like a girl. my voice is not sweet like a girl is supposed to be. How many of you have had these kind of thoughts in you? Even boys, like I'm a man, but I don't have beard or mustache growing like a man. How many of you have had these kind of incompletions or thoughts when you stand in front of the mirror? How many of you have been through body shaming because of it? Can I request all of you to post in the chat? You don't need to post what, just if you can share. If you're comfortable, you could share. See, you all can see it for yourselves. How the whole thing happens inside of us. How many of you have these kind of questions in you when you stand in front of the mirror? And when you see the mirror, you have these type of questions running in your head. Exactly. Mananda Sagara, like this, each of you, there are so many people who are posting. Exactly. Magita Devi, that's right. By whether it is your walking style, talking style, constantly what happens is, like when a child is born, have you ever seen a child tell, oh, I'm a girl or I'm a boy? No, the child has no idea of gender. They are free, right? All of us are born like that. We were also a child at some point. When you were a child, like how today when you see a child, you feel like, the child is so free, so innocent. It doesn't have any gender identities. We were also born at one point, we were also like that. But slowly, when we grow up, we constantly fall ourselves into this trap of gender definitions that society binds us with. We get stuck into that. Listen very carefully. Now, all of you are going to be writing the 4 identifications. Listen very carefully. Physically, physiologically, psychologically, and in your conscious will. What are the ideas that you carry that makes up the permutation combination of these make up the 11 genders identity? It is very, very important to understand this. All the cognitions that you have had, all the ideas, identities, and all the different cognitions you have had, it is very important for us to understand about these 11 genders and 11 gender-based identity before we, understand or come to completion about our sexual identity that we identify ourselves with. So now, I request all the participants to provide your complete listening. We are going to be listening to Swamiji's revelations on what these 11 genders are, how these 11 genders are identified, how the gender misidentification happens. So let us listen to Swamiji's.
The future of the world is going to be this way. Future of the planet Earth is going to be exactly this way. Once you become 18, now you have the freedom to choose which country you want to live. What should be your language? What should be the field you wanted to enrich the world? And which faith you wanted to live? Which religion you wanted to pick up? Which gender you want to have? It is going to be very common, the gender exchange operations. Gender change operations are going to be just like a cough cold medication. It's going to be available every street. Very soon, you don't need to be bound in the gender you are born. You don't need to be bound in the religion you are born. You don't need to be bound in the country you are born. You don't need to be bound with your mother tongue. So naturally, all the people who promote love for your country, love for your religion, love for your mother tongue, love for your culture, love for your gender, they will all be outdated. Because politics thrives on constantly making you love the things which you don't need to love. Constantly generating, forcing the pseudo love. Why do you need to love a language? Tell me. Language is just for communication. Over. If you know what the other person is saying, if the other person knows what you are saying just. And he understands that it's over. Language is just for communication. Not for becoming fanatic and dying. Religion is just for enriching yourself and others, not for just killing each other. Country is what for country concept, so that we create better and better infrastructure and enrich the universe, enrich the world. But instead, we build more and more weapons in the name of defense and kill each other. The concept of language, concept of country, concept of religion. Just see how many billions of people we lost on the planet Earth and all their intelligence. There are some religions, even while you are alive, they kill your intelligence. So understand, the future should be the religion, language, gender, and country. All these should be just openly available. We are not born to live in one corner of the world. We are citizens of the planet Earth. This can happen only by Vedic tradition. I tell you, only by Vedic tradition, which has a strength to stand any scrutiny. And not only that, even though it accepts all traditions, even if you don't accept Vedic tradition accepts you. I am revealing the original truths as it is from Paramashiva. One by one, understand first thing, there are 11 genders. Second thing, you just need completion, whatever way you are, below 21. So decide not to allow anybody to explore you and do not explore other bodies till 21. Even if you have explored earlier, decide to go for intense completions. All the cognitions inspired you to explore other body or allow others to explore your body. And after exploring physical relationship, the kind of the cognitions, emotions, mood swings you were going through, pen down all of that, effects and side effects and after effects of you exploring the another body or another person exploring your body. Go through the whole thing and completely. Go for completion. In Arunachala, in Tiruvannamalai, we have a beautiful deity of Paramashiva as Ardhanarishwara. Fortunately, the exact replica of the deity is made and installed in Paschima Kailasa, Los Angeles Adinam. I want regular worship to happen for that Ardhanarishwara deity in Paschima Kailasa. If you are in US, don't miss. Go to Paschima Kailasa to have darshan of that deity.
It is done as a replica of original Ardhanarishwara deity in Thiruvannamalai, in Arunachala, who is a symbol of completion of all the gender crisis, gender problems and gender identity problems and gender crisis and everything. Actually, everything related. Whether problems or difficulties, understandings related to sexuality can be solved just by this one understanding of 11 genders. The moment you identify your gender, problem is solved. Then you know how you are going to be functioning. It is a simple mechanism. See, body is the best outfit you can wear. Understand this word. Body is the best outfit you can wear. The food or the pleasures your body feels is just dependent on how you feel about your body. The moment you know what is you, all struggle will stop, will drop. Whenever your physiology is pressured, if your psychology feels calm, it is integrity. You will be such a beautiful being. Whenever your physiology feels pressured and your psychology feels moha, you will just be exploitative. It will be more or less like a masturbation with another body or a rape. That's it. Understand? The reflection of Paramashiva in you, Pratyagatma Chaitanya, the individual consciousness, as a freedom to align your gender identification in the level of psychology and physiology and physical, all three. I wanted to make a statement. By your willpower, you can change your gender completely, even physically. Ramakrishna demonstrated it. Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa demonstrated. There was another one great yogi called Madanagopala Swami. Nadananayagi Swamigal, he used to be called. He lived in South India. He was in Mathura Bhava with Sri Krishna. With his power and willpower, he just manifested all the female characters in his system, whole system. Listen, first truth you need to know, there is no such thing as straight. Nobody is straight. You are just a being clothed with a body. Sexual attraction has nothing to do with the gender of the opposite person. It is the grace you feel with the opposite person. Beautifully Upanishad says, you love your husband or wife not because he is male or female, or husband or wife, he is or she is reflection of your integrity with your identity. Understand? Attraction is due to the grace the other body radiates. Grace is always directly the quantity of the integrity that person's physical, physiological, psychological, conscious identity enjoys. Understand? The more their gender identification is integrated, more grace they will manifest. They will radiate. Grace is all about you being completely comfortable with your physical, physiological, psychological, conscious identity called Aham Pratyagatma Chaitanyam, and all attraction is towards the grace, not towards any gender, not towards any person. Please understand. Break from this mediocre idea of gender dowholing. Feel completely relieved if you are confused about your gender identity. Understand, if you are confused about gender identity, feel good about it. You are above the mediocre people. Mediocre people have decided to have false belief due to their fear of society. It is the fear of society. You deny your confusion or the identity crisis and just accept something society says and go on torture yourself for your whole life to believe what society has labeled it on you. Understand? I want you to understand first what real identity you are enjoying. What is your real gender identity? I tell you. If you integrate your gender identity, whether you are a sannyasi or a grihastha or a womanizer, you will be such graceful being. You will be such graceful being. I have seen the most graceful sannyasi and the most graceful womanizers. I have seen both. And sometimes I used to wonder how both of them radiate such grace. I realized it is not about the action. It is about the integrity and identity you feel in physical, physiological, psychological and conscious level. Most graceful celibate I have seen is Yogi Ram Surat Kumar. He is absolute brahmachari, but such grace. And the most graceful grihastha I have seen, Raghupati Yogi. He had 14 kids, but his grace is, I'll say, equivalent to Ram Surat Kumar. The most graceful women I have seen, Kuppammal, my guru. She lived with only one husband and 4 kids. All 4, such graceful beings, because the grace comes from inside completion. It is nothing to do with external action. Grace means ability to generate huge love and respect in the other person the moment he sees you, she sees you. Just by sight, if you are able to instigate, invoke tremendous love and respect, that is called grace. Beautifully, Valmiki describes when Sita entered the court, the whole court stood up, including Janaka. Understand? Janaka is father. He says the grace she was carrying was such, all the rishis, munis, and the people who came for Swayamvaram, who were supposed to get married to her, or who came with a lust to marry her, all of them forgot their identity for a few seconds and just stood up. The grace she was radiating. I tell you. I wanted to get into the details. All the mood swing women suffer and feeling exploited women feel is just because their three layers are not integrated. Physical, physiological, psychological does not feel the same gender identity. There is a mismatch. There is a confusion. That is why women feel disgraced every time they enter into a sexual act and come out.
it is very, very important that we understand the 4 permutation combination that Swamiji has explained just now. Gender. Our understanding about gender is from these 4 permutation combinations. The 4 of them, which are your physically, how do you experience yourself? Physiologically, how do you experience? Psychologically, and conscious will. In your conscious will, what do you experience?
Understand, almost all of us sitting here, we think that, oh no, I think I am very clear with my gender identity. I don't think I have any such confusion, and I don't even want to entertain such a thought current of confusion, because we think that we are very clear about ourselves. We know ourselves very clearly. But the truth is, because certain concepts, cognitions have been forced into us, we have suppressed so many parts of us. For example, when a child is young, if it's a boy, and suddenly let's say the boy is crying, immediately the parents start saying, oh no, you're a boy, you can't cry. Only a girl can cry. Boy should not cry. Maybe at that time the intention is not something wrong, but that leaves a deep scar in the child, which makes the child feel that it cannot express its emotions. And then growing up, we build that as an identity, suppressing all other dimensions of this. We need to understand this clearly. Listen to this. In the physical level, physiological level, psychological level, how you feel about you, identifying it, and in the conscious level, how you feel about you, identifying that is too important. Who you are. There's nothing much you need to do. You just need to sit with yourself and identify ourselves. That's it. See, I'm seeing some of you are posting it in the chat. I request you all, don't post it in the chat. Listen to this carefully. Look inside of you. Identify who you are really in all these levels. I'll give you a simple example. Like when I was very young, I heard that a girl is supposed to be very organized and always keeps everything very organized. And I had this habit of being very disorganized, keeping things here and there. And they'll say that, oh, you're behaving like a college boy. And I used to not even like that comment. I used to keep hearing that. And I used to have that as a feeling in me. And like it was a kind of like an incompletion. See, where it's not a gender confusion, don't get me wrong. But inside of us, in every level, how we identify ourselves is too important. We just need to analyze and understand ourselves. That's it. This is not for you to go and tell to someone else. Or see, only when you look in, when you understand, when you become your best friend, you will understand that what you have been learning, what the society has been trying to force into you, how all these cognitions are not really yours and are not really you. You just need to identify yourself. That's it. Suddenly, that awareness is enough. You'll multiple levels, it will start healing.
many times what these ideas does, what we see, we continuously pick up those concepts from TV. This is exactly the suffocation that society adds on us. Listen very carefully. Physically, you may many times identify yourself, feel comfortable with you being a female, but physiologically, you'll identify yourself as a male. And this confusion that you fall into is the biggest confusion. This forms a big identity crisis in you. What happens is, till the age of 21, you are still working on discovering this. But by then, what happens? You watch movies, you pick up these concepts. Society forces upon you these ideas, and you're forced to pick from one. So you go and pick from one. And what happens? You are automatically falling into that. So the moment you pick that up, you say, okay, I go into relationship. Neither you are ready nor the other person is ready. And without that inner maturity in you, when you get into these relationships, you completely get into that confusion. You mess up your very existence. And you start suffering with identity crisis, because that confusion becomes even more deeper, much more unstable inside of you.
So what does physical means? What does psychological means? What does physiological means? Physical means your body. How you look, how you feel about yourself physically, what you are physically. Then physiological. Physiological is, like, for example, your voice or your hormones, including whether you feel attracted to the opposite gender or the same gender. All of these, what you feel attracted to. It's not that it's a very clear cut. Sometimes it's like 90% and 10%. It's not a watertight compartment. It's like one continuum. You're only, understand, don't approach yourself with, okay, you need to have this. Don't go with that. Like forcing yourself to be in a certain mold. You're just going to spend time with yourself and identify about yourself. Just be complete with yourself. Be friendly with you. All right? Go and look in about your physiological. Physiological includes how your body. Sometimes you'll feel that, oh, my shoulders are too broad, like a man. So all these kind of cognitions you carry, look in and identify where all you suppress yourself and what exactly you're identifying yourself as in all levels. Psychologically, like for example, oh, I'm a man, so I can't be emotional. I can't have emotions. What do you feel inside of you? Or you feel that I'm very emotional, but look, I'm a man. I'm not able to express it. So how do you identify yourself in all these levels? Take a few minutes, spend time with yourself and do this exercise.
We request every one of you, do not post this in the chat. See, each one, if this incompletion, it is better you just write it down and keep it for yourself, and you do the process. Please do not post your incompletions in the chat. Okay, take a few minutes and write it down for yourself. Pen down. We request everyone to take a few minutes. Please write this down. It's a very, very important exercise.
Sorry, Ma Minal Kashetti, I'm just seeing your question. Yes. So, Ma Minal Kashetti is asking, what is this physiology? Like, you want more understanding on physiology. See, Ma, for example, you're able to hear us, Ma? Okay. See, physiology means one, how you feel about you in your physiology, like your voice, the things that are not really visible. It's not like a clearly visible thing, but subtle things that exist, like your voice, or sometimes like how your hormonal reactions are, and how you feel inside of you, and whether you get attracted to your opposite gender. All these things come under physiology. You understanding, ma Minal Kashetti? Physiology is more like what you can't actually physically see it, but you experience it. The best example is voice. Thank you.
Pen down all the ideas you received from society about sex and sexuality, ideas about suppression and expression. Listen very carefully. Write down everything that was told to you about sex and sexuality. Maybe people told you don't be too expressive, people told you don't be too submissive, and they told, when from your young age, when you would have asked some questions, seeing the romantic scenes in movies, your parents would have told you it's all very dirty, don't talk about it. All the ideas, please only pen it down for yourself. Please write it down just for yourself. All the ideas about sex and sexuality that you receive.
completed this step. Now let's move to the next step. Listen carefully. Now we are actually going to be entering into a very, very, very important step in this. We're all going to be working on the next level of completion. We understood about the gender identity, right? Now we are going to the next exercise. Decide to go for intense completion. All the combinations that inspired you to explore other body or allow others to explore your body, and after exploring the physical relationship, the kind of cognitions, emotions, mood swings you are going through. Bend on all of that, all of the effects and side effects and after effects of you exploring that other body or another person exploring your body. Go through the whole thing and complete. Do intense completion. Please start penning down this. Write down. Sincerely sit and write down. Requesting all of you to sit and write how you exactly felt the first time when you let another person to explore your body, or you explored another person's body or your own body. What kind of emotions you went through? What kind of cognitions you went through? What were the emotions, mood swings that you faced? Please sit, start penning this down. Intensely relive the whole moment, what all the after effects, side effects, and after effects of it. Please start now.
Slowly settle down. Just in that space of intense completion. The space of pure gratitude to Swamiji for all that he is giving us, completely free of cost, helping us to change our whole life. Swamiji says, I'm not self-development, I'm self-realization. You are realizing who you are. You're not developing who you think you are, you're realizing who you really are. I think this process sums that up really, really well. How Swamiji makes us to go till the most depth of who we really are. Now, we'll be entering into the power manifestation session. Now, we're going to be understanding about a next level of power manifestation. So from the morning, the power manifestation that we have done, we've been doing the power of remote vision, scanning a distant place. In this round, we're going to move to another level of the same power manifestation, which is manifesting with alchemy products. What is this? That's what we're going to be learning now. Alchemy products are certain energized objects that Swamiji has downloaded the software to make you manifest powers. Why do you need these alchemy products? See, Swamiji tells us very beautifully why we need these alchemy products. For example, mirror. You can get a mirror and get it energized. There are various alchemy products. It does not need any maintenance. See, the first point Swamiji says is it does not need to be maintained in any way. It will answer and respond to you just like a deity. Spiritual alchemy products work on your neurological system. Understand? Swamiji says, I work on your body, not on your mind. It works on the very circuits of your brain. And this becomes your reality when it works on your brain circuits. See, everything we perceive in life is a certain circuit in our brain. The spiritual alchemy product is an external object, an external deity that Swamiji has energized to work on the circuits in your brain for power manifestation to become your reality. Like this, there are many alchemy products. Mirror, Swamiji has given us energized banyan tree leaves from the Bidadi banyan tree, as you can see in the picture. The Kashaya Vastra, the orange, the saffron cloth, and the yantra, a yantra for the manifestation, and a granite slab, Krishtashila. Mirror is the initial training level. So you first start with the mirror to see the records, and granite slab is a next level where you see it permanently. Through the spiritual alchemy products, your default future can be studied, which will be an amazing educating experience, inspiring for you to alter, manifest in different ways as you want, where you want. It will be an amazing input for your day-to-day life to make your day-to-day life better and to see your near and dear ones. See, this alchemy product is basically you can get any answer you want from it. It does not have to be specific. You need a solution for something in your life, you can ask the alchemy product. You want to manifest certain power, you can manifest with the alchemy products. When we do the power of materialization also, if you keep the Krishtashila and do the materialization, the granite slab, the materialization happens much more powerfully, because that is the independent intelligence that is programmed. Literally, a software program is written and put into that for the power manifestation to happen. Very beautifully, this power, this alchemy products have been mentioned by Swamiji when he was telling about when he was in Madurai Adinam. He described that Meenakshi, during her time, like how today we have TVs where we see, if the president wants to talk to you, you log into your TV or YouTube and you talk to him. Even now, this class, how we're having it on our TV or on our laptop, on our phone, where we have the two-way system. I can see you and you can see me. In those days, during Meenakshi's time, that communication system was the alchemy products. Swamiji says in every house there would be a granite slab that's stuck on the wall. How you have a TV in your house? Like that, they would have a granite slab in the wall. It was highly advanced that used this power of power manifestation for the day-to-day lives. So when they had this granite slab in the wall, anytime Meenakshi wanted to communicate with her citizens, wanted to make some announcement for the kingdom, in her palace, in her administrative place, which was the temple, which now we see as the Madurai Meenakshi temple, there she used to go and stand in front of her granite slab, which is the Krishna Shila. Seema Anandasagara is asking what Krishna Shila is. It is the granite slab. It's also called Paramashiva Shila. So stand in front of that and she would project into all her citizens' cameras. Basically in all the houses, the granite slab that was there, Meenakshi would appear over there and they would hear the announcement from her. And the temple towers were what was the transmitting source of energy to every house. So we'll understand the Shastra Pramana for this power of seeing in an alchemy product. It's from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 34, Dharana 11. Kapalantarmanonyasya tishthanmilitalochanaha kramena manaso dadhyat lakshayel lakshamuttamam. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed, in succession, by that stability of the mind and inner space, through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place in the space of oneness with Paramashiva. Through the alchemy product, you're able to see more than what just your two eyes can perceive. Like now, you are sitting on the screen and watching me talk, watching the program happen. You're seeing other people also in your room where you see them all sitting there. Your normal two eyes cannot perceive that the way you understand it. But through the technology, what you cognize as technology, you're able to see it. That same way, now what your five senses cannot perceive, through the alchemy product, you can perceive beyond that, is what Paramashiva is saying, by the pure stability of the inner space and mind. In the space of oneness, when you are completely stable, completely settled within yourself, then you're able to see this beyond the sight. Yes, so for this round of manifestation, you will get your alchemy products. See, if you already have an energized project by Swamiji, if you have a mirror that has been energized in any of the previous initiations, if you got it during any program, or you have a granite slab that was blessed by Swamiji, you can get that. If you do not yet have any alchemy product, then you can, today during the darshan, you can keep the alchemy product with you in camera and it will be energized by Swamiji. Swamiji himself has manifested this power in his own life. Swamiji says, Mauna Swami Narayana Swami is well known for this. He can show any events happening at a distance in a mirror. There's a very beautiful incident that Swamiji narrates, which he witnessed in his own life, where an extremely ardent devotee approached Yogi Ram Surat Kumar and asked for enlightenment. He said he would do anything. He demanded that he be tied up by a rope and promised to work till the end. Actually, if you see, Yogi Ram Surat Kumar will always be wearing that coir rope. With that rope, he used to tie his devotees, those who sincerely want enlightenment. So this person said, I will not move till you leave me. He sat and sat and sat the whole day without any agitation. So then, after a certain point, Yogi Ram Surat Kumar sent his dog to Narayana Swami Tata. And Narayana Swami Tata was very famous for this power of remote vision. Even the police, etc. used to come to him for this. So Yogi Ram Surat Kumar said, okay, show him what's happening in his house with his wife once Narayana Swami Tata had arrived. And in the mirror, on the Jnana Anjana, the Aushadha that was applied, very clearly the person saw that his wife was having an affair with somebody else. This person's only attachment was with his wife. When Narayana Swami Tata showed in the mirror very clearly that his wife was having an affair, he got agitated. He said, leave me, I want to go, let me leave everything, leave my rope. But then, slowly, Ram Surat Kumar talked him through the process, made him understand, sit, and then he achieved that space of mauna, meaning the pulse rate was 0, but there's no death happening in the body. Still he's fully alive, but the pulse rate and any patterns in the body become 0. Then, after this person went home, the next day he came back, he said, nothing like that was actually happening in my house. There was no such thing like that. But then he says that, yes, I just created the whole thing to help you overcome the engram. The disciple was so grateful to him that even though he wanted to go, Ram Surat Kumar held him and made the manifestation happen. Now that is the power we're all going to be doing. Swamiji also says that he manifested this power where he showed the police officer the details of a criminal in the mirror by the initiation from Narayana Swami Tata. This is how you're going to manifest, okay? Let's start. There's a certain preparation that needs to be done. You take your alchemy product. You can take the mirror or the Krishnashila. Keep it with you and wipe it clean. Just wipe it with a dry or wet cloth. You can wipe it. If you have a mirror in your house, which you will have to use it only for the manifestation, not for any other reason, that one you can take and keep in darshan today and Swamiji will energize it. So if you do not yet have a energized alchemy product, you can just sit and manifest through your third eye. But for those of you who have attended the previous programs and gotten the energized product from Swamiji, the mirror or the Krishnashila, you can start with manifesting with that. So apply a thick layer of Aushadha. It can be any Aushadha, turmeric or Chandanam. If you have the Jnananjana, that is best. If you have the energized Jnananjana by Swamiji, you can apply that also. And put as a thick layer, like the whole surface of the mirror should no longer be reflective. It should be completely covered with the Aushadha. Till today, every time you looked in the mirror, you only had your own darshan. But who is your true existence? Your true existence is Swamiji, is Paramashiva. Now, with the alchemy, the Aushadha, in the mirror, you're going to have your own experience of Swamiji, of the Vishwa Rupa Darshan, the true form of Swamiji in the mirror. When you start, every time you do the manifestation actually, first let the darshan of Swamiji happen in the mirror and then you start the manifestation. So let's start. You're going to see your own reflection of your true being. Just some time before I was listening to a satsang where Swamiji says, however small you are only a smaller part of Paramashiva. Because you and Paramashiva have a hologramic existence. Meaning what? How much ever you cut up the reality, that small remains as an accurate representation of the whole. However much you seem to be away from Paramashiva, you're only a complete representation of Paramashiva in a smaller version. That's all. Literally now, when you're having Swamiji's darshan in the mirror, it's not somebody else. It is your own pure existence. You're seeing your reflection without any distortions. Now when you go and look in the mirror, when you see yourself as a matter, as the face you remember yourself, as the dress you remember yourself, you're seeing only a false representation of yourself. It is a false representation. Anything you think about yourself other than Swamiji, other than Paramashiva, is a false representation. It is a lie. Now, you're going to have a glimpse, a darshan of that true representation of yourself, of your form as you are in the cosmos. So, are you ready? Start chanting the Mahavakya. Let your frequency raise. Lower frequency is matter, higher frequency is energy. Chant the Mahavakya. Raise your frequency. Swamiji, your true nature will just appear in the mirror for you. Connect to him. Just let him request Swamiji. Swamiji, show me my true existence as you in this alchemy product now. The experience will be at the same clarity as you see on your screen. Right now, with what clarity, with what definition you are seeing this, the pictures, the words. That same clarity, same definition, you'll be able to see Swamiji in the mirror.
Mahavagya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. This Mahavagya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahavagya puts me in samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Mahavagya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Just intensely connect to Swamiji. Very clearly his darshan will appear. It will be literally a 5 sensory experience. not just be a sight. The Krishna Shila connects all your five senses. Swamiji has said, the third eye is not just a vision point, it is a sixth sense, meaning all your five senses can be experienced at the next level through your third eye. So when you're doing it, will be a full, your all five senses, you'll be able to sense the happening of Paramashiva, of Swamiji's Vishwampa darshan over there.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda
Once you have the darshan of Swamiji, share. Just share it in the chat. What type of darshan, what form of Swamiji did you see in the mirror? Very clearly, like an electronic screen, you will see Swamiji over there.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
You can post in the chat, share. How was your experience of seeing your reflection as Swamiji in the mirror?
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om
Which form of Swamiji
Nithyananda
did you see? How did you
Paramashivoham.
have the experience of Swamiji himself? How did he look? Was it some picture you've seen before, or was it completely new, a form of Swamiji that you had never seen before in the past? Do post. Whatever your experience was, whatever you were able to see, how did Swamiji give you his darshan as the Antaryami sitting within you, manifesting physically outside you as Swamiji? I remember when we started manifesting this power, the first time Swamiji had called us all to Rajya Sabha and made us sit on the stage, one of the main halls, the meditation halls in the Adi Kailasa Abhiruddhi Adhinam. And he gave us these huge granite slabs, and Swamiji told, now start the manifestation. You will clearly have the darshan of Paramashiva, of me in the mirror. So we all started, we were sitting, and at that time we were sitting, and it was like few hours we were sitting there, and nobody was having the darshan yet. So that time, the principal, the teacher over there, she told all of you, you can do third eye reading, right? So at that time, we were all doing the blindfold reading. She told all of you, close your eyes and have the darshan. If you close your eyes, you'll be able to see everything in the Krishnashila. Somehow that clicked with us, where we say, yes, I can read with my eyes closed. So I closed my eyes, and all of us closed our eyes, and very clearly we immediately had the darshan of Swamiji. Take whatever cognition clicks with you and manifest it as power manifestation, as having the darshan of Swamiji. It's your own reflection you're seeing. You're not seeing the outer covering of you as this material world. You're seeing that core of you, who you are as Swamiji, when you have his darshan in the mirror. Now, once you've had that darshan of Swamiji very beautifully, we're going to be understanding. I saw many people posting how your understanding of what was Tantra was so different from what it actually is. Now, Swamiji is taking us to deeper levels of understanding Tantra and how we can apply it practically in your relationships. This is what the next session is going to be about. Listen carefully and do apply it in your life. At every aspect, make your life filled with Paramashiva. Let's now hear from Swamiji.
Relationships are the most beautiful, sweetest thing in the life. When Sadashiva declared, "Let me become many and enjoy myself," it means he himself has decided to enjoy the joy of relationships, the ecstasy of relationships. Whenever you have a problem, difficulties, bitterness, boredom, tiredness in the relationship, find out something other than the truth. Delusion has entered the relationship. Relationship itself is not failure. The delusions entered into relationship makes it tired, bored, sickening, suffocating. I was coining and using a new word called sexless intimacy, where you explore the soul of the other person. When you explore the body of the other person, how long you will be exploring the same curves? You will be tired and bored. Husband and wife are the most intimate enemies. Tired and bored, sickening, but tied together. In Indian tradition, literally with 3 knots. If it ends just with exploring of the body, it will be most tiring, sickening, boring relationship. And then you will start looking around to explore various bodies, different bodies. Sometimes you may not even stop with other gender. No, that is where all the perversion starts. Not even other gender, you may not even stop with human beings. Understand? The problem here is, you do not explore the souls. The intimacy need to be extended to explore the other person's being, the soul, the consciousness, the thought currents, memories, the effect thought currents and memories creates in the other person and in you. If the exploring starts little deeper, deeper than the skin, deeper than the color of the skin, if exploring goes little deeper than the skin to the level of thought currents, memories, taste, interests, then deeper than that, conscious journey together towards the higher possibilities, enlightenment, power manifestation, Sadashivatva. Then the taste and depth depth of the whole relationship goes to the next level. Understand, when you are sick, tired, bored in relationships, try to look where the delusion has entered, exploring just the curves of the body. Alone is not relationship. If you stop there, I should call that as delusion. I should call that as non-involvement. I should call that as life negative. Understand? Sexual act, a man first feels physiologically pressured by the hormones. So physiology sends the signals to body, physical structure. So it starts responding, but psychology is not having enough life positive affirmation to be active. It does not have enough love. It only feels the pressure of physiology and physical components. So it is waiting to take revenge on the physiology and physical component the moment act is over. The moment act is over, psychology just takes over and pushes you in such life negative mood and feeling. Any action, whether breathing, thinking, eating, any action is expression of Shakti. Paramashiva Shakti. Listen. Shakti is embodiment of love. Shakti is embodiment of love. Realizing the love manifestation of your consciousness and entering into any action becomes manifestation of you, not manipulation of life. Listen, I will repeat. If you enter into the act of eating, knowing that it is because of your tremendous love manifestation, you are eating to strengthen your body, to celebrate life more and more. You will never manipulate food for taste. You will make sure food is always strengthening you. You will like, you will enjoy, you will be addicted only to healthy food. Same principle applied to music, to visions, visuals, to smell, to touch, and to sex. The same principle. Be very clear. World is created to empower you, to make you manifest the ultimate, not for you to manipulate. Listen, world is created for you to manifest Paramashiva, not to manipulate the world. In every level, celebrating the core love is Tantra. Tantra is consciousness-centered tradition. It is not body-centered, mind-centered, emotion-centered. It is consciousness-centered tradition. The Mooladhara Chakra, symbolic conscious representation of the sex energy, is described with the 4 petals, lotus. 4-petal lotus. The 1 petal represents autosex, means enjoying your own body. Like even eating tasty food comes under autosex. Eating tasty food up to masturbation, whole thing falls under autosex. Enjoying your own body. The second is enjoying your own gender, same sex. Third lotus petal is enjoying the opposite gender. The 4th lotus petal is enjoying the whole cosmos, whole universe, having union with this whole universe. That's the 4th petal. Listen. Ardhanarishwara is the manifestation, represents all the 4 completion, fulfillment, the all 4 dimensions in you. When it manifests into the complete completion, you become Ardhanarishwara. Ardhanarishwara manifests in your body. I tell you, most powerful sexual energy is radiated by the kids who are taught from young age to connect with Krishna or Muruga. Understand? In Hindu tradition, if you are born from Vaishnavite family, in the young age itself, you will automatically pick up Krishna as your beloved if you are in the female body, if you are in the male body as a friend. Whether you are a male or female, you will develop some kind of an attachment, feeling connection with Krishna from the young age. Same way, if you are from Shaivite family, you will develop the connection with Muruga, Subramanya. The kids, male or female, who develop this kind of a fantasy centric, I'm using the word fantasy centric, which is very low and in a way even not completely expressing what I want to express, but the English has only the fantasy word. I can say that visually having union with Krishna or Muruga, even intimate friendship, I have seen the kids growing up in a very traditional background, how they automatically assume, if you are from Vaishnavite family, automatically the kids assume that Krishna is your beloved or your friend. If you are from Shaivite family, Muruga is your beloved or friend. That is the way flowering of the first dimension of the auto sex happens. Understand? People many times ask this question: is masturbation right? Paramashiva answers this question in Tantra. In masturbation, you don't accumulate new muscle memory, but you accumulate biomemory. So, who you remember, with whom you connect, fantasize, imagine, visualize, and have enter into the masturbation act, you receive that person's biomemory. Listen carefully. The act masturbation itself is not looked from the prism of right or wrong in Tantra. It is looked at profit loss. If you connect with the higher conscious beings, even masturbation, you receive their biomemory. See, when you enter into a physical sexual act, you receive muscle memory, bioenergy, all the three from the other person. You should know, even male receive from female and female also receives from male. It is give and take. That is why if you have multiple partners, especially who are lower than your consciousness, you may have pleasure but not peace. You may have pleasure but not peace, because the exchange of muscle memory, bioenergy complicates and makes the inner space mess. In masturbation act, you don't receive muscle memory, but you receive biomemory. So with whom you visualize matters. That decides whether your consciousness is going to raise profit loss calculation, not right wrong dictations. Listen. Tantra does not look at life as vidhi nisheda. It looks at life as profit and loss. It just tells you what can profit you and what can bring loss, and leaves the decision to you. traditions guide you, teach you, ask you to do something and not to do something. But Tantra is a unique tradition. It changes only your conscious perception. The way you hold you and the way you hold the other person involved with you in the sexual act and the way you understand the sexual act, only these conscious perceptions are changed. Immediately, the action becomes yoga, path for you to have union with Paramashiva, cosmos. Listen. Precise truth. Precisely I am describing the ultimate truth. With anything you have yoga, union, that becomes part of you. Whether the food you eat or the music you listen, visuals you see, or the smell you smell, or the touch you enjoy. Listen carefully. Here I want to tell you one great truth I learned from Arunagiri Yogeshwara. If you live with 5 rich people, associate yourself with 5 rich people, you will become a 6th rich person. If you associate yourself with 5 enlightened beings, you will become the 6th enlightened being. If you associate yourself with 5 people who are building body, doing yoga, gym, you will become the 6th person who builds body and doing yoga, gym. If you associate yourself with the 5 fools, you will become the 6th fool. If you associate yourself with the 5 negative people, you will become the 6th negative person. If you associate yourself with the 5 seekers, you will become 6th seeker. Arunagiri Yogeshwara told, this is what is the truth for inside and outside. These 5 senses, what they do and you associate yourself with them, you become the 6th of that. Whether outside 5 people or inside 5 senses. If your 5 senses are all the time seeking Paramashiva and you associate with those 5 senses, you will become Paramashiva. If your 5 senses are always seeking pleasure and you associate yourself with that 5 senses, you will always be the pleasure seeker. If your 5 senses are living Paramashiva and you associate yourself with that 5 senses, you will become Paramashiva. Listen. Tantra is all about making you if you associate with yourself with 5 yogis, you will become the 6th yogi. If you associate yourself with the 5 workaholic people, you will become a 6th workaholic person. If you associate yourself with the 5 lazy people, you will become the 6th lazy person. If you associate yourself with 5 retired people, you will become the 6th retired person. if you associate yourself with 5 conscious senses which is manifesting Paramashiva, you will become the 6th person manifesting Paramashiva. This is the foundation of Tantra. This is the foundation of Tantra. Listen. Constantly let your 5 senses manifest Paramashiva. Constantly let your 5 senses manifest Paramashiva. With anything you associate, you become that. The food which is higher conscious, means cooked by higher conscious person, offered to Paramashiva by the higher conscious person and eaten, makes your taste sense higher conscious person. With each sense, the physical touch or the intimacy or relationship with the higher conscious person makes you higher conscious. This applies to all 5 senses. Now listen. The music, poetry created by higher conscious being, when you consume that, you reach the same higher consciousness. With this understanding, look at the whole life. Many times, naturally, you will not get a higher conscious person to touch or the experience the nearness. For that, Paramashiva gives the solution. For the time being, you and your partner can raise yourself to higher consciousness through the powerful cognitions about yourself and about the other person, about the sexual act. Then enter into the act. That is what is called tantric sex, tantric relationship. Elaborately, Paramashiva explains multiple tantric rituals to manifest various powers. Various powers, third eye power, so many other powers. Usually, I can say, I am trying to generalize and give you the basic understanding. Usually, in tantric rituals, all the 5 senses are involved, and it is not like a wild as it is projected to you by the modern day racist narrators, the racist people who narrate Hinduism have abused Agora and Tantra Sampradayas. They have beaten it and killed it. And unfortunately, Hindus themselves fell for this divide and rule policy.
Nityanandam. Nityanandam. Did all of us understand and click with these phenomenal revelations from Swamiji? Oh my God. To what extent Swamiji has answered some of the questions that we can never even, like, people generally feel so, they don't even know who to ask or how to have these understandings. How many of you clicked with these concepts deeply? If any of you have any questions regarding this, please go ahead and post it. And how many of you understand how powerful if the cognitions, the ideas, ideology, and the person that we cherish inside is? How many of you are understanding the importance of that? Can all of you take a few minutes and share? How many of you clicked with this? What Swamiji just revealed? Come on, Nityanandam. All the participants that are sitting here with us. How many of you got several clicks in the session? Machetna is saying she's able to click with it. Christine Jones. Ma Stephanie, Ma Susan, Rainy. Okay. See, because now what we just listened to is something very, very, very important. Like something too important. Because understanding, just the understanding changing impacts the way we see. Simple example. When you eat, what you cherish inside matters. When you eat, let's say you're enjoying your food, and if you watch any violent movie while you're eating, understand it directly goes into your biomemory. How many of you are understanding this? It goes into your biomemory. Yes, Nityanandam, Nadej, nice to have you here. Would be lovely if you could come on the camera. I request everyone to please turn on your cameras. Some of you are on cameras and some of you are off cameras. Actually, Marine, there are many similarities between the Hindu tradition and many other ancient civilizations, because Sanatana Hindu Dharma was spread in 56 nations. So you will find traces of this in multiple traditions, multiple civilizations. A lot of things would be common. Like, for example, there's a specific African tribe that worship Paramashiva, that worship Nandi. They have a very similar but slightly different name in their language. But they worship, like you'll see the description, everything matching the same way. They also have jatas and they also follow these traditions. Because Sanatana Hindu Dharma was spread in so many different countries. Marine is saying, yes, there are old deities of Shiva in Africa and South America. True. Because Sanatana Hindu Dharma was spread in 56 nations. Okay, come on. I want to hear from all of you. What are the different understandings and clicks each of you had? And did you guys have any questions regarding this? Please take a few minutes and post your clicks, your understandings, and if you have had any questions, feel free to ask. See, understand the subject that we are learning about, see, whether it applies in all areas of our senses. If we are able to integrate our senses to Paramashiva, simply that Paramashivatva space will start manifesting. All the male participants, if you all have any questions also, you all can feel free to post it in the group, the Paramashivoham Facebook group. See, now let's just take a few minutes to internalize this. Look in, just write down in what all ways you're able to see this, in which dimensions. Simple thing. Just when you eat, the cognitions you cherish matters. When you do yoga, especially when you do yoga, why do you think we have very specific visualizations for each asana? Because when you are bending your body, doing the yoga, and especially when you do the Nithyananda yoga, your kundalini is raised such high, and your whole body gets into that integrity with the cosmic geometry. And whatever ideas and cognitions you cherish will directly enter into your biomemory. If you want to change the way you appear, you want to change how your body is looking during yoga, just before yoga, if you can consciously visualize and take the sankalpa and do the yoga, you will see beautifully your body will align to that. Same way. Madharananda saying, yes, I wonder why. Madharananda, you're also posting. I remember Swamiji saying that sex with the higher being than you is accepted. See, it's not about acceptance or rejection. It is about profit or loss. Like how Swamiji explained. Whether I'm going to take an example with food. If you are, see, like how Swamiji explained, whenever there's something low conscious, someone of a lower consciousness, and if you enter into a relationship with them, it is like you lose energy. But what you cherish inside matters. If you are cherishing powerful cognitions, powerful truths, and you're in that high space, when your consciousness is high, and let's say you're eating food, it directly goes into your biomemory and raises you to the highest level. Understand the profit loss. If you just cognize this, same thing with music. That's why whose music you hear matters. If you see during the darshan, the musics that you hear is the same music you are hearing without the darshan being there. And if that's not the, see, there are some actually now, like whatever darshan songs that we are listening to these days, all of these are kirtans. So the kirtans are itself sung with deep oneness, continuously remembering with the devotion spaces, Swamiji. So automatically when you listen to the kirtans, you're automatically put into the space of devotion. Are you all understanding? Same way, when you are hearing some other singer, let's say someone very depressed and that person is singing, even if the voice is very nice, if that person, if the singer was singing from a very depressed, low level consciousness, irrespective of the words, just hearing it, you would be pulled to the same. Rain is asking with do, sorry, I'm not sure what that means. Saying they steal people's energy like this using people's clothes. How can you stop people from tampering with your biomemory? Marine, first and foremost thing, wear kantamala. The kantamala that you wear will protect you from any sort of black magic. Anyone that wears the kantamala on your throat, every time you should never remove your kantamala. You can get the kantamala in any of our temples, Kailasa temples that are there. The kantamala will protect you from any sort of black magic. No black magic will be able to even touch you as long as you wear the kantamala on your neck. Second, whenever, see, your strong feeling connection with Guru is the protection, kavacha. It is the shield, the protecting shield from all negative energy. Not just black magic, what people try to do on you, but even the planetary influence that the planets can have over you will just become irrelevant, redundant, because they will have no more effect on you. The power of Guru Bhakti is such that nothing, no negative energy can even pull you down. Madananda is saying, Swamiji mentioned that the rock music brings the lower vibration, unlike the music what Swamiji plays. Yes, Ma. Actually, the music that during the darshan songs, like especially the recent ones, most of these are all chosen directly by Swamiji. Swamiji actually sees which all mantras are needed for that initiation, and Swamiji chooses the music, which mantra will give what type of effect in our bio memory, which mantra will invoke our kundalini and channel it to what nadi. Swamiji does a thorough studying into it, and he picks the best songs, puts it together as kirtans, and gives it to us. I don't know how many of you know this. There are many songs, sometimes you'll even hear Swamiji's voice in that singing. Swamiji himself sings those bhajans and kirtans, and Swamiji gives us that, as well as Swamiji picks up these Siddha songs. And like if you see, when Swamiji is conducting the chakras or anything awakening, there's a specific song that Swamiji himself composed with specific vibrations of each of the chakras to be awakened. And he'll mention like each chakra, what is locked and what unlocks that chakra. Swamiji himself wrote that song and got the song recorded, and Swamiji is gifting it to us. And like this, every process, Swamiji is giving us like specific mantras meant for that process. That's why if you see, when we had day before yesterday, when we had this whole wealth completion and the darshan of Bhagavan Keshavarthamurti, where Swamiji had come as Mahavishnu, literally as Parandama and Paramashiva together and sitting. You would have heard the Swarnakarshana Bhairava song and specific mantra chantings meant for awakening that wealth dimension in you. Swamiji himself chooses these songs. Swamiji himself studies those mantras takes those mantras and gives it as songs and ensures that it's played for us along with the darshan. He ensures so that through every sense we experience that ultimate oneness. See, the moment we use the word oneness, we all think oneness to be something like a one thing. No, oneness with what you're experiencing, oneness that also matters, right? Like how you experience that oneness, where your kundalini is getting channeled. See, once Swamiji blesses you with that consciousness. For example, yesterday, the health, the songs that we listened to during the darshan, it is all directly Swamiji has gifted it to us to make sure that it directly penetrates to our bio memory and supports in the healing. How many of you felt so rejuvenated after yesterday's darshan? Ma Sonia Rao was asking, what are the Kantamala powers versus the Atmalinga powers? Ma Sonia, see, first thing, Kantamala is like it's full, it's like lifetime, you should just be having this. It's a life savior, protector, and just having Kantamala on you. See, I see some of you who are not having Swamiji's dollar. Please make sure you are having it. Swamiji's dollar also should be there on your Kantamala. If it has fallen, broken or anything, make sure you fix it back or get a new Kantamala from the local Kailasa temple and wear it. Kantamala will be like continuously. See, the Shiva Mula mantra should be continuously chanted by us. Every moment you need to keep chanting that Shiva Mula mantra. So Swamiji energizes the Kantamala, the Rudraksha and the Kantamala with that mantra. And so when the moment you wear it, it's like it automatically gets activated and it keeps vibrating that mantra in your throat continuously. And second, it's like a insurance, like a cosmic insurance that you're having. And see, normal insurance comes after your death. Cosmic insurance protects your life. It makes sure that nothing happens to you. No kind of negativity can even touch you. Atmalinga is like a Paramashiva in your pocket, like literally him with you, and continuously he'll be available to you through that. Atmalinga also protects, but wearing Kantamala is too important. Because many times you move your Atmalinga, you remove your Atmalinga and keep it aside. Kantamala will have to be it's Kantamala, means the mala that's sitting on your Kanta, the throat. So it has to be continuously there. Got it, ma? Oh, Madhanananda, you should get a proper Kantamala. Okay. So now let's all enter into power manifestation. I hope all of us understood. If at all anyone else has any questions, feel free to ask. And if you all are clear, then we can enter into the power manifestation. Satyojata Shiva has posted. Swamiji says Guru is the Shubha Graha. He drags and runs all grahas, making it happen. This is why negative planet influence and doshas are protected from us. Absolutely, that's so sweet. Actually, Swamiji says, even any kind of like negativity tries to affect you, it won't be able to touch you. I've heard from like a Malaysian, she was saying that there in Malaysia they had these bomos, and bomos are like black magicians, and she had some black magic. Someone put black magic on her or something like that, and it was affecting her life in a very negative way. But from that time she put the Kantamala, literally like she just suddenly felt someone like who was choking her just left her neck, like literally. And she said suddenly all the negativities just disappeared. Because really, Swamiji will be there with you, continuously with you. She actually had a very powerful experience, something where she went to the temple, Swamiji's temple in Malaysia. And the moment she entered there, she actually could feel something leaving from her. And from that day onwards, no black magic could touch her. Where can I get a proper Kantamala, Ma Dhanananda? Whichever place you're living in, Ma, fine. Locate the closest Kailasa temple and you can go and get it from there. Let's enter into the power manifestation session. And male side, what are the questions you all are having? I request you all to go to the Facebook group and post. Please go to the Paramashivam Facebook group and post. All right, now let's do a quick round of power manifestation. I see all of you are enjoying the power of remote vision, and many of you have manifested the Krista Shila power. Now, we're actually going to do the next level, where we're going to see a particular place in the mirror. That's the next power that we are going to be entering into. Are you all ready? See, now, seeing a particular place in the mirror, meaning be having this is only for the people that have the energized mirrors. If you don't have an energized mirror, if you don't have Aushadha energized or the mirror that was blessed by Swamiji, please do it just through your third eye, because you won't be able to see it with your normal mirror. This needs to have the energized mirror. Today, Swamiji will be giving the darshan. Actually, first time when Swamiji had initiated us into this power, oh my God, I remember this so well. I thought like, will this power manifest for me? And this was in Raj Sabha in Adi Kailash. And I still remember so clearly, Swamiji had called all the Balasins to the Rajya Sabha and initiated us into this power, where Swamiji was giving all of us this beetle leaf. And first the power started at giving the initiation, like where we all are to see it in the beetle leaf and scan a particular place. I was thinking, Swamiji said that all the kids who are doing the third eye, seeing through your third eye already, you'll be able to see this fastest. I thought, okay, maybe I may not manifest this power. And I felt like, okay, let me just not try it. And then I left it. And a few minutes later, Swamiji was sitting on the stage. We all were like, Swamiji was on the stage and we all were sitting around Swamiji. And we had this Nithyananda Yogam program participants who had come. So all the Swamiji called the participants. Swamiji just called all of us and initiated all of us. And after initiating all of us, immediately Swamiji said, come on, now you guys will be able to manifest. And Swamiji got the Nithyananda Yogam participants to sit with us and test us. So I thought I'm not going to do, and I didn't go and get a partner for myself. So I was like, I just went to the back and I sat there, and Swamiji suddenly like bent forward and looked at me and said, Kanna, are you not manifesting? Where is your partner? I'm like, okay, Swamiji, I'll get a partner. And then Swamiji was like, no, you will be able to manifest. Just sit and take the beetle leaf you'll and apply Jnana Anjana, you'll just be able to see. And Swamiji blessed me again. And I was like, okay, Swamiji's told me specifically that I can manifest. Then let me just give it a try. And I went, Swamiji called one Nithyananda Yogam participant and made her sit near me. She gave me a place. And I just put Jnana Anjana. And I was looking at Swamiji, and Swamiji's like, you'll be able to do. So that's all. I just felt like, okay, Swamiji told now, it has to happen. So I have no reasons to give myself this excuse. And I just put the Jnana Anjana. And I was just I just looked. She said to scan her house. She gave a specific house, which I had to scan. I was looking, all of a sudden, like how if something reflects, how it look, right? Like if there's some, like for example, you have like, see, when you apply the Jnana Anjana, there's a reflection, how it look on it, right? Suddenly like that, I first started seeing some lights, like yellow lights, and there's like a garage kind of a place. I'm looking around, there's nothing like that behind me for it to reflect. I'm moving the leaf and seeing, like if you take a 3D, just visualize it. It was more like, for me, in that beetle leaf became like a portal almost. Like I could actually see within it as I'm moving. It's like I'm moving a camera within, and I started seeing a lot of things inside it. Is it Shweta's mom? Ma Vaidegi. Ma Sarita. Nityanandam, nice to have you here. Yes, come and sit down. If you can get your 2 kids, get them both also and sit down. So I was, then suddenly it just started appearing. I was like, wow. I mean, I was not shocked because that's the power Swamiji initiated us into. It was just too good. Like when I was seeing, then slowly, the quality suddenly started increasing. Like it looked so, it was so real. And just, we were able to like zoom in and see any specific thing. Like I was able to see up to a Sharpie marker kept on a table right under a lamp. Like that level, clearly it'll be visible. Just sit right now, apply the Aushadha and connect with Swamiji, chant the Mahavakya, just look at it. You'll just start seeing it. It'll just start appearing for you. So now let's all manifest. Please sit and start chanting the Mahavakya. Masarita, you should get Shweta and Arvind and all and sit with them and also manifest.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. This Mahamahavagya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahamahavagya puts me in samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me, for Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagyā. Mahamahavagyā, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagyā. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
As all of us are manifesting, see, please understand, by the time you catch and you start manifesting it, right? As you keep manifesting this power of being able to see in the mirror, you will start seeing how literally your consciousness, your inner space, and your relationship with powers will just start upgrading itself. The way you will be able to manifest, everything will change profoundly. So it's a very, very powerful experience to have. And I request all the participants, every one of you, consciously sit, make it a point for you to be able to see that. Seeing, like Mata Priya is explaining, can happen in any which ways. It can happen in any methods. It can happen as just, you manifesting, or it can happen as your experience, like, seeing patterns. Sometimes it will happen as seeing shapes, colors, or just trying to see things in the Jnananjana. Whatever you're seeing, that's fine. But start with it. Don't be stuck to the cognition that it is not possible, it is not happening. Don't be stuck to those cognitions. Just go on manifesting, and you will see how you will start seeing clarity in like 4K view, HD clarity, right? So now, as all of us are manifesting this, we're all going to be entering into the next, a very beautiful session. Talking about 11 genders, this concept of gender equality is always something that comes in a discussion, right? Feminism, what about feminism? What about LGBTQ rights? Everything. Hinduism had no concept of feminism. You'll be shocked to hear it. No concept of feminism. You know why? Because there was no concept of what is feminism? Bringing rights, equality to women. But there was no concept of putting another gender down to bring equality. For in Hinduism, there was no concept of one gender being higher and another gender being lower, because gender itself was not a main factor of discussion in our society. Gender, like Swamiji said beautifully, our body is just a cloth for our being. And gender is just another aspect of a cloth. Will you care if your pants or if your shirt's buttons are pink color or blue color? It is not going to matter to you, right? It's just an aspect of your clothes. Just because one button is smaller than the other button is bigger, does that matter to you? No. Same way, every sentient being is treated unique. And every being, a woman, man, a gay, a lesbian, a transgender, bisexual, everyone were treated equally with equal respects. I will not say equally, uniquely, but with respect. Every being was regarded as consciousness. We never discriminated based on gender. That's the most profound attribute of Hinduism. Until invasion started, there was no gender discrimination in Hinduism at all. So let us now listen to Swamiji's revelations on what exactly is, how exactly did the gender equality work in Hinduism?
What is controlling mechanism, Making man as just a consumer. By brainwashing him, he is just a body. And the truth, reality that he is a consciousness is being taken away from him. I tell you, when the truth, your consciousness is taken away from you, bull is reduced to bullock. You are castrated to be consumer, just a consumer. Your education castrates you just to be a clerk. Marketing monsters castrate you just to be a consumer. The sex-based industries, pornography, actually in the modern day, all the cinema industry and the TV serial, everything is sex-based only. Sex-based entertainment industry castrates you just to be consumer of their entertainment. Actually, it is not even aimed at educating you properly with the right principles of sex. No. Like many of these theme parks all over the world is not designed for kids. It is designed for adult kids. Adults who are still kids mentally. And many of the entertainment theme parks are not designed for kids. They are designed for the adults who are still mentally enjoying their childhood or mentally kids. Listen, same way, the sex-based entertainment industry is more focused on them being a masturbation value for you, not any educating or any useful for your existence. Their focus, the whole focus is just to be a masturbating value for you. That's it. Nothing more. Listen. Oh Hindus, wake up to all these conspiracies. These people who make the whole sex industry, sex-based entertainment industry, a masturbation value, nothing more than that. These guys go on accusing Kama Sutra of the Hindu tradition is sex perversion. Hey, Kama Sutra looks at sex with entertainment and enlightenment value. All three: entertainment, entrainment, and enlightenment value. But the sex-based industries of the modern world pornography, the whole movie industry, and the TV serial, all of them, I can say one more clear word. They are not even interested in being entertainment or entrainment or enlightenment. They are trying just to be a masturbation value, enslavement value. How they can enslave you, that's all is their goal.
Men always think lust is the biggest suffering. Even a womanizer knows lust is the biggest suffering. But I tell you, it is not lust. It is the ideas of male, female, and the suppression you carry in your muscle. That is the real suffering. Even the idea, if you are a male, you have to conquer. Most of the womanizers not even have so many women in their life for pleasure, because after some time they realize the pleasure does not get generated by constantly changing the external partners. Every womanizer realizes, but it is like a conquering. That stupid idea, if you are a male, you have to conquer, goes on torturing you, goes on punishing you, goes on putting your life in deeper and deeper hells. All Vedagamic truths leads you to absolute peace and powerfulness. Because every Upanishad starts with Shanti, ends with Shanti. We call it Shanti mantra itself. There will be always few lines with Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. It's called Shanti mantra. There are around 60 Shanti mantras throughout all the 4 Vedas, used in multiple places. Every Upanishad will start only with Shanti mantra and end only with Shanti mantra. Because the pure peace-based powerfulness-based peace is a breeding ground for Paramashiva to manifest. That is why from the time immemorial, our masters always went to forest to practice Shanti-based Shakti, Shakti-based Shanti. There are 4 basic fundamental animalistic patterns: hunger, anger, extreme violence-based sex, sex-based violence. The mess up of violence being delusively considered as sex and sex being delusively understood as violence. These are the 4 patterns animalistic. Detox yourself from that. You can see funny thing. Violently raping is considered as sex, and the fighting seems to be more like a sexual activity. That is why the porn addicts enjoy this fight-based sex, sex-based violence, violence-based sex. one misconstrued as other and deluded into other is animalistic patterns. Hunger, anger, confused, deluded violence, confused, deluded sex. This four is the animalistic patterns. Detox yourself. If you detox yourself from this four, you grow that Shanti, Paramashanta Swarupa, and you manifest. Paramashanta, and you manifest. Paramashivatva. Nothing can be compared to the strength of the peace you have grown inside. The quality of the peace based powerfulness is called maturity as per the Vedic tradition. Aging is not maturity in Vedic tradition. The Paramashanta which grows in you is maturity in Vedic tradition. Paramashanta Swarupa. Meditate on Paramashiva. Connect with Paramashiva. Prabhu, I know you are eternal Paramashanta Swarupa. Please manifest in that space, in that state in me. That is what I call mukti-based bhakti. Devotion centered on liberation. Liberation centered on devotion. Enlightenment centered on devotion. Devotion centered on enlightenment.
One important thing you need to understand, why we disrespect body. First thing, we have the idea about beauty. We always have some model in our mind. So we try to become that model. When you have somebody as a model, you don't have a deep respect or love for your body. You don't feel comfortable with your body as long as you have some model. You try to become that model. You try to do makeup, or you try to behave, or you try to live like that model person. As long as you have model, you will not be happy unto yourself. You are beautiful to yourself. Why should you bother? Why should you care for some other model? If he is beautiful or if she is beautiful, it is for him, not for you. Your body is the closest mechanism available to you. Even if he is beautiful or she is beautiful, it is his body. It's not your body. Why should you have hatred to your body by getting attracted to that body? Most of the time, when you feel attracted to some model, you start hating your body. You also want the same kind of body. You also want same type of body. So naturally, you create tension in your body. From the young age, you are taught to become like somebody. You are given so many fantasies, so many ideas. You should look like this person, you should look like that person. This is the idea of beauty, that is the idea of beauty. The ideas about beauty enters into your mind and you start disrespecting your body. You start misbehaving with your body. The moment you think, you feel somebody else is beautiful, you want to become like him or like her. Avoid and drop the ideas somebody is beautiful and somebody is not. You are enough unto yourself. You are enough unto yourself. You are beautiful for yourself. Why should you bother somebody else's Beauty. Why should you bother about somebody else's body? First thing, feel totally homely with your body.
Sadashiva explains about beauty in Agama. In one place, very beautifully expressed. Who is beautiful person? Many places Sadashiva does not use the gender, beautiful man or beautiful woman, no. Because we believe in 11 genders, he just says beautiful being. 3 qualifications he gives. The moment you see, you should be stunning. The eye should just pop up. Automatically the eye should expand. That's the first. Listen carefully. The moment you see, eye should just pop up. That's stunning. Second, the grace should flow in every action. From the moment of waking up to the moment of falling asleep, grace should permeate in every action. And every bhavana that person, the third point, every bhavana that person assumes. If you have to translate in a modern way, every dress he wears or every attitude he assumes, every aspiration he assumes, every bhavana, visualization he assumes, it should radiate beauty. These are the 3 qualifications he gives for a beautiful being. First, the moment you see, stunning, eyes should pop up. Next, whole action, sitting, standing, dancing, eating, sleeping, everything should permeate that beauty, grace. Third, every attitude he assumes, means whether he wears jewels or dresses up or no jewels or any aspect, anything should fit. Even if these 3 qualities are expressed, don't be diverted by what is expressed. Look in who is expressing. Understand. Don't be diverted by what is expressed. Look in who is expressing. When you look in who is expressing, you become Jivan Mukta. Look in who can express this. Look in who is expressing this. Even the most beautiful things, sun and the moon and the nature and the ocean, the hill, amazing, beautiful beings, powers, best visualizations, extreme beauty of flowing Ganga, extraordinary beauty of standing Himalayas, whatever. All these visualizations, all these forms, don't be diverted by what is shown, but see who is showing. Understand? The world, my world. For example, you see a mountain. Mountain is the world, and that peace or a mood it creates in you is my world. Whether in the world or my world, don't be distracted by what is seen and perceived. See who is perceiving in the my world. You will achieve the Atman. You will achieve the super consciousness. See who is showing all this, you will achieve the Sadashivatva. Whether in the world you see who is showing this, or my world you see who is perceiving this, you will achieve Sadashivatva. You will achieve the ultimate. You will achieve the Shivoham Anubhuti. You will achieve the Atmajnana. You will achieve the Brahmajnana. You will achieve the ultimate enlightenment. In both, enjoy both. Don't be distracted by it. Enjoy powerfully, but know it. The source is what matters, not the experience. Source is what matters, not the superficial. Source matters, not the superficial. Always put your attention on the source. If you are putting your attention on superficial, both your eyes will enjoy. If you are putting the attention on the source, your third eye will enjoy. Your third eye will be awakened. That will enjoy. External or internal, let your third eye enjoy always. Understand? Still, I have not seen any modern day beautician or the people who work on these beauty industries explain beauty in such a precise way like Sadashiva. What a definition! After defining, he says, look at the source who is showing. Because that is too beautiful, which cannot be described. If the expression itself is this beautiful, then how the experience will be? If the statement can be so poetic, how the state will be poetry? What kind of a poetry the state will be? If the statement can be so poetry, such poetry, how poetic the state will be? Or if the statement can be so poetic, what level of poetry will be the state? So let all the glory, visualization, beauty you see in the world or my world remind you to the source. Remind you to the source. Remind you to the source. Viddhi netam yatitam upasate. Viddhi netam yatitam upasate. Listen. Listen. Yachakshusha napashyati ena chakshumshi pashyati means not which is seen by the eye, but because of which the eye, the organ of sight, is able to see and perceive the seen. That is reality. Understand? Not which is seen by the eyes, but by which the eyes are able to see and perceive. Not which is seen by the eyes, but because of which the eyes are able to see and perceive. Listen, this has to get drilled into you. Not by which is seen by the eyes, but because of which the eyes are able to see and perceive. That which is seen by the eye, understand? That which is seen by the eye, not because of that. but because of which the eyes are able to see.
This is such a unique and a very, very powerful revelation by Swamiji. How many times have all of you related to this point where Swamiji revealed one of the key truths in this? The feeling that I am not enough unto myself. So many times, there's a very, very powerful revelation from Swamiji in understanding this, because many times we're all stuck with this cognition today. So many people look for that fulfillment, that statement from people outside giving the credits, saying that, why is it not like this? Why is it not like that? So many people look for these credits, right? The way they understand, the way they look for it. There's a very beautiful explanation by, there's a very beautiful experiment that was conducted by, I think, Stanford University or California University. One of these universities conducted a very powerful experiment. It's a real thing that happened. So what they did is they picked a random person and they informed everyone in the family other than the person who was getting the experiment done. So it's just like in a normal day, the man normally wakes up to go for his office. Moment he comes out, right? The wife looks at him and says, honey, are you all right? I see you're a little sick. Are you fine? This man is surprised. He says, what? No, I'm perfectly, I'm healthy and I'm very normal. Then, as he goes by, the daughter, the children ask the wife, all right, very, you look a little tired today. Are you good? Are you doing? He's surprised. He's like, what are you guys talking? Oh, sorry, I think Ma Hong's was saying voice is breaking. Is this better now, Ma? This is better? Is this better now? Yes. Okay. So coming back to this experiment. So what happened was, again, this man randomly, he's perfectly healthy office going man. Okay. He's picked up for this experiment. The children next go to him and say, Dad, are you all right? You look very tired. You look very sick. Are you fine? By now, this man is like, he's a little confused, but not yet influenced much. So he looks at the children and he says, no, I'm fine. What's up? I'm all right. I'm doing great. Then he goes to his office. He has his breakfast and he leaves to his office. And the security guard at the house, he says, Sir, are you all right? You look a little sick. Are you doing okay? By now, this man starts getting a doubt. He starts thinking about it. He still says, it's okay. I'm right. I'm all right. I'm all right. And he travels to his office. By the time he goes to his office, he actually starts doubting, am I really sick? Am I really sick? Am I doing okay or not? And he goes to the office. In the office, the receptionist looks at him and says, Sir, are you doing okay? You don't at all look fine to me. I think you really need some rest. It's okay. You can maybe, do some arrangement, but you really need some rest. By now, his doubt becomes his belief. By the time he reaches his office desk, he starts believing that he is sick. He actually cannot work anymore. And he goes to his boss. He says, Boss, I don't think I'm doing good. I need a break. And the boss also says, yes, you look very sick and you're not doing good. Please go home and take rest. By the time he comes back home from office, he's actually sick with fever. This was not one. This was conducted to 5 random people in 5 different occasions, 5 different times, in different events, all 5 had the same response. Understand why I'm telling this? Constantly, we all take credits from life. To live, our fuel for life is based on what others tells us. If someone tells you you're good, you collect it. Someone tells you you're a best mother, you collect that card. Someone tells you you're a best daughter, you collect that card. A best wife, best sister, you collect all of these cards and you make the card. Have you all seen that castle which is made of cards? Right? It's just built one on top of the other, delicately standing. Like that, each of us build cards based on these cards of opinions. If people tell you're beautiful, you take that card. People tell you're creative, you take that card. People tell you're the best mother, you take that card. You're the best wife, you're the best daughter, you're the best you're the best friend, you're the best sister, you're the best person, you're the best manager, a best leader. We collect all these cards and build a castle called our identity. But even if one person pulls out the card, the whole castle collapses. Like the card, right? The moment one person pulls out, the card collapses, the whole castle collapses. That is exactly how we are. We build our identity based on what people tell. People tell me I'm a good singer, so I'm a good singer. People really like my appearance, so I'm beautiful. That is why today so many young kids pick up the gun and go to the extent of doing mass shooting. Why? Why are kids so violent? Look at the most shooters. Almost 97% of these shooters are all teenage kids. Why? What makes a kid so violent that the kid has to go pick up a gun, walk into a school and shoot other children? Why is that happening? Why is it going to such extent? Because we constantly derive our ideas of right, wrong, good, bad based on what the society teaches us, based on continuously what is fed into us. So imagine a child that is growing up, a typical US child that's growing up. What do? They play video games. What does the video games teach? Shoot as many as possible, then you become a hero. Now, as the kid starts playing, and it's not just the kid individually alone, right? There's so much of pressure, peer pressure. Other kids also play video games. So if a kid is not playing video game, he's then bullied, he's like harassed, and it's natural, right? So when the kids, the whole group starts this, what is the video game teaching the child? Shoot others and win. What happens by the time the kid spends so many hours playing this? Do you think it has no impact? Of course it has. Even if you spend 3 minutes watching an emotional video, you cry. You spend a full day playing video games that will instigate your anger so much. Do you think it will not have an impact on you? Of course not. It will have an impact. Now, by the time the child starts playing with it, inbuilt, the cognition starts becoming so much that it starts believing that violence is the way to respond to life. Next time someone says something that irritates or triggers that kid, picks up the gun and shoots the people. Who's responsible for it? The society that we are creating for our children. And why am I telling about this? Because constantly we pick the cards, and Ma Hongs is saying many times these cards are not from others but from past success or failures. Exactly. Any cards, Ma, see, it's not just from others. We go on collecting it from different situations. Like sometimes you succeed, sometimes people are all very happy with something you do. You pick up a card saying, you know what, people enjoy like this. But what happens is, as long as your fulfillment about you is derived from an external situation, it is ephemeral. Today, if someone enjoys something you do, does not mean that tomorrow they're going to again enjoy it. But the moment, the first time they enjoy, you pick up the card and you put, people all like me doing this. So what happens next time when you do it and people don't appreciate it? You lose your confidence. Today, this is exactly what affects all of us, whether it's in your office, whether it's your boss, whether it's your spouse, whether it's your children. All of us have this exact same thing we're all stuck with. all of us continuously take the same circle again and again and again. The cards from different people. I need to be good. I need to look beautiful. I need to be the best. I need to be the best leader. I need to do this successfully. And we create, what happens is we create an imaginary castle, and we create so much of pressure unto ourselves to live up to those expectations that we set for ourselves. And what happens as you go on by and by, you start continuous, you become so fragile, the cards, you become so sensitive that even if one person pulls out the card, the whole thing collapses and you collapse into depression. That is why today so many youngsters, so many people who get into relationship, the moment they have a heartbreak, the concept of heartbreak itself is that the person withdraws a card that they give you. Now what happens? You lose, you feel like you lost a part of yourself because you built that part based on others' opinions about you. You should never do that. As long as you feel you are not enough unto yourself, you keep the space open for all the other incompletions to come in based on people's likes, dislikes, moods, wants, and nots. You build yourself and constantly you put yourself through that cycle. Mahongzu is saying, Susan Solanter is saying, many of these young shooters are taking strong medications. Absolutely. This is the reason. Every one of us constantly fall into this whole mess. Today, kids are becoming so violent because as a society, that is the only option we give them. That's what we teach them. Nithyananda Ma, Dhvanita Gadiali. Nithyananda Ma, nice to see you here. I'm not seeing your video is not very clear, Ma. Is it possible? I think it's quite late in the night for you, no? If you could just add a little bit more light, Ma. Now, every one of you see, where all do you build? How do you define yourself? Let me ask you all a question. Can each of you close your eyes and see what exactly do you define yourself as? Can every one of you post in the chat? How do you define yourself? Like, for example, you say, you know what, I'm a very good manager. I'm a very sincere person in job. I'm a very, very courageous person. I'm a very sweet person. I'm a very friendly person. I'm a people pleaser, or I'm a very confident person. I'm a very meticulous person. Now, can each of you please write down how are all the things that you define yourself? Can I ask everyone to post it in the chat? Based on what do you define yourself as? I am beautiful. I'm intelligent. What are the tags that you have given to yourself? Can I request every one of you to type it out? You all can share in the chat if you're comfortable. All the tags that you give to yourself, please just type it out. Okay, I'm a friendly person. Okay. Come on, everyone. Ma Sonia, Ma Ilka, Ma Mohini, Ma Gurmeet, Ma Kareen. Okay, so Masuda Dandapan is posted. People define me as I'm more friendly, more kind, more lovable. Okay. How do you define yourself? How do you define yourself? Post all the definition, the tags based on which you define yourself. Ma Chingho, Ma Saroj, come on, every one of you. Ma Wei Huang, Ma Naresha. Okay, I'm empowering, a rebel. All right. Curious, adventurous, spiritual, friendly person. Okay, Ma Sonia, Ma Bhavna Parmar. Okay, I'm a sweet person. a strong person, Vani Goyal, an introvert. I'm a good person, good friend, kid, and loving and giving. Okay. Okay. Now, I'll ask every one of you one question. Okay. Based on what have you derived these definitions? Actually, Masuda and the Pani, when you posted itself, you put people tell you you are this, so you feel you are that. That itself shows, see, you are already building your identity based on the cards people have given you. Now, if another person gives you a different card, the cards based on which you built yourself will collapse. Then you will collapse into depression. See, the moment all of you just revisit the tags you have put for yourself. I'm good, I'm caring, I'm loving. Just see how many of these are from the cards that others gave you. Like someone would have told you and you put these cards on yourself. Because someone tells you you're loving, you feel you're a loving person. Because someone tells you you're very kind, you feel you're a very kind person. Each of you, I request every one of you to look back. Ma Bhavana Parmar is saying it's based on the feedback compliments. Exactly. Understand, I'm not saying you should deny or reject people's feedbacks, but the problem is not that the feedback, as long as you keep the feedbacks as feedbacks, it's good. Okay, nice. You're happy with me. I'm good. But the problem does not end. You take their feedbacks and build an identity. It is like you have a huge billboard and you're standing with the billboard saying, I am a loving person against a storm. Constantly what? The billboard will be shaking. Right? That is exactly how all of us are. Just see, even Mavani, you may wonder, okay, introvert is not a tag anyone gave me. But see, based on what are you defining yourself as that? Based on what? Some people's definitions that you heard, you picked up the tag and attached it to yourself. Is it not? The moment we take tags from outside and put it onto us, we start defining, and what happens? You confine yourself to only that. You just become that. And now it is very easily like Sudha Dandapani. If someone says, let's say, if 3 people come and tell you, you have suddenly become unfriendly. You used to be nice before. Suddenly I don't feel the same way around you. Will it not affect you? Will it not start telling you, will you not start feeling like, oh my God, is everything all right? And you will start taking that and building. If just it becomes like 5 to 10 people start telling, your whole identity will collapse and you will fall into depression. If people, you don't even need to have people come and tell you you're not friendly. If people stop telling you you're friendly also, you will fall into depression. Am I right? When I say you, I mean all of us. See how many of you have picked up these tags based on the cards that people gave you. Understand, as long as it was given to you, it can be taken back. As long as it can be given to you, it can be taken back. Only if it is something you built, it will be forever with you. If it is only something that you discovered, it can forever be you. If it is given by you, then the person who gave it to you can take it back. It is only like charity. Only when you build it, it is yours. You have the right, you enjoy the freedom of it. And how can you build? You should only build based on the eternal qualities of you. Not based on what people tell you, but aligning yourself to the higher principles of existence. Constantly, again and again, working on becoming your higher versions, the higher existence. That's why Swamiji tells, anything other than the qualities of Paramashiva should not be cherished. Because if you go based on the cards others give you, then you lose, you fall, you collapse the moment others withdraws the cards. And it is temporary. You never get that fulfillment. You start feeling, I am not enough unto myself. That is why in all relationships, we seek so much of approval from our, the other people, right? You seek so much of approval from your spouse. You seek so much of approval from people. We go around asking, every one of us carry like a registry. We want people to sign saying, best daughter, best mother. And others also carry the same thing. Others also want autographs from you. You also want autograph from others saying, you know what, just sign, say that I'm the best mother. That is how we all live. But as long as you live like this, you will forever be running around so dependent on others. The moment that person changes, what you enjoy changes, you will fall into depression. The only thing is, if you notice Swamiji, whether there were 100 people, like if you see before the whole persecution started, there were millions of people around Swamiji, and Swamiji was like one of the most popular person. He was listed in the Body, Mind, Spirit magazine as 100 most spiritually influential persons. Swamiji was like, he was a celebrated. At that time, how Swamiji held himself. And just overnight, when the persecution started and Swamiji had to face even illegal arrest, how Swamiji was. Both situations, Swamiji never changed the principle of who he was. Because Swamiji never went by, just because there are 100,000 or a million people around Swamiji, or just because there are only 5 people around Swamiji, Swamiji never changed the quality of his existence. Why? Because Swamiji is not living for something on the outside. He is fulfilled unto himself, just to teach us, show us all humanity to see how we can understand. As long as you feel you're empty, you go on, try to fill yourself from outside. You want people to keep giving you the credit so that you can feel full. But only when you realize you are complete unto yourself, you will realize you don't need another half. You feel you need another half because you feel you are half. If you understand your whole, your full, your fulfillment, you will not go and look for the other half. You will be whole, you will be complete. Only if we understand this one truth, we will stop running behind all the labels that society puts on us, that society dumps into us. The idea of I am enough unto myself. That is why constantly what do? We see a nice actor on the TV, and then we see like, oh God, look how nice her hair is, how nice her dress is. We start trying to adapt ourselves to that. Why? Because we want constantly those credits. Now take a few minutes, each of you write down all the certificates based on which you have built your identity. Take a few minutes. I request everyone to write it down. Write down all the certificates based on which you have built your identity. Please spend a few minutes. I request every one of you to write. So please continue. And in this same space now, in each of the things that you have written down, see and identify which all are the things where you have taken these cards and decide to completely drop it and complete it. And in the same space, let us all enter into the power manifestation session. Now, all of you, I request all the participants, you're all going to be scanning one object that I have kept placed in front of myself. Okay, so there's one object that is in front of me, and I request every one of you to scan it. Okay, just connect in the same space, just see what exactly is there, and connect to Swamiji and manifest whatever comes in your third eye. You can see in your Krishnashila, and you will see it as patterns, as lines, as anything it could be. Whatever you see it through the third eye, connect to Swamiji, and please describe that in the chat. Let's start. I request every one of you, all the participants, to do it. Okay, Ma Sudha Dandapani has posted, Ma, while penning down, I realized this revelation. When I was penning about my identity as kind, lovable, more open, at the same time, I also understood I'm not exactly like this all the time. So, which means I don't have any solid identity. All these are just defined by outside people. I gave meaning to it. Only truth is I am Paramashiva. Exactly. Beautiful, Ma. That's the right one. See, this is why this exercise is so important, because constantly as long as you take that card from outside, Masuda Dandapani, it'll be unstable because you're taking. If something can be given to you, it can be taken back. Correct? That's a simple logic. So as long as you build it based on outside, you're always on shaky ground. The moment you center it on Paramashiva, all the auspicious qualities of Paramashiva becomes yours, that you have to express and experience. So whenever, even if you drift away from it, you will have a solid center to come back to and anchor yourself upon. Okay, great. Now I request every one of you to scan. Please scan and identify. There's one object that I have kept in front of me. So I request all the participants to please scan, identify what exactly is the object that I have kept. Just connect to Swamiji. See what exactly Swamiji is showing you in your third eye. Chant the Mahavakya. And I request everyone to have the Krishna Shila with you, and please see it on that. Whoever have, if you do not have the alchemy products, don't worry. Today during the darshan, Swamiji will be energizing it. So if you already have, please keep it ready. Connect to Swamiji. Chant the Mahavakya. Intensely chant the Mahavakya, you will be able to see it appearing in the Krishna Shila. Actually, you will see it as patterns. See, it is actually, you will be able to see it like how the clarity that you're seeing us on the screen, the same way you will be able to see, if not more, on the Krishna Shila. But to start with, sometimes when you are just settling and you're trying to manifest, even you may just see it many times as just one or two patterns and shapes. That's totally okay. Chant the Mahavakya continuously. You will be able to clearly see, and whatever is appearing to you, just post that. Keep describing that in the chat. Whatever shapes you're seeing, keep describing that in the chat. Come on, all of you scan. Connect to Swamiji, chant the Mahavakya. Okay, I see many. Marine, you should not ask me if it is, what is it that you're seeing? See, even if you don't know the name of the object, it's totally fine. Describe what it is, like what color, is it like a metal, plastic, or whatever you're seeing, put that. Just go on. See it. You should clearly see it in the third eye and put it. Whatever you are seeing, see it through the third eye and you have to post it. Okay. Continue scanning. Come on, just connect to Swamiji and see whatever Swamiji is revealing to you. Go on posting it and describing it. See, the key here is you have to see it on the Kristashila in front of you. What Swamiji is showing to you on that Kristashila, describe that. It is okay even if you take time. You want to see, you take time for it to appear, and you want to see it properly, take your time and do it. You can even describe the colors. See, some of you saying you do not know the name of the objects. That's totally fine. Just describe the colors. Okay, there are different answers that are coming up. That's exciting. Go on posting. Continue. Come on, Ma, Vani. You should also scan. See, manifesting power should never be missed, because power manifestation is the key for you to cognize all the truths that you internalize to make it as a part of you. So never miss power manifestation. Okay. I think now it is time to verify. Okay, people have posted wristwatch, spindle. Some people have posted tiger, lion, cow. Okay, pen, books, then flower, magenta color, red. Okay, metal, right? Okay, something round. Okay, coconut. There's a lot of it. Ma Rain posted it's something like yantra. Wow. Okay. Hard metal, shiny brass, mobile handle, Shivalinga. Okay. Great. Ma Aidin Demos and Ma Sonia Rao, both of you have manifested spot on. The object that I kept in front of me was a metal bottle. It's not a metal, it's a copper bottle. So this was the exact object that I had kept in front of me. You all can see this was the one that I was having. So many of you scanned it, right? Actually, Ma Rain, I think you saw this and then you thought it was a yantra and you were saying it as a yantra. So it's the object that I was keeping, holding in front of you all, for all of you to scan, was a copper bottle. This one. So this was the object I was holding for you all to scan. Now Ma Rain is laughing. She's like, yes, yes, yes. I saw something like this. Okay. Ma Sonia and Ma Irene Lemos, both of you have manifested. That's spot on. Excellent. Both of you have put metal bottle. Great. Now, as all of us are understanding about it, now we are going to be entering into the next session, a very important one, where we are going to be understanding about the Varnashrama Dharma, the misconceptions about castes and the caste system in Hinduism. Let us listen to the revelation.
Our DNA is unique to each of us. The imprint of our higher self is held in our DNA. We carry our lineage from other planets and other areas of universe in our DNA. The imprint of our earthly ancestral lineage is also held within our DNA. This is what we call in Vedic tradition the Gotra. Which Rishi's Gotra you belong to, we say. The Gotra is your code of other living spaces components of other living spaces which is in you. That code is the Gotra. If you say Bharadvaja Gotra, the energy and experience and the DNA Bharadvaja represents is there in your body. And you can access to those energies very easily. If you take up the mantras and spiritual practices delivered by Bharadvaja, immediately you can decode your DNA and the Akashic records can open. So the Gotra you belong to is the keyword, password for the huge information available to you in the form of Akashic records. The Akashic records are, it's like a password being handed over to you. All the informations are there and this is the password, please see it, that's all. The Akashic records are like DNA of the universe. Each soul has its own Akashic records. And there are collective records of all souls of all journeys. That's what I call all souls of all journeys, is what I call Hiranyagarbha. So now I'll add some of my insights. First thing, understand, all the information you collected through all your births is available in your DNA. Second, you can access some of them just to understand and not to waste the time doing the same actions again and again, thinking you will have the joy end of this action. See, it's like if you have done certain action and you did not receive the joy which you wanted, and if you forget that you did that action and did not have the joy, you will be trying it again and again in various ways. But if you remember, you did this action, did not have the joy, you will not try it again. You will not waste your time on it again. Our Gotra is nothing but a code word for a special DNA layers. Please understand, our rishis have mastered the science of inserting the specific biomemory into a specific DNA layers. So our Gotra is the code word for those special DNAs. When a child is born in certain Gotra, this set of knowledge is already learnt by him. You just need to provide that ambience, he will recover, he will start expressing everything. Please understand. When I was 7, I started reciting the whole Ramayana, Mahabharata, all the 20,000-30,000 verses of Devaram Tiruvasagam by heart. When I was 7, I started reciting all these. I did not even learn language or script. I did not even know Tamil script or Devanagari script, in which all this knowledge is there. I was not even able to read Devanagari script or Tamil script, but I can recite all the thousands of verses from Valmiki Ramayana, from Vyasa's Mahabharata, from Devaram Tiruvasagam. The moment that ambience was provided, whatever was in the DNA, in the biomemory, started expressing. So the Gotras are the code word for DNA. Stealing our women was the worst stealing done. That is the worst conspiracy done against Hinduism.
Because the best DNA which our ancestors built with so much of sacrifice. This is what Krishna wants. Adharma bibhavat Krishna pratushyanti kulastriyaha strishu dushtasu varshneya jayate varna sankaraha. By prevalence of impurity, O Krishna, the women of the family become corrupt and women becoming corrupted. O Varshneya, there arises intermingling of castes. Shankaro narakayaiva kulagnanam kulasyacha patani pitaro hyesham lupto pindata takakriyaha. Confusion of caste leads to hell of the slayers of the family, for their forefathers fall, deprived of the offerings of the pinda, the rice ball and water.
Varnashrama Dharma is the conscious pyramid built by our ancestor Hindu civilization, ancestors, for the high-level souls to come back again and again to the planet Earth and make this planet Earth a better and better place. Expertise in every field is consciously stored in the ecosystem of Varnashrama Dharma. A Brahmana who comes back again and again in the Brahmana family becomes expert in the knowledge of Vedas. A soul which comes back again and again in the family of Vaishya becomes expert in administering the economy and keeping the society rich. The soul which comes back as a Vaishya in Vaishya family again and again keeps the justice. He masters the science of keeping the justice and keeps it intact. A Shudra who comes back again and again in Shudra Jati and Varana keeps all the technology related to the outer world alive and develops better and better and better. This Varna Ashrama Dharma keeps the enlightened order of the world alive. The enlightened order of the world, sovereign order of Kailasa, is Varnashrama Dharma. It's a great science.
Understand this one simple story. A small kid goes to Guru and asks the Guru, please admit me into the Gurukul. And Guru asks, which community, which Varna you are from? Not caste. Understand? Which Varna? There's a big difference between community and caste. Big difference between Varna and Jati. Which community you are from? Which ecosystem you are from? He says, I do not know my father's name. The Guru says, please go and ask your mother and come back. He goes to his mother and mother says, I do not know the name of your father. Who fathered you? The boy comes back to the Guru and tells, my mother says, she do not know who fathered me. And Guru's eyes as bliss tears and he says, hey, you are speaking the truth. You are a Brahmana Varna. Please join the Brahmana Varna class. This story has multi-layer meaning. Means based on the karma, the guna, the community was divided. Based on the birth, jati was decided. And there were multiple jatis in one community, in one varana, multiple jatis existed. For example, the Brahmana varana, Kshatriya varana, Vaishya varana, Shudra varana had multiple jatis inside. The Brahmana varana had multiple jatis inside. For example, in the modern day, in India, how this forward community seal is given and the whole Brahmana varana is denied all the resources of the nation. The whole forward community, all the communities classified as a forward community, we can take it as Brahmana varana. Understand this very important thing. Brahmana varana is not just one Brahmana jati. Multiple jatis were part of that varna. So varna is different, jati is different. There were many people who were doing the job of the Brahmin of teaching. The knowledge were added as part of the Brahmana varana. Brahmana jati might have predominantly done the job, but Brahmana varana is not Brahmana jati alone. British studied all this very subtly and created absolute false narrative and made us believe their false narrative about us by constantly teaching the false narrative to us. Understand? Vaishya varana is different and Vaishya jatis are different. Jatis are usually from birth. Varnas are usually based on karma. Multiple jatis unite and become one varana. Same way, the ashrama dharma. I tell you, even Hindus do not study fully, and of course, unfortunately, this mass media cult and entertainment cult, so much of misinformation. Misinformation is not because of the ignorance, very cunningly, strategically developed misinformation, hatred, poison, vomited on Hindu varnashrama dharma. I will set a model varnashrama dharma in Kailasa and show to the whole world this is the best social structure. It is such beautiful system where the responsibilism is encouraged. The way you take responsibility for your life and others' life. Decides your varna and ashrama. Jati is more to support you to specialize in some field. See, Hindu society was based on specialization. A Brahmin specializes in that knowledge. So yes, all the updated understandings and specialization in that field. He specializes everything related to past and updated current understandings and knowledge and new research and discoveries in the field of teaching. So naturally, anyone goes to him, gets the best in that field. Same way the Vaishyas, Kshatriyas. So the family by birth gives you specialization due to the ecosystem prevalent in the house and workplace. And then you can choose your varna. Understand? Brahmins were also working. Kshatriyas were also studying. Shudras were also teaching. It's all absolutely interdependent. An amazing resource distribution. Only these four are resources: land, knowledge, wealth, weapons of a society. So, wealth was vested with one varna, knowledge was vested with one varna, land was vested with one varna, weapons and power was vested with one varna, and all of them are interdependent. Understand? Just like a jati and varna, for example, you may be born in the jati of Brahmana and you can choose, decide to be Kshatriya. Nothing wrong. You may be born in the family, jati of Kshatriya, and you can choose to become Brahmana, like Vishwamitra. Nothing wrong. You are accepted and given the topmost title Brahmarishi. Same way, you can be born in Vaishya family and you can choose to become Brahmana. You are accepted into Brahmana Varana. Nothing wrong. Understand? The Varna, including, accepting, updating, keeping it alive, that body, Brahmin's body, Sannyasi's body, Guru's body, that body was attacked and destroyed by Mughals at that time, because that body was keeping the Varna Ashrama Dharma alive. See, Akhadas were the body, keeping the Varna and Ashrama Dharma alive. Jati is the structure, gives you the possibility of ecosystem. For example, if you are born as a Brahmin, you are given that ecosystem to evolve and become the part of Brahmana Varna. But if you decide you want to become part of the Kshatriya Varna, you are free to do. You are given absolute support and you are declared as Kshatriya by the Panchayati. See, each village used to have the Panchayati. That is why it's called Panchayati Akhadas. The Panch Parameshwar, the 5 experts in that field, each field, will sit together. Either expert in a Brahmana, or Vaishya, or Kshatriya, or Shudra, any field, 5 experts should sit. They are called Panchayati. And that Panchayati, they are called Pancha Parameshwars. That Panchayati declares somebody entering into Brahmana Varana or Kshatriya Varana or Shudra Varana or Vaishya Varna. Mostly the jati, same person, gets into same Varna, but not compulsorily. This beautiful structure was destroyed by Mughals during the Mughal invasion and twisted and distorted by British, saying that only by birth Varna exists. Jati and Varna is same. That is the biggest crime done by British. Destroying our civilization. Understand? Usually, the Jati person gets into the same Varna, but not compulsorily. And one more thing, Varna is only 4. Varna is only 4. Jati is more than 30,000. That itself should make you understand. Varna is different and Jati is different. Jati is 30,000. Varna is only 4. And the beauty is, if you do not want to fit into any of these Varna or Jati, you are free to declare yourself as Adhyashrami, Paramahamsa, and live the life out of the grid. You can just be out of the grid lifestyle, and you are respected by the people who are living in the grid. They give you food, support you, and worship you. You don't need to become a thief, robber, or antisocial element. You can be beyond society, above social element. That's the beauty of the Hindu society. Many Hindu scriptures describe the cosmic beings, gods, goddesses, incarnating and manifesting in Shudra Sarira. I can give you tons of reference. Shudras by Jati became Brahmana by Varna. Valmiki, Vasishta. Shudra by Jati, but Brahmana by Varna. If you choose to become Kshatriya, all it takes is 3 seconds. Conscious decision, declaration, and Panchayati Pancha Parameshwar approving. You are a Vaishya. You can just unclutch and fit yourself into the next gear. You may be an amazing Shudra, master of agriculture or carpentry or goldsmith or any physical working. By Jati, you can just shift your Varna to Brahmana in 3 seconds. Understand? There are tons of evidence. Shudras moving to Brahmana Varna. Shudra by Jati moves to Brahmana by Varna. Brahmana by Jati moves even to Shudra by Varna. And Brahmana by Jati moves to Vaishya or Kshatriya by Varna. Vaishya by Jati moves to Brahmana or Shudra by Varna. I want my kids to understand Jati and Varna is not wrong. I want my kids to understand untouchability is not wrong. Hey, what are you doing now in Corona's time? Social distance. Our Hindu rishis prescribed the same thing only for health purpose. Understand? Later on, British made us believe it was inequality. Understand one thing. Rama, the great Kshatriya Mahaburusha, hugs Guha, supposed to be Shudra. Understand? Hindu Brahmana Varana, Brahmanatva, knowledge based section of the society which collects the knowledge, keeps the knowledge, does more and more research and development and transmits the knowledge to the next generation of every field. Brahmana Varana. I tell you again and again, Brahmana Jati alone is not Brahmana Varana. Brahmana Jati is given the ecosystem to become Brahmana Varana, but other Jatis are not denied freedom to become Brahmana Varana. Brahmana Varana is different and Brahmana Jati is different. Don't be exploited and lose confidence over the Hindu traditional Varnashrama Dharma because of the wrong narratives told to you by the anti-Hindu racist terrorists and anti-Guru Hindu mafia and gangsters. Read the original Shastras. Jati is given the possibility to enter into that Varna, but other Jatis are not shut or stopped becoming one Varna or evolving to another Varna. Understand? So the Brahmanatva, Brahmana Varanas is absolutely life positive about the knowledge. That is why the Brahmana Varana never makes money out of their knowledge. Making money out of the knowledge is banned in Hindu tradition, in Hindu economy. Because Paramashiva knows the moment you start making money out of knowledge, even the quality of knowledge can be compromised. I can very boldly tell you with all joy and pride, Hindu scriptures are the most unadulterated, as maintained, as purely as it was uttered, revealed in the beginning. The Vedas are as it is from the time Paramashiva breathed it to Parashakti to Vishnu, Vishnu to Brahma and the Guru Parampara. Narayanam Batma Bhavam Vasishtam Shaktinja Tatputra Parasharanja Yasam Sugam Gaudapatam Mahantam Govinda Yogindra Matasya Sishyam Sri Shankaracharya Matasya Vatma Padanja Asta Malaganja Sishyam Tamtroda Ganmartikakara Manyan. The whole Guru Parampara, unadulterated, Hindu Brahmana Varana is enlightening. Hindu Kshatriya Varana is empowering. Hindu Vaishya Varana is enriching. Hindu Shudra Varna is encouraging, always contributing. Varnayate anena iti varnaha. Varnyate anena iti varnaha. That which is based on description of quality and action is varna. Jati. Jananat jayate jatihi. That which happens out of birth is jati. So, Brahmana jati, Brahmana varna is two different things. Brahmana jati is given the possibility ecosystem to become Brahmana varna. But just by jati, he doesn't get the varna. And any other jati is not denied to become Brahmana varna.
What is the difference between Varnashrama Brahmin wisdom and Chandalatva of decision fatigue?
First thing, understand. A Brahmana who lives the Brahmanatva, a proper Brahmanatva, will go on be making decision and grounded in reality, will never get caught into this matrix. You see, actually, a Brahmana established in Brahmanatva runs the whole kingdom and the society by making decisions. But he cannot even afford to think he should be pampered. That is why he is deciding to live in poverty forever and sambhavana forever without charging or making any money equivalent to his services. Understand? The moment a Brahmana decides his service is equivalent to certain money, and he himself starts believing he is no more a Brahmana, he is Chandala, he will develop decision fatigue. He will develop decision fatigue. But the person who is grounded in reality goes on making decisions and supporting the society and country to flourish. He should be showered all the respects and all the best things should be given to him. But he himself never falls into decision fatigue. Chandalatva of decision fatigue is nothing but, as I said, thinking too much about yourself. Just because you gave an idea about how a temple should be constructed and somebody else is constructing, you can't think you did it. You constructed it. So understand, such large temples our masters, our kings, our gurus built, rarely in one corner of one pillar only you can see their statues. That is so small, negligible. You have to do so much research to find where Rajaraja's statue is in Tanjavur temple, where Vallala Maharaja's statue is in Tiruvannamalai temple. Because they never had a decision fatigue. If they had decision fatigue, they would have thought they are too big guys and would have put their statues prominently in a big way. So Chandalatva of decision fatigue is based on arrogance and ego. Varnashrama Brahmanatva is based on grounded reality. If a Brahmana did not do his job, he should be educated to do his job, not that he should be destroyed. No, he should be supported and educated. If a Vaishya is not doing his responsibility, he should be supported, not that he will destroy the whole system. No. If a Kshatriya is not doing his job, he should be supported. Varnashrama Dharmam Brahmana is a torch for the society. Chandalatva fellows are torture for the society.
understanding the Varnashrama Dharma, like there are so many misconceptions that the society feeds into us about this caste system, right? How exactly the caste system functions. There's so many misconceptions that the society teaches us. Be it the understanding about how the varnas are and different castes are, all of this. It creates a lot of gaps in the way we understand it, correct? So beautifully Swamiji explained here. It is not based on birth, it is based on how they live, what thought currents they are, what kind of quality they are that they exist with. It is based on this that the Varnashrama Dharma is created in Hinduism. And Swamiji made a very important statement in this. Swamiji beautifully said, it is because of the Varnashrama Dharma system that Hinduism is the longest surviving civilization that we have had so far. That itself shows the power, how exactly the Varnashrama Dharma system has made Hinduism so successful. Because most of the times there's so many misconceptions that the society feeds into us. The moment you talk about Hinduism, how many of you have heard different misconceptions on caste? Can I request all of you to post in the chat? And what is it? What are the common, the moment you hear about Hinduism, something that comes synonymous is caste system. Unfortunately, it's always misrepresented. So how many of you have heard about this caste system and what have you heard? Can I request all the participants to share? Yes, you all can post in the chat. Okay. They marry in their own caste. Yes, I've heard Hindus can only marry someone from their own caste. Okay. And I know also, I know that also women as goddesses and gurus have also gone away because of Western influence. Devi says she's also a guru when she comes to earth and possesses and pleases people. As Shakti saw her manifest a ceremony and she said, I am guru too. Beautiful. Caste system oppresses people. Many, many years ago in India, the Shudras were not allowed to go to the temple. By perception is that the caste system is used by the higher caste to oppress the lower caste. Exactly. So many of you have put, what are the common misconceptions? Understand, it is a misconception. Do you know why? In the Hinduism has given such a beautiful societal structure, which is why to this day, society, the Hindu civilization has been the longest successfully surviving civilization on planet Earth. The very fact about, the very lie that is being spread about caste system is used to oppress people is, it's extremely, it's like a misrepresentation. It is like telling, oh, laws are all created for people to escape from being arrested. No. Does that make sense? No. There are some people who play with the loopholes in the law, but that does not mean the justice system is wrong. There are certain people who try to break the rules of the law. That is exactly what happened, because after invasion started, the caste system started getting destroyed. People started losing the signs of how, based on what the split is, it became more power centered. And after the Britishers came in, after the Mughals invaded, then the caste placement of the caste system completely got messed up. And naturally, what happens? People suffered. But very, very systematically, very cunningly, the whole blame was put on the caste system. And to this day, anyone based on the caste system, every one of them carry so many misconceptions about caste system. That is what most of us are stuck with. That is what most of us just are carrying as misconceptions. Google and see. When to this day, we all see so many misconceptions about caste system. Okay, Vaideki is asking, Ma, when Shudra moves to Brahmana, which jati would they move to? As each Brahmana jati wouldn't allow to maintain their lineage, as intermarriage would disrupt the knowledge transfer. Please clarify.
Just to give you an example, Vishwamitra, he was a Kshatriya. Vishwamitra was a Kshatriya, was a king who had the sin of, he was a great king, and he kills multiple Brahmins. It's a very beautiful story how actually he comes, he sees Rishi Vashishta, and he sees Rishi Vashishta and wants to and sees that he, in his small ashram, he has everything that he wanted. Then this King Vishwamitra was a very arrogant king when he was a king. And he says to Rishi Vashishta that, look, I want to have, so he goes and says, can you feed my entire army with food? Rishi Vashishta says, all right, I'll feed you. He says, no, I need all these different types of grand feast. Can you keep a feast? And Rishi Vashishta says, yes, I can keep a feast. Maharishi Vashishta is one of the highest Brahmanas. And he and his disciples live by begging alms. And suddenly, the moment all of Vishwamitra's, the king's entire army comes and sits, and they are not able to even fit into the ashram, they're all sitting around the ashram. There's like thousands of them, but everybody gets food. This king is shocked. He's like, a rishi in such a small ashram is able to supply so much of food. There must be some secret. He goes and asks, how did you do this? It's so magical. I can't, even if I have called my royal chefs, they would have struggled to feed this entire army with such a grand feast. How did you do it? Then the Brahmin Maharshi Vashishta answers that all I did is I have a special, due to my tapas, I have acquired the daughter of Kamadhenu, Nandini. It's a cow who she's a Gomata and she'll grant anything that we want. So I just asked her and she only manifested this whole feast. And the conversation, and this guy is shocked, this king is shocked. And he tries to possess the Gomata Nandini. Rishi Vashishta tries to stop him, and the battle ensues, and this king kills all of Rishi Vashishta's disciples. But Rishi Vashishta ends up defeating the king, and the king is then only he realizes what a great sin he has done. So to repent for that sin, he says he also wants to achieve the same space in the state that Rishi Vashishta is in. So a king who's in the Kshatriya Jati and Kshatriya Varna decides to move to become a Brahmana, and not just normal Brahmana, but to go to the highest state in the Brahmana itself, which is to become a Brahma Rishi. He does intense tapas and becomes a Brahma Rishi and becomes one of the gurus of Bhagavan Sri Ramachandra Prabhu, the Uttama Purusha. How did this happen? It is because the moment Vishwamitra's anger started coming down, he did intense tapas, realized where he was stuck, came out of the blind spots, did the intense completion and tapas, he became a Brahma Rishi. Understand, it is the consciousness that a person is in which was given the Varna. Jati is based on, like how so beautifully Swamiji revealed it to us. Jati is based on your birth. But that's only to provide you with a possibility. And once the possibility is given to you and you start growing in that ambience, you still have the freedom. You're sent to the Gurukul at the age of 7, you're sent to the Gurukul. And by 16, you master all the sciences based on your aptitude, attitude, space, interest, intention, and your consciousness. The Guru declares, what Varna are you a part of?
Based on, see, like how we are taught, it is not based on birth. It is based on the qualities being. See, that is why there are two words called Jati and Varna. Jati is based on the birth. Varna is based on your living, how your lifestyle choices are. That is why even if you are a Brahmana by birth, but if your karma wise you are a Shudra, you will be in the Shudra category. But the thing is, it is not that something is high, something is low. It is only when the Britishers came in and the Mughals came in, they taught something is high, something is low. In the that all, actually, there's a beautiful representation how every Varna is different part of God. And they say that the feet is the Shudras. British used this, manipulated, and in a convoluted way, used it to attack the Shudras, create a division between the Varnashrama Dharma, and twisted, manipulated. Understand, till the British came in, we never had the concept that head is higher and feet is lower. Otherwise, imagine a great king like Bharata, who is the brother of Uttama Purusha, Bhagavan Sri Ramachandra Prabhu, carries Bhagavan Rama's padukas on his head and comes. Understand, if feet was considered something low, he would have not done that. No, you will always see in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, all the Puranas, we have a tradition of Guru Puja to the
the pada puja to the Guru and worshipping Guru's feet. We'll always say, let me always be in the lotus feet of my Guru. So we never actually had the concept of head is something higher, feet is something lower. Next time, if someone tries to tell you about this whole thing about caste system, you can tell them this. Now you are empowered by the real knowledge from Swamiji. Understand, caste system is not part of Hinduism. Varnashrama dharma is not the same as caste system. Actually, I remember an incident. I was reading this Manudharma Shastra, and this is a translated version. So it had some shlokas, and there was a translation of those shlokas. And this was some other Westerner who had translated it. I was trying to find out some reference, and I came across this one shloka. Oh my God! Till now, it just shocks me. The shloka says about how the society is supposed to be divided, jati separately and varna separately, and how based on the consciousness, the varna needs to be classified. The translation says, they use for jati, they say that's caste system, and varna, it's actually in Sanskrit, varna, that word varna is the same word for classifying, is the same word for the description of a shape, is the same word for color, and for this varnashrama dharma. It's a very small difference. Based on the context, it changes. The translation said that we were, as Hindus in Manudharma Shastra, it was mistranslated into, oh, the society is supposed to be divided based on colors. I was like, oh my God. If Swamiji had not already given us a true knowledge, anyone reading it would have been fooled. Come on, we never had there's no reference in the entire Puranas anywhere where Hindus are being divided based on color. That concept of color never existed. But because the British came, they stole all our scriptures, burnt our libraries for months together. All our universities were shattered, broken, bombed, and destroyed, burnt for months together. And people like Max Muller learned Sanskrit from the sole intention of mistranslating and wrongly misguiding the Hindu youth at that time, feeding the poison into them by sowing in the seeds about their concept of classification in the society and brought in caste system, which was never part of Hinduism. Understand, as a Hindu, we all should actually, it's only because of Swamiji, we all are even getting this true knowledge. Varnashrama dharma is not the same as caste system, and Varnashrama dharma only is the best societal structure, keeps the whole society together, because the power is beautifully divided into 4 parts. Money is given separately, human resources separately, the knowledge is in another group's hands, and the political power is in another group's hands.
And it's so beautifully planned that, understand, if you are taught something wrong about Varnashrama Dharma, you should be informed that it is an exploitation crawling into you, because continuously, by systematically targeting these systems, which are very conveniently misrepresented and maligned in the eyes of the public, demonizing these traditions in the eyes of the public, our own the principles, the values that we are taught is completely shaken and removed from us. The experience that you get through this whole powerful process, right, of the division, the class system, it is not that, see, for example, let's say today, money, power, human resources, everything is under the control of one section of people. Like, for example, politicians. Watch closely. So many politicians have so many means. They're all like extremely rich. They hold the money control also with them. And even those people who are all like rich businessmen have a very, very significant political influence. Similarly, the human resources under whom? The same businessman who's rich has the human resources under him. The section of the society is divided in such a way that money, power, human resources, everything is divided under the same person. So what happens naturally? They exploit, they use this to control the society. It becomes more like a monopoly. But our system was so beautiful, so intelligently planned that for a king to rule, he alone, it is not just his power and he can rule. No, he was dependent. The priests being happy, the Brahmanas being happy had a significant impact on the king running the kingdom. Similarly, the Shudras. Only if the Shudras do the farming, the Brahmanas will get food to eat. Only if the Brahmanas teach, then the Vaishyas can function with business. Only if the Vaishyas earn, the Shudras will be able to circulate that money and make they'll be able to do the farming and all the necessary activities. Only if the doctors keep the farmers alive, only if they're able to treat the farmers and make them healthy, they will get food in their plate. This is how our system was divided so beautifully. It was interdependent, interwoven. There was no room for exploitation. But what happened is when the whole thing of invasion, everything started, the whole thing got diluted. Now, so systematically, it is like they come to your house, they make your whole house dirty, and they tell you, see, what kind of a dirty house you're living in, better you go out of this house, and they chase you out of your house. That is exactly what was done to us. We had such a beautiful structure, and the whole thing, they came into our structure, they demolished it completely and told, look, the Brahmana, don't go to Brahmana, he thinks he's greater than you. And this whole thing started. Yes, many people suffered, but they did not suffer due to caste system. They suffered because of the very cunning way caste system was used to oppress the people during invasion time. Till invasion started, we flourished in such an amazing communities. Take for example, Bhagavan Sri Ramachandra Prabhu, he goes to the house of uh, Sabari, who's a Shudra, but there was no concept of a lower caste, he can't go, no. There was one group called untouchable. That untouchability is not what we understand. It's not how the invaders misrepresented it to be. The criminals, the people who do stealing, the people who do any sorts of things, there was a very beautiful thing called prayas. Means they were given time to introspect, to understand, and to change. That group was kept out of the society where it was not like a prison concept. The people who used to do these petty and everything, they were kept out of the society. Thing called prayasthita, means they will restore, and once they restore through the transformation, they'll be accepted back into the society. And all of this was such a beautiful way it was structured that so many people are, to this day, so many of us are surviving as longest living civilization in Hinduism. Such a perfect, stable societal structure. Ma Rain has posted, I'm crying. It's what they're trying to do in China now for their children based on the spirit of DNA effect. Actually, Ma, many indigenous communities, wherever there were these colonies and wherever there were invasions, these British rule policy, they came, they made Hindus start feeling bad about their own culture, and they just exploited and ruled us. If every one of you just catch this, right, we will see how in so many different ways the whole thing is being done. See, many times people wonder, then what about all the injustice people went through because of the caste? Yes, people did go through, but it was not because of the caste. It was the way the invaders used these institutionalized this caste system to exploit the people. They used to go, "Oh, because you're Shudras, look, you have to work in the farm, and working in the farm is something cheap." This concept of something is great, something is was brought in by the invaders. And then naturally it did start to fall into that. And the whole thing got diluted. See, because you have a wound in your hand, is a solution to cut the hand? No, right? The solution is to heal the wound. But they thought because you have a wound in the hand, they got the whole strategy of cutting the hand itself. That is exactly what was done. Just because there is a flaw, not that we had it, they created a gap and they made everyone start hating the whole system itself. Yes, Madonna Caesar is posted beautifully. She's saying caste is mentioned in 3 different sacred texts. Only the West made it into a blue collar and white collar thing. Caste is necessary so people have a place to reincarnate into. Absolutely, that's right. Sorry for the technical glitch. Ma Dennis Caesar has posted that what you have posted, Ma, that's very true. See, caste system was created to divide the power between the different sections. Whole system, each of them are interdependent on each other, and they all are dependent on each other and exist peacefully to keep the society alive together. There was no concept of discrimination based on the work they do. Even in Gita, Bhagavan Krishna himself beautifully, he says, I am Brahmana, I am Vaishya, I am Kshatriya, and I am Shudra. I created the 4 Varnas and I exist through them. It was never up or down. See, today, if really caste system is pretty much demolished, there's nothing, there's no caste system being followed. But now see, do you say that there are no discriminations happening? The West is full of discrimination. You see, based on race, based on gender. In Hinduism, there is no concept of Vedic, there's no concept of this feminism, equality. You know why? Because there was no, in the first place, there was no putting the other gender down. That is why there is no concept of making women equal to men. That's what is feminism all about today. In Hinduism, it never existed that way because each gender was revered and worshipped as unique beings. The goal was dharma, artha, kama, and moksha. The goal was very clearly defined. The final goal is liberation, which is enlightenment. So because your goal is enlightenment, all your actions will orient you to that goal. If you choose Brahmana, being a Brahmana, how will you attain moksha? Means through teaching and enriching, through rituals and sacrifices, how will you attain moksha? If you choose the lifestyle of a Vaishya, the businessman, how being through business and doing the right businesses, how you will attain moksha. Every caste, every division work towards the path of enlightenment. And these gotras were based on the DNA thing. See, today if you see, there are so many gotra, Vishwamitra gotra, Vashishta gotra, this gotra, that gotra. It was not division based on, like we say immediately, oh, they're all division based on birth. No. It was not simply because you're born and you're discriminated, one gotra is discriminated from another. No. It was such an amazing, most intelligent way of storing the DNA. Understand, today we have so much of study about this I'm just not getting the word correct, where the pain is carried over in the DNA, the stress and the pain is carried over in the DNA. Then when the next child is born, like if the parents have suffered, the suffering is carried through the DNA to the child also. Similarly, the intelligence is stored in the genes. If you, let's say you are a great scientist descendant, the intelligence, the knowledge of that scientist, the genes expresses even through you. Our rishis were so intelligent. If there is a rishi who is adept at mastering aeronautics, or there was a rishi who is adept at mastering how the consciousness studies. Every rishi, some rishi was adept at physical yoga. All of them, they stored their knowledge in their genes and transferred it. That is why Gotra is very important to be kept alive. If you are a particular Gotra, you need to know you carry so many extraordinary possibilities that is carried down through the Gotras. That is why the whole system of marrying within the Gotra, particular Gotra should marry the other Gotra, like that, it is created in such a way that the intelligence gets carried over and over and over. That is why the most advanced civilization is Hinduism. Just look around you. So many successful CEOs, so many successful people, everyone are Hindus. Why? Because by our core, even though by now we have lost touch with that authentic Hinduism, still that intelligence expresses through our genes and DNA. Yes, my Yogananda Rukmini, that's right. Transgenerational trauma. Thank you. That was what I was looking for. Yes, Ma Vaideki is asking, so is Gotra different than Varanas? That's right. Yes, Varana, Jati, Gotra, different things.
Yeah. Jati is, so first, the DNA that you're going to be carrying, what information is to be stored in your very DNA is in your Gotra. There's Vishwamitra Gotra, Vashta Gotra, Gautama Gotra, Maudgalya Gotra. All of these are great rishis, the scientists. See, now we are seeing this, it's becoming very popular, trying to get different traits of different people, where like, especially, it's becoming more of a trend to have certain celebrity features in their children, and they're trying some ways how to get that, like, through the test tube babies, etc. But the system that we had was way well advanced and foolproof system. That is the Gotra system. The Gotra system is where literally the best stars, or like how now we say celebrities, but at that time, the most enlightened, knowledgeable, literally the heroes and scientists who had the best DNA, who were master and adepts in some of the greatest sciences, collected their knowledge, all their skill set, and stored it within the DNA. They locked it into the DNA itself, such that the next generation and the next generations would automatically inherit all their skills, and they can begin from there. For example, let's say a man has been a sculptor for 40 years, and then his son is born, and the son will also have that biomemory. So he doesn't need to start from the scratch. He would already had the 40 years of his father's experience stored in his biomemory, and he, with just a little bit practice, the whole thing will awaken in him, and he'll become much more adept than his father. As more and more the DNA keeps getting passed again and again and again, people started becoming adepts in that science more and more. Understand, this is the Gotra system. This was one of the most genius systems that our ancestors had done. And from there, once a child is born, the child already has its Gotra. And understand, You consciously choose the body, which gotra where you want to assume the body, you choose it. And once you assume the body, the gotra is there in you already. The jati is the ecosystem that's provided so that you can flower into it. Whichever varna you want to choose, the possibilities awaken in you. Then you're sent to the Gurukul. In the Gurukul, for almost 7 to 8 years, you're taken the thorough training where the Guru enlightens you, awakens you to your highest possibility. Based on your consciousness, the Guru blesses you to be a part of a particular varna. The path for your life is given, and you choose that path and you continue on that path and excel. It's one of the most amazing, best societal structure we had.
The whole manifesting powers, even the Avadani tradition, there's so much to talk about it. Actually, this, if we go on, we can talk for like on and on and on. Today, very beautiful thing is today, during the darshan, all of us are going to be receiving this initiation today, where Swamiji is going to be using 56 sacred syllables, the sounds, to awaken our DNA, to awaken the cosmic DNA in us. Right? So now, let us all take a few minutes. First, we'll be manifesting the power. Next round of manifesting this power.